or even more.
Wants to pressure the tower with the catapult too. Unlock doing a very good job of dragging the creep, so the tower will hit the catapult to kill that out first. But illusion rune, yeah, okay, illusion rune for Ember too. Robo3 does not get to refill his bottle.
Not a great rune for the Ember, but still a bottle refill. Yeah, Robo3 has to go get his bounty. No stacks being made just
Angel
yet.
bottom. Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Luna.
Nice. Quelling blade there onto the tree.
Gets rid of
Did you see that?
the acorn
Yeah.
shot.
That was pretty fast.
I'll just pretend I saw it.
Okay, cool. That's good.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation, so I knew what was going on. Another bushwhack.
Angel.
Oh, Angel tries the
the
TP. Oh, the scatter blast slow.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. Getting outplayed in that bottom lane. Prada dragging them in under the tier 1, but his job's already done.
You must train harder.
Yeah. All they get is one kill onto the snap, and this is exactly when Angel wants to leave the lane anyway. Like, he got out of the laning stage with treads, more mass. He's good. He's happy. He's just gonna go jungle. Broodmother's gonna hit 6 anyway. He's gonna take that tower at some point, regardless. Nothing you can do about that. You can't cry over spoiled milk. So go push.
Yeah.
Is it spilled or spoiled?
Spilled? I think both work. I know in England it's spilled milk, but maybe in Canada it's spoiled milk. I feel like I've heard both of them though. Just don't cry over dairy products in general.
Yeah.
Another kill on Prada.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Down
under
goes the
attack.
snap fire, but I guess bottom lane just don't return there. Catapult wave's going to take the tier 1. No need to be down there anymore. Let Broodmother do Broodmother things while Viper and Willow doing a very similar job top lane. Good pressure onto that opposing tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And Luna's going to be able to clear out a couple of little stacks in the jungle.
Robo3 also making some stacks for himself. They're looking to just get some neutral items up on the side of Unknown. Broodmother, very happy, taking the tier 1 tower at a good timing with the catapult. Actually, a little bit faster than I would have thought. And he's just going to take over his woods on the bottom side and farm up. Are they going to give this free wave to Angel? Oh my god, he's so happy.
Apparently. Yeah.
So happy.
What,
Just
3
picked up
range
like a
creeps?
double wave.
Double
As
wave,
if he
yeah.
missed nothing.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, just let her have it. And maybe they can catch Angel now with a bushwhack. Spirals run forward. There we go. With Vitaly and El Misho taking down the Luna.
Dire's middle tower is
Good
under
grab
attack.
as it looks like.
Yeah, she got the creeps, but did not get away with her life.
Finished off the Mom. So Gardic denied top tower. Nice bit of gold. Removed it out from the Radiant. While Analog trying to defend his mid. Robo3
So
dropping
hard.
pretty low. I don't think they can really finish him off though.
Radiant's bottom
He's got a
tower
hood
is
still,
under
plus the
attack.
magic wand. He's regenerating nicely from the chip vest on top of it. He could have just went back in there and slapped that tower down with the Ember having pretty much no resources, but it's like, why risk it, right? Just go back, farm up, can do it with the next wave or when he's back up to full.
No, MLP, please go back to the Ursa. I'm having a giggle over it. He's dragging,
Oh, no, again?
dragging creep waves into the jungle. Oh my god, it's a painful experience. His net worth isn't that bad though. 3,500, 3,600.
Well,
He's got top
it's
wave to
pretty
clear out.
bad. It's pretty bad when you're like 1,000 gold behind every core of Unknown. Plus you're against a Luna who's gonna farm like 2x faster than you. So Lumiere, what he needs is like a few kills, right? To come back into this game. And he's going the build for it. Or maybe even sneak a Roshan, which he can also do once he has enough levels. Yeah. I'm looking at the supports on Hokori's side. I think El Misho and Gardic have pretty good amount of levels. Maybe they could just give the tome to Lumiere this game.
Jeez.
Oh,
I was watching
he
that.
exploded.
Waiting for you to finish your sentence, but it wasn't long enough. Prada gets annihilated.
Tower is under
That's
attack.
even before Hoodwink has that sharpshooter and a very swift transition from bot into mid. Vitaly playing his
easier, though.
Broodmother to perfection. You're right. The Bristleback arrives. Nice tanky man up on the front lines. Guards the objective, which Hokori did come in to try and push. And Log of Vitaly still considering this. I mean, Widget's very low. Back into the Shadow Realm. She'll go and try and dissuade any form of further aggression. They are posturing though. Still sticking around, cutting wave. This is all down to the Bristleback and how long he can hold out. 1v4 basically at this point.
Oh, here it is. The sneaky smoke. You know, we're watching mid,
Is he in?
but this is all smoke and mirrors here. This is all for the Roshan.
He's into Roche. And they're making a
Jumping
play
in.
with the Ice Blast in onto Robo-Z.
Break.
They've got the Hoodwink Sharpshooter. They've killed him off. Bristle down. Vitali's getting blasted by the lava of the Snapfire. And it looks like the Broodmother. Oh, not
Got him.
escaping. A Shadow Realm hit just enough to take the spree. But in the meanwhile, sneaky teddy bear.
Angel
Picnic
is going
attack in
in,
the
no
Roche
way.
pit. Oh, Angel, he knows. Hello.
But look at Luna's build though. He cannot kill that Ursa. Doesn't have any Lucid Beam levels. No Eclipse. That's a farming build on Angel. But they stop him from rushing. And that's a lot of time spent by Lumiere. Pit.
Is Roche going to regen to full before the next attempt? Does he go in for round 2 soon?
Maybe. Because Unknown are onto him now. So they got some vision up. And that was a smoke spent by Lumiere as well. So he can't afford to use another smoke. They would be out of smokes after that.
Nice little tank there of the Sharpshooter. Bristleback defending the Willow. And holding out very nicely on that tier 1. Analog. Feared up. Ice Blast. Not going to connect. Yeah, it looks like this Ember Spirit taking a huge chunk of damage. Curse Crown dodged though. Nicely by the Ember Spirit. But Bristleback's still moving forward. Cold Feet. It's going to hold him in place. Even with that Searing Chains. But Bristle with a hood. 16 wand. Not a kill they can take.
Like it's just tickling him with some right clicks. Yeah, they just want to keep pressuring up this mid tower, make space for Lumiere.
Oh, Rod of Atos. Grabbed up by the Viper pretty early on there, but this Broodmother, 1 charges, and now with the Insatiable Hunger looking to try and regen up a little bit as Ember Spirit dives for the Snapfire. Remnants away to safety. Brood and Hoodwink AA back onto that high ground portion of that right-hand jungle. Also forced the Luna to move across to try and fight as well.
I'm surprised they didn't just go with that creep wave and finish off the mid tower there on Unknown. I don't think they realize how low that tower is. Especially with Hokori running away, Broodmother is such low HP. Wouldn't have been able to defend the mid there. A little bit of a missed opportunity for Unknown. They're just going to move towards bottom. Defend off the Brood here.
So is this, do you reckon, good enough for Lumiere? He's been given time. He's climbing back up the net worth.
Let's look at Luna. How is she doing?
Well, it's like a Prada dying against the Broodmother.
Ursa.
Good little bush, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well,
think it's
comparatively,
okay,
it's not great, but you know, he's
back in there again.
Roshan
This is a much better rush though, because Hokori are applying a lot of pressure, plus the Embers covering the left side. Angel can't use
Yeah, then. Might even just kill off Sacred here. Well, Ice Blast doing a lot of damage. Ice Vortex and Cold Feet, but no one to really follow through and finish him off. While Vitali's being chased down. The Eclipse and Angel's there to try and catch the Brood, but the webs in the high ground move. Robo-Z. That Quill Spray finishes him off while the Cold Feet doesn't stop him in his tracks. So Tower, the Glaive bounces, not enough damage. Angel couldn't get the job finished off, and Ember Spirit is going pretty heavy there. Can't defend that tower, but yeah, again, another very sneaky maneuver to get the Aegis on the Ursa.
Yeah, they lost 2 heroes, but still, mission accomplished. Got some levels for our boy Lumiere here. He's level 10 now. But with the Aegis, he's going to have Diffusal Blade. And I think with that, they're going to look to smoke up. Try to run at Unknown. And with the Ursa plus the Hoodwink Sharpshooter, they got a lot of damage there. Burst even the Bristleback.
Yeah, it's like Ice Blast, Sharpshooter, Ursa burst damage. 100 to 0, some of these heroes, incredibly quickly. Unknown,
the only
still
issue
waiting
is
on a lot of these item timings.
The Ember's lockdown this game though, Gary, is only level 1. It's got level 1 steering chains at this stage in the game. They're gonna need a little bit more into that.
Well, they're trying on him. Good cookie. Gets him away from any further movement. Dark Willow tapped by that Sharpshooter, and Prada gone while Vitali Lumiere find the second support kill. No chance of any response from Unknown. Parkas doesn't want to join, he wants to farm his BKB. Bristleback still needs, what, 700 for Aghanim Scepter? Sacred going back into the hood.
But we'll see, even though he's only got 1 death this time around, not able to farm as much as last game because he spent a lot of time defending that mid lane tower from the assault of Brood. Brood just... I would say he's created a lot of space this game, wouldn't you, Gary?
The Broodmother?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that early, what, like 8-minute tier 1 tower, making sure Luna can't sit bottom. The kill he got on Pakaz by the tier 2 tower as well, really good. And it's like very fast moving towards mid lane, so that, what, how many jungle camps is it? Like 5, 6 jungle camps Luna just doesn't have access to in bottom jungle because of Broodmother existing.
And just going in and out on the mid tier 1 tower, just making enough space that no one's running at Lumiere and able to take that and take down that Roshan because of it too.
Oh, Pakaz shows himself top. No way to get on top.
I don't know about that one, Angel. Yep, you did the right play.
Oh, he ran away and then he went back in. He's trying to run away again.
He out, right?
Eclipse with a loosened beam. He's got cold feet on him now. Sharpshooter misses. Angel. Oh, he's still dead though, isn't he? Yeah, he can't even kill off Gardic.
That's such a big kill there. And it doesn't look like Unknown are able to get any retaliation on the other side of the map. They're not even able to push lanes out that much either. Or Corey with his Aegis on the Ursa, able to just push forward into the triangle area, take away some more of Luna's farm.
It really did look like Pakaz had the right idea there. Like he ran into trees. He's going to TP home.
He doubted himself. He knew the right play there was to get out, but he didn't listen to that voice inside. He just got baited by that gold.
Oh, the Enrage Ursa. Nice Acorn shot as well. Bouncing back and kills off Prada. Ice Blast also looking to land onto Sacred. Ember Spirit signaling his intent that he wants to keep on fighting here as they do look to catch out Viper. Quickly dispatched with as Lumiere comes out with a double kill. Aegis probably going to be claimed up here as his first life is down. And Robo-Z back towards Analog with his remnants up. And now the battle around the Ursa with a terrorized there. Spider Lady sent back, feared up and disengaging as the Ursa burst down by Robo-Z. Ember and Broodmother looking to get the hell out here though with a remnant. It'll create a bit of space between him and the Bristleback, but Ancient Apparition doesn't have the same luxury. 3 hits to get into the middle of that ice cream cone. Got it. Killed off and some good kisses. Forces the remnant from Ember Spirit, but he's going to try and TP out and it will be successful. Vitaly's still trying to chip away at Angel here. Pakaz, Mask of Madness clears the Spiderlings. In comes the Bushwhack, not going to do a lot and move away from the Sharpshooter. All the spells whiffing out with a Hoodwink. And the Broodmother's the one caught up in the Rod of Atos, stuck on the high ground. First crown, but no vision. They need the Bedlam, they need the Quill Sprays. It's all building up, and Vitaly, he might die, but a TP attempt, he's going to try. He gets home. And who's that? Luna's finding El Misho. Snapfire misses another Bushwhack. Analog with the chains, though. You don't miss that one. Ice Blast is good as well as Angel dispatched with Ancient Apparition, though. Gardic found by Robo-Z as this fight just never ends.
Sounds like a 2-minute long engagement. It all started over here. They get a kill. They go to the Viper, die, kill him there, and then this Ursa, whenever he uses the Enrage, it's just so vulnerable. Like his build is nice at killing people and running at them, but whenever your Enrage is on cooldown, you just gotta get out. But unfortunately, Unknown, they knew exactly what was happening. They wanted to take the fight. Bristleback just finishes Aghanims and has done a lot of work. He's also taken over every other hero on Hokori now. Top 2 net worth on the side of Unknown.
He's huge. They do have ways to deal with him though. That break from Sharpshooter. Ice Blast, super good as well. It's just that interesting concept. I remember one of the teams was talking about it at the major. The fact that AA is very similar to Disruptor nowadays in terms of when you're ahead, it feels good that you're ahead and you can land Ice Blast on people. But if you're the one being run at and being hounded by a Bristleback who is just sitting on you the entire fight, you kind of just feel useless.
Feel kind of bad.
Do they find anyone here? El Misho's still in the tree line. Unknown have given up chasing. Man, having 3 heroes that can just hide in fog. Hoodwink Broodmother with a Scurry in the webs, and then Ember Spirit with his remnants. So tough for Unknown to catch a break and find a hero. It might actually be Robo-Z the one
positioning. Look where he is right now.
He's waiting, biding his time.
Oh man. Yeah, and Angel now with his BKB, he's just moving forward, leading the way for his allies. getting these lanes on, knowing that they're all bottom side, so they're playing top and middle. Next Roshan, it can only start spawning in a minute. So Hokori are not too worried about Unknown's positioning on the map at the moment. No need to play for the ages quite yet. Unknown now going towards a tier 2 top, trying to get their own tier 2 and outpost if they can. There's so much faster on Hokori though. They're already on the high ground.
They're going tier 3. You have to come back and defend this. Maybe Hokori have gone a step too far, but they've got good burst damage onto Sacred's Viper. There's the Sharpshooter Ice Blast combo. Viper down. Kisses towards Vitaly as the Broodmother packs it in and disappears into the webs in the forest. But they don't allow the tier 2 top to fall. They glyph it up. Outpost still being held. And Unknown the ones again that are forced to run back. What's the damage? Like 5 seconds on fast spawn, Roshan. Both teams vying for control around it.
10 seconds. Roshan's
really.
That is a damn fast rush.
Speedy boy.
Well, Gary, that
to get
is
some
the
vision.
10th fastest rush you could possibly have.
Wait, can you have a 0-second
How's
Roshan?
that? I think it's 1. It starts at 1. But I'm not sure. You know, I could be wrong.
That's always something that like always confused me as a kid. Like when in football broadcasts, they say the 90th minute if it's like 89 minutes and 30 seconds, because technically you're into the 90th minute. But we never really do that in Dota. We just look at the first number and say, yeah, 22 minutes in. Like right now, it would be the 23rd minute of the game. Well, actually, it would be technically longer because of when bloody horn sounds as that 40-second window before.
Stop, Gary. You're hurting my brain.
No. I'm hurting my own brain talking about it. I'm going to stop right now. Time is a human construct. It doesn't really exist. We map the flowing of time for our own purposes.
Thank you. In your own time, Gary, you could technically be still 18 years old.
I don't know how that can be true, but okay.
You know, you just said it's man-made, so.
That's true. Well, who was it? It was like the Mayans counted in base 8 or something. Instead of counting to 10, they counted to 8. Oh, the dodge of the Atos. Analog, you sneaky devil. Gets himself away. Good pressure on that tier 3.
Yeah, and look at the Roshan.
Plus corrosion.
Smoke and mirrors, baby.
Oh, again?
Oh, smoke and mirrors.
He's done it.
Yep. Got it. Free Rosh, free shard. Dude, this Ursa lives and dies by Rosh, and he's back in it. Look, he's higher net worth than the Luna now.
That's unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. He's going to turn back on to Robo-Z. Bristle back, stacking up some cool sprays. Vitaly seems like the call has been given to retreat. Don't fight into the triangle. We don't have vision there. Bottom lane's pushing. We can reconsider our options and use this Aegis for something bigger. I really can't believe that Ursa's higher net worth than Luna at this point. That's crazy.
I can't either, but you know it is what it is. He got two free rushes on the Ursa, and all thanks to this bottom split push by the Ember. Like early in the game, did the same exact thing. Just keep the enemies distracted.
Lumiere doesn't have Enrage for about 10 seconds, but not going to get chased by Unknown. And this map's starting to get pretty small for Team Unknown, in fact. Top lane tier 1, tier 2, pretty open prospects for Hokori to go and take.
Nothing to say.
Nice chat wheel line.
Favorite voice line.
That one?
Favorite voice line.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So good. And I'm so happy for Nothing to Say too, winning that major.
Oh yeah.
Such a great kid, honestly. He's like... Work with him and he's just so kind.
I got to cast one of his games where he played TA versus Ember, and it was like 40 seconds into laning stage, he solo kills Ember with meld level 1, and we're just like, what the fuck is this? How has he done that? 30 seconds later, Ember TPs to lane, dies again. Like this kid's insane. Just gets 2 solo kills on another high caliber player.
3 years ago, he was considered a Tinker Spammer. That's all he was known for. Nobody
really?
in SEA thought he was good, yeah. But, he worked on his game, he learned new heroes, and he just became a beast.
Radiant's top tower
He was always playing on like these tier 2, tier 3 Malaysian teams before.
is under attack.
And in the last year and a half, he's really grown quite a bit and now winning a major. You know, it just goes to show anybody can do it. Even these guys playing these games. You know, any of these guys could be the next major winner or even TI winner, possibly.
Yeah. Hey, you make that run, you make that lower bracket run, anything can happen. Find your style, play to your strengths. Don't copy other people. Team Unknown feels like it's getting a bit of a rut right now. What's their next move?
They're just chilling, waiting for the
Aegis.
Aegis to waiting for that Aegis to die off.
Well, Sacred, not waiting long enough. Chased out by the spiders. Some good stunts though from the Dark Willow. Keeping the Ursa and the Ember Spirit at bay for now. Making a bit more room for Pakaz on that Luna down bottom to try and finish off the Manta style. It's felt a little bit awkward here going for the Yasha, BKB, Hurricane Pike. You've not had the Manta illusions to split push lanes as effectively as Lumiere did in the previous game.
Right. Don't. And the Pike is kind of nice though because the only disable that Hokori have is the chains. Even breaking the Hoodwink's bushwhack.
Lumiere. He wants to use this Aegis and he wants to use it now. Sacred turns, but the Viper dead to rights. Vitali picks it up in a killing spree as Angel tries to launch some hits from the high ground down to low, but this Ursa Warrior still had the Enrage, has BKB. The kisses, though, coming, trying to take that first life away from him. Unfortunately, though, Lumiere was able to get away from danger, senses it coming,
Radiant's middle tower
skips
is
away.
under attack.
They're so hard to kill because of Vitali's item build. He's got Greaves and a Pipe. And making his way towards a Solar Crest too.
Is the Solar done already? Yeah, it's coming out. RoboZ is trying to defend out this tier 2 mid on his own. Needs the cookie to disengage from Lumiere. The Ursa will die for the first time. Feels like he wanted to do that because he's got BKB in range when he comes back up. Not going to use it straight off the bat, just trying to chip away at RoboZ little by little here as the Viper respawns, and now the jump in with the break and the damage with a force staff, cookie back, bristleback. He's being moved around, displaced away from the enemies, while Angel, with his BKB, battling into the Ursa. No more enrage, no more BKB, but the Glimmer Cape will save him. Lumiere's out of there, Gardeck barely dies to the final glaives of Angel. And now, with Analog's Ember Spirit still having these slight chains up, no remnants remain. It will be a buyback out of an AA, but a 1-for-1.
I think I'm not going to be okay with that, with the Apparition actually dying there. It was Hokori who are making the aggressive moves as well. Both carries also popping their BKBs. Aegis is out now. 2.5 more minutes before the next Roshan can spawn, and I think Hokori, they're going to just settle down. Wait for that. Keep playing off the Aegises. And next one is a potential Ags for the Ursa too. Or even Ember maybe, but Ember's already going for it.
Ember, he's got Remnant here, doesn't he? Yeah. I mean, he's been rooted up little by little, but no way to keep him permanently locked down. It's been a little more difficult this time around for RoboZ to get onto a target and stick on them. Try and deward their triangle quickly to reclaim control, but Luna forced Hurricane Pike away from danger as Lumiere gets into it. Sticks it onto the Snapfire, straight towards the support, and now looking for the Viper. Quick little shot clap down, a double kill as Vitali going to hold that front line with, like you said, all these aura items buffing up and healing. The sustain is coming. Good dodge away from the Ice Blast there with RoboZ Essence bringing and getting Cookie back, but Lumiere just keeps on going. No more BKB and Enrage is wearing out, so with these kisses and Angel's Luna moving forward, they might be able to pick someone off. Gardeck's the target that they will take down as Analog. Great jump with the slight chains, but a Terrorize forces Hokori away. Lumiere still looking to kill off Widge, and Prada down to Analog means there's 2 heroes remaining up for Unknown.
And that is a dieback, right? From the Snapfire too, so that's 4 kills from him. And that was such a nice play there from Lumiere. Just blinking into the backlines, ignoring the cores, going for the Snapfire first, and that kind of forces Unknown to get out of position with their other heroes too. And as they're running past the Ursa trying to get back into their base, they just keep getting killed off one by one. It gave so much space for both Vitaly and Analog too. Lock heroes down for Analog, and Vitaly just keep his Ursa alive, buff him up. And they're in prime position to get Roche number 3 here.
Absolutely are. High ground water's up. Lumiere's looking for anybody who can jump again. Sacred has just been a sitting duck on this Viper so far, even with a Force Staff and a Hood. Needs the Ghost Scepter next
he needs
just
a
to
ghost.
survive.
Exactly. You need that ghost, you know, buy time from the BKB, the Enrage. If you can do that, then you can have a lot more effectiveness in the team fights. We gotta catch this Ursa with his pants down one time and get the Roshan away from him. It's going for an MKB next. Trying to get ahead of the Luna's item build here. But Angel might not even go for the butterfly.
Yeah, goes for a Ghost Scepter himself, so E-Blade queued up.
There is a
Speaking of
hover on the
optimization-
bristleback. The evasion is still gonna be pierce is still gonna be effective.
We've got Scythe of Ice coming up again on the Hoodwink. Some big items here from both teams. As it looks like Unknown wants to try and push the Hikori buttons around the Roche pit. The big man is up inside that pit, and with a Rod of Atos catch, Terrorize is not going to come. Angel looking towards the AA now, but in the back lines, Widge is TPing out, and so is Prada. Ursa Warrior finds Sacred as the BKB is up for him. Angel, oh dear. BKB TP. There's no bashes, right? We're good.
Yep.
Luna's out, but Roshan opens up to Hikori because they lost the Bristle and the Viper in that engagement.
And that's not an Aghanims on this Roche. It's going to be a Refresher Shard, so, you know, not a free item for the Ursa. Ember with his Ags and Refresher, he's going to be pretty happy with that. That's 10 Remnants, Gary. 10. Can you count to 10?
No, I struggled to count to 6 earlier when Arvo said we had a 6-minute break. It's
I saw you.
a large number.
I saw that. Dude. This Unknown really wanted to win that fight, but they just couldn't find the angle.
Yeah, that's a Force TP low. Oh, of course, it's dead. Let's TP back to Fountain. We're done. Alright, now this base is their last bastion of hope. Last position of defense. Acorn shots getting real annoying here from this Hoodwink.
Same build, or a very similar build. This time it's Aether Lens into Sight Device on El Misho to make up for the lack of disables.
Hex, what did we see from Widge? It was like Solar into Hex, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. This is a little bit more effective because you got that extra cast range, plus you got the cast range from the Psychic Headband.
That's true. Spiderlings, they're going to spot out Unknown here. And they make the move straight towards Robo-Z. Cookie again disengages away from the Ice Blast, but you see how quickly Sacred dies. That position 3 hero just doesn't last long at all. And a great Bushwhack's going to save Vitaly from any kind of initiation that Unknown wanted to try, as the Lumiere, well, he jumps in, he hops out. Going to shake it all about around these bramble mazes, taking a bit of damage from the high ground, but nothing he can't sustain through with an Enrage, or in the Aegis, of course, giving him 2 lives. Ember Spirit, he's going to go for a bit of a dive. Shadow Realm from the Dark Willow, not going to save her, as Widge and Prada both shredded by this. Hikori Sido are going real deep. Paka's in trouble. BKB's up, but Lumiere wanting to take her down. The Hurricane Pike back will claim the first life as a TP out. Was optimistic. Pakas has to buy back now. And Ursa Warrior hunting for Robo-Z. He's hungry. Bristleback, some nice little tasty morsels there left for him as a 2v5 is what remains of this Unknown side. Their base under attack. And Hikori looking to take this to game 3, just like Avo Plus said. We cursed them in the predictions, and Team Unknown, they'll lose their Luna for a dieback on Packers, and game over surely coming. Couriers dying outside the fountain as well. The last-ditch effort with the Mortimer's Kisses, but Lumiere has BKB up and running. 2 supports against the world. Dark Willow and Snapfire, I just don't see them holding on.
They're probably talking about what went wrong. I don't think they're going to be coming back with both their cores dead for 80 seconds.
No, and they lose Prada just like that. GG. Good game. Hoodwink even picking up a Blink Dagger at the very end there, but yeah, spectacular comeback in this series and great performance from Hokori.
You know, all that Ursa, and you were just hitting creeps and it's like, what, level 4 in the jungle? We're like, oh, this is like the saddest game ever. Unknown did exactly what they needed to do, right? In the top lane, the mid lane, the Luna got out of bottom before she's in danger of dying. The Brood is going to take the tower anyway. But one thing they didn't do in this game was control the top side of the map. Right? Everyone on Hokori are running at the mid tower, and the mid tower is important to defend, but you still need Angel to push top lane out. Because if you don't get that information on top and force the Ursa to constantly go there, deal with that creep wave, you don't know if he's doing Rosh or not. And this Ursa, the only reason why he's able to come back was because he got that first Aegis. You know, then he got his Diffusal Blade. He kept running in, you know, bought enough time when the Aegis was down, got the second Aegis and the third Aegis, and you just can't let that happen if you're Unknown.
Yeah, great stuff out from Hokori, making the best out of a bad situation. Like, really just a terrible laning stage for Lumiere the first 5 minutes, but great stuff for them. And game 3 is going to be coming up. We'll take a quick break, return with Avo Plus, and take you through the rest of the series after this.
Hello guys, and welcome here to the panel yet again for the post-game discussion. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of afraid of you guys. This is very dangerous. 2 times you say the team is gonna win. You know that's actually a word in Spanish for that. We say you salar, like you salt a team, and that means that you're making that team lose because of your prediction. So thank you guys. I'm sure Hokori loves you guys because of that. What went wrong this game? Can you explain it to me? How come the draft didn't really work out there for Unknown?
It felt like Broodmother played a massive part in it, right? Like the early tier 1 bottom lane, pushing in towards mid. The fact that Stephen at the end of that game was saying Luna meant to push out the top lane. Broodmother's always pushing your bot towards tier 3. And I guess there was that one moment where Pakaz pushed top lane, cleared the wave, ran away, and then ran back towards the catapult. And I feel like that one move like got into his head where he's thinking, I don't want to go push top lane again. And he just stuck in triangle.
Would you agree with that?
It just kind of started even earlier than that. Like when the Ursa was in the jungle farming, Angel, he doesn't have access to the bottom jungle area because of the Broodmother being there, and he's farming the Ancients. But he had to adapt and go to the top side, top jungle, push that out, push the top lane, and constantly get that lane into the tier 2. So the Ursa would have to react. So you have information as to where the Ursa is on the map at all times, or even a very deep ward into the enemy jungle. The first Roshan attempt, it was a smoke, it got broken, that was nice, they got some good vision up, but the second time, same thing. No one was in the top lane. They constantly had 4 heroes middle, and the Luna was just farming at the Ancients, but nobody was pushing top side. And I think that's what kind of like allowed this Ursa to constantly just come back into the game. They could have even given up the mid tower at some point and just like try to smoke and run at the Ursa, because he's the one who's actually going to carry the game.
you even saw it when you were talking about the second Roshan. You're like, oh, look, smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. They take it, they bring the shard, and all of a sudden Ursa is unstoppable. I mean, there was multiple times where I was like, yes, you're right, guys. Enrage is off, but he still has Earthshock, and therefore he is still God for some reason. And that shard to me has seemed quite ridiculous this game. It felt like Luna just couldn't deal with that. Did you guys agree that feel like the turning point to you guys as well for the Ursa?
It's definitely one of them. I guess I also brought to light the item progression from the Luna as well, right? Theban, you said it was necessary, needed the Pike, but you always wonder what if she had a Manta style and was able to, push out some lanes without the threat of her showing on the map. That's what the Manta style brings you, not just for the team fight, but for I think AUI was calling it ghost push during the major. Having that ability to push waves without actually showing any information to the enemy team.
Yep,
All right.
I would have to agree with that.
Well, with that, let's see if we can see an exciting game 3. For now, the games have been super even, and Hokori and Unknown will have to face off one last time. We'll come back for that panel very shortly, but before that, we're going to take a 6-minute break so I can enjoy some nice mate as we wait for game 3 to be set up. Enjoy some ads while we wait so that our panelists can also have a bit of food to eat.
All right.
Oh.
Guys, welcome back. We are here with the panel yet again. It's game number 3 time, Unknown versus Hikori. This is the last time we get to see this wonderful matchup. What things are we expecting for the draft here, gentlemen?
Hoodwink ban, AA ban, 100% win rate so far. People stealing each other's support heroes.
Yep. I think
Ban, perhaps?
they'll maybe not pick Luna because it's 100% loss rate. That's also
true.
one thing. Very good point. Yep. I think maybe we'll see some different carries in this next series. Maybe both teams have lost a little bit of confidence in the Luna hero. So if Dusa and TB are available, they might just opt for that instead. And one of them is going to be at least one of them is going to be.
Unknown decided this time to start.
TB again.
They haven't this time. Unknown has decided this time to ban Vitali completely, taking away his Darkseer, which he was very known for in DPC, and now his Broodmother. They fear that offlaner. Do you think that was justified considering the last game's performance? You did talk about how great the Broodmother was there.
Yeah, it really was a good pick, and I don't feel like Corey had just enough answers for it. They did ignore the Broodmother, which was a solid decision, but maybe the little bit of lack of disables in their draft kind of caught up to them. Unknown now going for the Lion. That's a lot of disables already. Maybe last game they've also felt like they didn't have sufficient catch in their lineup to be able to combat Hikori. The Ember Spirit was able to kind of freely just zip around, do whatever he wanted. I do expect Unknown to actually take a carry right after. And this Lion pick is also setting up for the TB and the Dusa, and is stopping Hikori from being able to pick TB and the Dusa the more I think about it, because it's an excellent hero against both of those.
And it stops a lot of the spirit picks as well. Like, it stops Puck, stops the spirit picks, like you said, the TB, the Medusa. It's like when we saw Nyx Assassin become that first phase hero, it's the same kind of story, right? It's that block pick. You're deterring people from going a certain direction in the draft.
Yeah, and Analog has been playing Ember's. I mean, it's his best hero. If you guys have ever followed Analog, the guy's particularly known for his Ember, particularly known for his Spirit player. His Void Spirit's also pretty decent, but Ember is definitely what he stands out with, and being able to block that, considering that Hikori is pretty concerned with giving that hero. Do you think when you have a mid laner that's also new to your team, like for example Analog, which they haven't been able to practice too much, you try to go more for the comfort picks, just to make sure that it's easy and comfortable rather than trying to experiment, especially in the qualifiers?
Yeah, I mean, it felt that way the first couple of games, if I remember correctly, when they joined. He played a couple of Puck games in a row, and it didn't feel like he was particularly comfortable playing Puck, especially on Peruvian servers. But then they started picking him, you know, this like DK, the Kunkka, the Ember Spirit, the Void Spirit, and he looked way, way better.
Dusa.
There's that Medusa Theban.
There it is, one of them. And then they instantly ban out the Terrorblade. They might even ban out the Luna themselves, but I think some of the mana burning heroes could be a better choice for Unknown to get rid of. Medusa also very good against Timber in the lane. Be able to farm, shove him out. Once Timber's level 6, you can just leave, go into the jungle, no problem. Apparition being picked up from Hikori, that's kind of to like cover the Timber Saw as well. They didn't want the Timber to play into a Lion plus a Apparition combo there.
Well, they even ban out the Ursa, respect ban against Lumiere. I guess it's a hero that has also been posited as like a soft counter to Medusa, the ability just to
the Diffusal
build, super
and
helpful
stack.
against her.
Get the stacks of Fury Swipes as well. And on top of that, if the Ursa in last game can come back and carry that game that hard, then I'm scared to see what a decently farmed Ursa in the early game would look like.
Yeah, and this also counters the Ancient Apparition as well to a degree, because usually Ice Blast not great against Dusa, so it seems like Hikori's 2 first picks got a bit baited by this 8th carry pick on the Dusa. Very well to protect as well.
Getting out the Luna as well, so three big carries as Unknown have already drafted their own. They're not worried. But one more hero is being banned.
Well, they're banning all the offlane heroes, right? You banned Tide. Like, you took the effort to ban Sand King Mars. Do you go straight down that road again, or do you think about like the Invoker with the Alacrity on Medusa?
There's a lot they can do, like maybe a Vessel, potential Vessel hero. Invoker could buy Vessel, right? Alacrity. Class YX build and just go Vessel, so you can be that supportish role. Not a bad ban at all, I said. And I think RoboZ plays a pretty good Invoker. You're not going to want to pick like Kunkka mid. And I really feel like this Mars and Sanking wasn't what Unknown were considering because of the Timbersaw already. They're probably thinking more along the lines of heroes that aren't strength, especially with the Lion already being picked up. I don't think Unknown are too worried about also having more disables in the draft.
Because you have the threat of Venomancer still, right? Like, you've gone through that second ban phase. Hokori now could be looking to pick up their POS 1. And if they do go down that line, Unknown have that snap like, hey, we've got Venomancer, by the way.
Ember again.
Do you reckon they go round three of Ember against Bristol?
Bristol? It's harder this game. You're playing against Timber and Apparition, I think.
Yeah.
And it feels like Analog is getting better and better in the matchup because he's understanding like what he can do with his limits. So I don't think they're gonna go down the Bristol route one more time here on Unknown.
What other mid option? Oh, that's gonna be the. No, that Viper could still be flex, but do you think that'd be a decent matchup against the Ember?
Yeah, definitely. Viper can do very well against Ember. You just get like level 3, you hold the wave on your hill. Ember can't come into last day. He's gonna have to go jungle. Viper can also lane with the Lion depending on the carry Hokori pick here. But if they hold their carry to the end, which they will, because they're gonna pick the position 4 now, I don't think Unknown are gonna have the opportunity to flex it that hard unless they pick another hero that can also go off lane.
And is there like an answer? Because they've got 4th pick, right? So you scared of the double bans removing your carry hero, though?
You are, but are you gonna last pick a position 4?
With no flex, right?
I don't think I can say I've ever seen someone last pick a position 4 in a long time.
There's the carry.
Oh, they're gonna
They
do
just
it.
take it. They just take the void.
Okay.
Okay.
So Void versus Dusa matchup, how does that go? Do you try to go for the old Diffusal Blade Void build, or just build him normally against this Dusa?
I think you're supposed to just go a normal build here. It's very hard to just go Diffusal and then be able to farm fast and be like Diffusal doesn't make you farm fast, plus it doesn't make you tankier. So Void needs one of the two. I think that's a problem with him going for the Diffusal in the current meta here. And I do believe Viper was very potent against the Faceless Void. It's just that in game number 1, Hokori, they made a little bit of mistake in the laning stage. And it was a really hard game regardless. So I'm surprised by this Faceless Void pick here from Hokori.
It's also into the Lion, right? Lion has a lot of options of who they're going to jump and who they're going to kill. Maybe he'd like a little more to go along with him. Someone to actually
I was thinking an
that.
Oracle or like a save here would be really nice for Unknown.
This is what I was wondering. If they move that Viper to 3, like you said, it's the Viper Void lane is pretty good. Then you have Void Spirit who's able to get in onto the AA. You're able to catch up with the Lion. You've got that Blink Lion plus Void Spirit's initiation to actually go and hunt people down.
Unknown looking like they have a pretty solid draft. Hokori also have a really solid. They got a decent amount of burst damage with the Ancient Apparition plus the Timbersaw Chakram inside the Chrono. Ember set up chains and stuff. I'm just wondering if it's enough damage. Because Unknown have tanky heroes with the Viper and the Dusa, and there's no strength heroes either there for the Timbersaw to punish and fight.
All teams are looking to last pick supports, in fact, for this case. For Hokori, you're talking about how it's impossible to see a plus 4. Actually, when I asked Gary, what plus 4s do you think could be impactful enough to be worthy of a last pick? They took away the Mirana, somewhat decent, but Hoodwink and Nyx are all gone.
That was a really nice ban on the Mirana.
Yeah, Mirana's been the only one that's felt really good. Like, Nyx is gone, Hoodwink is gone, Tiny has fallen out of favor completely. Like, you start to wonder what that hero is going to be. Is it like a Tusk? Do we go something along those lines that's able to actually go along with this, Ember Spirit, try and catch people with Snowball, have another save, an element there to play with? Because it's a POS 4 that also wants to play off lane, right? Because it's a Timbersaw lane. So you want to be able to leave the lane, not necessarily play in that spot with a Timber, but rotate into mid and do some damage there. And then you start thinking, hey, who am I going to be moving into? It's a Void Spirit. Tusk can't really go in shards of Void Spirit. He's just going to dissimulate away. So I think all of the elements here make it really problematic for that last pick for Hokori.
We'll see. Like I said, like a lot of the good fours are banned out. The ones that can deal damage. Mirana would have been sweet with Ember Spirit, max chains. You can always arrow off that or arrow into Chrono. You would, and you can also help the Timbersaw get his level so he can solo the lane early on.
Is it like Lina 4? Like we haven't seen much Lina 4 recently, honestly.
That's really hard to play without a setup stun in your lane.
Yeah.
Maybe like Winter Wyvern could be good. There's a lot of routes that they can go. It just depends on this unknown last pick as well here, the position 5 that they're gonna pick. Because as long as you can...
Viper.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It could be a potential Viper 5, but it seems like such a good core Viper game. Like, you want him to have farm. But
maybe
Viper
after the
5
last game,
actually
Sacred's
wrecks
like-
Timber.
Sacred's like, no. I'm not playing Viper again. Give it to someone else. Prada, you play it.
If we're looking for offlaners, anything that can deal with Void Ancient Apparition as well.
Oh, you called it. It's gonna be the Doom off. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's gonna be the Viper position 5. You know what? I dig the Doom pick here because now you have a Doom for the Void. Faces Void hates playing against Doom. Like he jumps in, he's very vulnerable, especially if he doesn't have a shard to get out with. You just get doomed right after that. So you're like pressured to always go in and chrono, so that you don't get doomed and just run around like a headless chicken.
Hokori's just gonna like pick Rubik, and we're gonna be sad because Shadow Shaman.
Okay.
A bit
You
more
bring some-
stable.
Yeah. That's what you guys were talking about that you're lacking. A way to deal with Robotheta and his Void Spirit. Bit of push as well, which you're kind of lacking. I mean, it's mostly just lane push that you had. I think Hokori's draft, it seems a bit of a Frankenstein draft to me, to be honest.
Yeah, again, I have that issue with what does Shadow Shaman do when Timbersaw says get out of my lane?
Yeah. Can you gank? I mean, you can sort of gank mid, but you're relying on Robotheta
Yeah.
being out of position. I agree.
I feel like El
There's no
Micho's gonna be
combo
like
with that.
stacking camps for like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, that's the best thing you could do. Yeah. All right. So final predictions here. Let's see if we finally get a divide among the analysts. This time I'm gonna force you to go first. 1, 4, 3, 7. What do you?
Well,
what do you?
hold on, hang on. I'm flipping a
thinking.
coin right now. Okay, in 5 coin flips, I saw 3 green and 2 red. So I'm gonna go with Radiant here. All right.
Top tier panel.
I choose red.
All right.
Team red.
What?
There it is. One of us is gonna be right.
So,
What
but
we're gonna take.
in the final thoughts, I would want to ask: is there anything you particularly name one thing you favor from the Hokori draft? 1, 4, 3, 7.
I like their burst damage potential and how much lockdown they have. I think Shadow Shaman hexing someone on side lanes and A Blast coming out with the Timbersaw, you could pretty much kill any hero that's not the Dusa. And on the other side of Unknown, I really like the Doom plus the Dusa factor where this hero just needs to farm, right? The ease of execution I feel like is on Unknown's team, where Hokori, they need to have all these like small skirmishes, getting ahead slowly but surely, killing off supports, leaving the Dusa till the end, and then getting the Dusa kill later on. It's like a lot of work in my opinion for Hokori's draft, and need to be playing from ahead to be able to accomplish that.
There you go. Saved me a question, guys. As we are gonna go into the game, Unknown versus Hokori. This is gonna be the last game of the series. No, I'm sorry. He took your
You're not
question.
gonna ask me a question.
No, I had the question for
I had
Unknown.
such a great answer for it as well.
What is it? What do you love about Unknown's draft? Now I want to know. Now I'm very curious.
Medusa.
There we go. Wonderful. Let's get into game number 3. Let's see if Gareth is right, or if 1, 4, 3, 7 extensive analysis will be correct once again. Game number 3 underway. Winner takes all. Unknown versus Hokori. Take it away, Gareth and 1, 4, 3, 7.
And
I was
in
waiting.
we go.
There we go. Chat wheel lines being spammed as usual. But yeah, I think when I see Medusa, I'm just gonna back the Gorgon, get behind the Snake Lady.
Yeah, ride or die with the Queen.
Yeah, and I do like that shift of Viper into the 5. I didn't really consider it here as
Yeah.
it picked up little by other teams. You know, Noping I feel like kind of started that trend, and pretty good hit. You mentioned it's good against the Timbersaw as well, right?
Yeah, I think Viper eventually will probably just buy a Bassi and just keep poking at Timber with a poison attack, he's gonna feel very uncomfortable just standing his ground. And that would mean El Misho is gonna have to stay with the Timber and help him out in the laning stage. That means he's gonna be under level 2 on the Timber. So I like the lane setup there from Unknown. Unless the Viper just goes a little bit out of position, he's gonna be okay.
Well, that is the key, right? That sluggish, slow hero. You're going to make sure you're playing in the lane. You're not trying to get too deep contesting pulls and stuff like that. Unless you have the backup of your carry. Yeah, we could even see that situation where, you know, like we say, no ping. Panda Boo played it a hell of a lot. I think it was 4-5 games in a row he got first blood in every single game on his support Viper. Something we definitely have to keep our eyes on, as it can be quite easy if he gets on top of someone.
Like Garlic is gonna get a nice free D ward there with that ward they put on the low ground. It was out before the Lion. Lion didn't even have boots, just a wind lace, so kind of slow to that hill. And now he probably thinks it's a ward there himself, so he's gonna buy a sentry and gonna get nothing.
So when do you make that choice, by the way? Like I see this and I often struggle to think, when do I need to buy boots? When do I need to buy a wind lace or whatever like that? What's the idea here for Widge?
Well, you're up against an Ancient Apparition and you're gonna need a lot of regen against that hero because he's constantly unloading his mana pool into you, making you like half health, and if that happens, you're gonna feel uncomfortable. And then also to maybe help your offlaner last hit or deny creeps is very important too. They got 3 roots on Hikori's side. Lumiere just knocked that one in there.
Just walked up the high ground.
Generally, if the opponent position 5 is not a melee guy who's going to chase you down, you want to go a little bit more on the stats and the regen.
Okay.
Windlace is good enough because it's building into your Tranquil boots that you're going to buy anyway.
That's true. I'm down there with a Doom. Something we saw a fair amount, you know, PSG LGD really showing off. As Doom bring on the off lane, that hand of Midas into the fast.
E1 as well.
Blink.
They played the mid, the carry, and the off lane Doom.
Such a great hero. Quite often, though, it feels like it indicates that you want to wait till late game or top. They're chasing down.
Angel's so low. My
Angel Medusa, but they're going to turn it back onto Misho. It looks like the poison attacks, they are building up.
Angel,
Timber chain forward with Whirling Death. Angel, yeah, he looks like he should be all right there. Fine with the level 1 mana shield.
He wants the first
and
blood.
First blood. He wants it desperately, but El Misho, he puts down a tree cut through by Prada. Timbersaur's still trying to chase back the Duso.
Oh my
Tries to get
goodness,
under
what
her
is
tower,
going
but
on
El
here?
Misho, yeah, Benny Hill music coming through. He's running around the trees, and honestly, is he gonna try and get onto Angel again? They've got the chain and the Whirling Death, the first blood for El Misho.
What just happened? I don't even know how Angel lost all his regen like that to begin with, but that should not be the case, Gary. Like, having mana shield level 1 is also a disaster. Gets the tower. He goes to the tower to suicide and come back to the lane with full resources. Bottom, Wish getting chased as well. It's gonna be okay.
Like a great move by El Misho for sure, but yeah, you're right. The initial move of that lane, it must have just been spamming out these spells, hit level 2 a little bit faster than your opponent, and giving that XP to the Timbersaw, who's already level 3 now. And that's meant to be your double range lane with Viper support, who's putting pressure on.
Yeah,
Immediately
and the
taking
Viper,
off of that top lane for Radiant.
But you can see Vitaly, even though he's level 3, like he's kind of walking away because he's got that 1-1 build to start. So not enough reactive armor regen going at the moment, plus the Viper poison attack's a little bit annoying.
Prada starts to be very wary of his own positioning, though.
El Misho doesn't have a TP this time.
Back into the forest.
Oh,
He
El
can't
Misho.
run this time. Oh, yeah. Oh, fairy fire. Oh, he's juking.
Oh, you
Found
kill
by
on the
Prada.
Viper too. I wanted to kill it, give that to Angel, and because El Misho dies here without a TP, this is like pretty disastrous for him.
Bad times.
Only level 1
I guess
too.
silver lining is the wave is in front of tier 1 Radiant. Timbersaw's gonna get a lot of that. Then Timbersaw pretty good at contesting any pulls if they were to come. Looks like there was another Radiant wave though to hold the lane back a little further. Oh, top lane. That was fun, Theban. How are these other lanes going? I've got the 2 spirits mid. That's pretty even matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, so far so good. RoboZ doing just slightly better. Analog though, controlling bounties and water runes. I saw El Misho take the water rune earlier top and Ember going bottom side. So very focused on the runes at the moment. So Robo C doesn't have much resources.
There's Prada dying again. Tried to pull, gets out in the open, and that is one of the big weaknesses of that position 5 Viper. If you show yourself, you get jumped on. You are sitting duck.
Oh, another reset onto top lane with that 1 kill, and Angel, he's just looking to get level 5 as quick as he can so he can get the hell out of here. He knows that the Timbersaw is going to hit 6 quickly in this game because he gets so much solo XP and got that kill earlier as well.
Even getting creeps out of a pull too. Amisha going to hold the way for him. So yeah, pretty even mid lane. Top lane, like you say, Medusa's going to think about how to get the jungle. And Angel being chased down by Vitaly and Elmisho. That level 1 shackles. It's going to chip away at her, but most importantly, it forces that Medusa away from the creep wave.
Radiant's top
It's
tower
going
is
to reach under a
attack.
tier 1 tower though, so nothing drastic, nothing major lost.
Yeah. I find this bottom lane to be quite interesting here, Gary. The Doom has 6 denies, doing better than the Void too, and that's kind of scary because you got this hero who wants to just max devour farm, and you feel like his weakness is the early game, but he's doing very well in this laning stage right now.
Is that because of his Infernal Blade pickup? Because I feel like during the major we didn't see Infernal Blade level until I don't know, like level 8, 9 or something.
I don't think it's a good pickup because you'd rather just have the lower cooldown on the score shirt and just keep spamming that out because that actually harasses for quite a bit. Oh, yeah, Misho, bottom.
Yeah, Sacred,
gank.
shackled up. Good move in from the Shadow Shaman. Something I was worried about is where Elmisha would find his home, but I guess having a good start on Timbersaw means he can relinquish control of that top lane a little bit earlier on, just leave him solo, can't he?
Yep, that's why Timber gets first phase ban. Not only is it a counter to most strength heroes, but the ability to be able to solo in the offlane against 2 heroes, come out ahead and have kill threat on them is unparalleled. So they just get this Shadow Shaman who has a free game, can go anywhere he wants, gank anywhere he wants. And he gets that 1 juicy Doom kill bottom.
Let's get spotted on his way towards mid though. Dara
He's controlling the
knows
runes.
exactly what he's up to, yeah, and make sure Robozu has to go up to top, which means Analog just slight chains,
Bottom.
and Rune spawns down bottom. As Robo-Z,
Dead.
oh, he gets him. The Astral Steps finish off the Ember Spirit, and bottom rune is being guarded by Widge. So he's going to
That's
grab
a
a
big
DD rune
yikes.
and maybe even be able to rotate.
He was 2 mana off of Remnant there. That's why he died. He wanted to Remnant bottom side and take the rune, but he did not have enough mana.
This one was
Disappointing for that Ember Spirit for sure. And that was, again, just a dead even lane and a solo kill out of that Void Spirit. Level 7.5 now. Analog's like, well, there's no rune here anymore. I'm going to try and run down towards bottom. Maybe I can
Might
fish
get that
for
lane
a
ward.
kill. You see the Lion, the Doom have moved across, but a Hex comes immediately out of Widge, knowing that action was arriving.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that Shadow Shaman gank earlier has relinquished a lot of pressure. Lumiere now almost level 5.5. He's setting up bottom once again. Ember does have a TP available too because he remnanted back to mid lane. If he needs to
Yeah,
TP
that's
down
the
here.
chain disables. Started off with a cold feet into Elmisho's pairing of spells. Lying down again, but it doesn't really stop Sacred, still devouring and gathering up a hell of a lot of gold down in that bottom lane. And like you were mentioning, Angel has just left the top lane, farming jungle, top CS, and top of the net worth, only to be accelerating even faster.
Yeah, 6.5 now. Just so funny where he's the one who died first blood, but he's still top net worth.
Is Prada the core now? Prada just on this Viper holding top lane.
Yeah, it's good. It's really, really good for him to have this very high level support hero, and Vitaly can't kill him, then that's an even bigger win here. Unknown. I think they're pretty satisfied with the state of the game right now. Mid laner, you know, you got that solo kill from Robo-Z. He's also going to pick up the Illusion rune now. Wasn't really able to do much with the DD, but that's okay. He already had that 1 kill onto the Ember. Doom going to make his way towards a Midas. They feel no pressure on Unknown whatsoever. Like, they're satisfied with the pace of the game. They're just looking to farm on all their heroes right now.
Yeah, that's their natural flow, right? You're kind of aiming, usually we'd say with Medusa, you're aiming for kind of 20, 25 minutes or so to be actually fully ready and raring to go. Doom, it often feels like extends that a bit more towards 30 odd minutes. So I guess, you know, the first 8-9 minutes here going dead even, not losing out on your laning stage. Gonna be a great morale boost for them.
Very interested to see how the Timbersaw is gonna play this game. Where is his first move gonna be? He's trying to go on this Viper top, but he just drops the ulti, Nanotoxin. RoboZ now has a chance to kill him.
Here as well. Yeah, Vitaly caught up in that Ether Remnant. Beautiful. The instant TP reaction out from the Void Spirit, catching out the Timbersaw. You were wondering where his next move is going to be. It's to the grave. Back to Fountain.
You got me there. And now he has a TP scroll. Where is he going to go next after that then? Like normally Timber, who's alone like this and has kicked the enemy carry out, can take the tower. But against Viper, he wasn't able to do so. Viper dishing out so much magic damage. I thought he was building into a hood with that Ring of Health first purchase. But he went back for the Arcane Boots and still doesn't have that hood yet.
So what, he comes back up top. Analog is here as well. But yeah, usually it's that tier 1 top, then Timbersaw plants himself mid lane. As back in that Radiant jungle bottom, Widge and Sacred, they get the Hex Doom onto the Void. Oh dear, Lumiere, he's got some backup coming. A deny maybe? No, God, it can't get it done. Ember Spirit now with a cold feet, but no chains. Trying to slide a fist, there it is. Catch out Sacred, and with El Misho shackling him, they'll at the very least get a trade.
Ali, he's gonna die top again too. They're just bleeding on Hokori's side now. Timbersaw, this is what I was worried about. What's your play? Where are you gonna go to apply some pressure? You can't do anything to this Viper. He goes back top, he just dies again. Your Void dies bottom side. And now they're making us smoke really deep into the enemy jungle, trying to find this Medusa. But do they have enough damage for it? It's a level 9 Medusa. Only 1 level in mana shield, so you might have enough damage.
No, she doesn't have Stone Gaze either. They're gonna take out the Viper instead though.
Tank the gank.
More simple kill. Arcane Rune still going for Analog, so he wants to keep this going a bit more. Get the TPs out of Unknown as Widge turns the face off against El Misho. Ice Blast won't connect. Serpent Ward's dropped in, but in comes the Void Spirit now with the Remnant and Analog trying to Remnant away. Widge doesn't have anything left to disable him and does die in the end. RoboZ holding on towards that Remnant, and the Mystic Snake forces him to jump as the Astral Step finishes him off. RoboZ still low, but he's got Dissimulate. And plenty of spells to play around with as Vitaly might die here. He's chained forward. He's played aggressively, but more so as Unknown. They come back with a Viper. Vitaly, the Mystic Snake, bounces forward.
An Astral Step?
Another Astral Step. RoboZ.
Not gonna go for it.
Thank you.
Very
Would have been
patient.
scary. He could
And
have
look at
possibly
Lumiere.
died.
Faceless Void comes up here and he wants to use that Chrono.
Angel just looking to kill the top creep wave and probably just TP out of here. I don't think he wants to be in this area of the map.
I wonder if they know Void's up here because they've got Chrono Ice Blast.
Oh, Angel. He spent too much time.
Mana Shield, Stone Gaze, off we go, speeding away into the trees, and now it's time to TP.
You know, he just got that Stone Gaze too. Look at his XP. He hit 11 just then, and now he TP's out. Alright, time to farm. On the bottom side. Any ancient stacks? Yup. Got one.
Oh yeah.
So far. And Doom, meanwhile, the second carry of Unknown is not even Void Spirit, just Doom. Just AFK bottom with his Midas and level 3 Devour at the moment.
And that's the thing, these Hokori, they're smoking. They come into this jungle, but there's no one here. Top lane Viper is caught out by the Ice Vortex and some good damage out of Vitaly. Looking to blow up Prada, but that's a position 5 Viper, don't forget. Gardic trading here still doesn't feel particularly good, while Witch gets shackled up. A buyback out of Prada now as the Doom thrown out. Vitaly kills off the line, but Ember Spirit, the bigger target, is slain. Much better for Unknown as they just snap into action so quickly with these buybacks and TPs. El Misho on the run. I don't know what you can do though. RoboZ's gonna have a Remnant in a sec. I'll slow down the Shadow Shaman and pick him off easy as you like. Doom now, 5,600 net worth. Yeah, you're right. He's ahead of the Void. He's going to have Blink Dagger and 1,000 gold. Huge performance out from Sacred.
Yeah, it's like you make a play onto top lane and you get one Viper kill, but you still can't take the tower. You get pushed off, and all that effort that you did just to get in that position to try and take the objective, and you couldn't even do it. Like those are the scenarios where you need to assess. Okay, can we actually take this tower if we bring everybody there? If you cannot, they just gotta be farming. Get to your levels, and try to make some smoke plays, and then lead those into objective kills.
Oh, they've got such a good read on this. They know that Medusa's going to get gone on. Can they get to bottom in time, though?
Gaze.
They managed to with a
Not
Stone
soon.
Gaze. Angel so low. The Ice Blast and the Serpent Ward's going to work. They've taken her down. And a backstab comes in from RoboZ, and Widge with a Finger of Death. They blow through El Misho as Timbersaw and Ember Spirit chasing forward towards the Lion. And this was much better from Hokori, executing onto that bottom lane.
That is so much better. Instead of just running at these objectives mindlessly, just trying to make the plays on unknown heroes who are just by themselves. For example, like the Doom who was bottom earlier, but this time they catch the Dusa, and the Void is just able to get some free farm top in the meantime. They desperately need that Dusa kill. She was gonna get 18k, sorry, 8k net worth at 13 minutes before she died.
18k?
18k. Record breaking.
Wow, huge. Yeah, they're still in a position though where Team Unknown just coming back to their towers, plonk a couple of heroes in front of them, and no matter where you look, you know, Hokori, they need to find big team fights. They need this Chrono Ice Blast. They need 2-3 kills just to be able to push objectives. But Shadow Shaman's the only tower push they've really got. When his Serpent Wards are on cooldown, you got
All
nothing.
the towers are pretty healthy for Unknown too. At the moment, it's quite concerning since they're playing against the Dusa for Hokori. Angel just stacking camps and farming it up. Got that Sanjin Yasha now.
Doom borrowing some with that Devour. Gets his War Stomp with a Blink Dagger and a Smoke out from Unknown.
Here we go, once again. I've seen this movie before.
You're pushing
Did
top
not
tower,
end well
huh?
for Hokori. Let's see how it goes this time.
Who gets doomed? Who gets Blink Stomped? Gardic holding the front line. RoboZ, immediate jump with the Astral Step and Gardic down. Sacred doesn't find the Doom target he wanted. Void and Ember Spirit both looking to retreat, but the Yule's up and a stun. Which times it well, and the Blink War Stop. They don't even need to doom him. Sacred holds his ulti.
Radiant's top tower is under
They do get a good push in towards the mid lane with Serpent Wards and Catapult, but it's going to be defended.
So many TPs.
Vitali, he timber chains, but he's still too close to danger. The chain stuns in from the Lion and the
More
Doom
mana.
potentially here. The Ether Remnant and Vitali chain off to the left. They kill the tower. Theban, they got an objective, but they lose
Got
so
it.
much for it.
Look at top.
3 heroes to kill the tier 1. And top lane, the Chrono, the Dusa. She's caught up here with the Shackles and the Ice Blast. Podcast way too far out in the front. And even with the Stone... Oh, maybe with the Stone Gaze.
He's out of there.
Podcast, he's out of there.
Radiant's
Not even dead. That was 3 heroes just unloading all their spells but the Serpent Wards, and they couldn't even kill Angel.
They scan. They know. The TP home.
Oh,
Angel, the
he
sniper,
missed.
no
What?
chains. He doesn't launch the chains. It comes too late. Analog misses out. Now the Blink Stomp in. The Doom. Sacred finds the El Misho. Shadow Shaman. Down you go. Tier 1 tower does get picked off by Lumiere. And they've got Sacred here with the Doom ready to go. Gardic. Focused by Product. Chains onto RoboZ as the Doom turns back towards the AA. But Witch has the Hex. They should have the Doom here. All the chain stuns and the ulti out from Sacred. That'll find the kill they need. Timber chain in. Clears through the Doom and RoboZ. He's got Yules. He'll have to simulate in a second. Self-Yules to dodge the Timber chain damage whilst Prada is dealing with Lumiere single-handedly. Viper against Void and Viper's winning. Viper is winning. Almost killing him off. The stun
+5
from Witch
Viper.
misses, unfortunately, though, as Lumiere finds a little hidey hole in the trees. Oh, but he doesn't escape. RoboZ's there, and Vitali trying to mop up the mess that's been created. Very far in Glimmer Cape, the saves come out from the Viper, but dead. 70 seconds on the sidelines. A good Ice Blast. Back onto the Void Spirit, but he's got that taunt out from the Ether Remnant onto the Timber Sword. Jumps away with that final Astral Step. And Widge will also get away there as well. And while that's all happening, Theban, Medusa has been hitting creeps and tower.
Yep, the whole time. I mean, she did go back to base first to heal up, but she's been hitting creeps after that. I'm still shook that Analog didn't launch his Searing Chains with that Sleight of Fist. They would have surely got that Dusa kill, and then everything would have been worth it. Unfortunately, they didn't. They lose the Void too. Did you notice that the Viper is now higher level than the both +1 and the +2 of Hokori?
Excuse me?
He's level 12 on the Viper.
What?
The Void and Emperor are still level 11, or they're about to hit 12 now.
only 7-8 minutes in when I said call Viper. I was joking a little bit, but I guess if it works, it works. There's a good catch on top lane though. Widge
Top tower is under
killed off
attack.
100 gold short of Blink Dagger.
Are fortified.
Trying to apply some pressure onto the top side. Timber gonna tank the tower. They really just want Unknown to keep coming and fighting them because they can't just out-farm the Dusa with the Faceless Void.
The Serpent Ward's doing a bit of chip damage. Void Spirit looking to make a meal of that top lane fight. I'll come back though and just clear through the wards. And yeah, Medusa's pushed out a number of waves bot, finds a nice juicy wave mid. Jungle is all guarded and protected for her. And it really does come down to that. You said it when the draft ended, ease of execution. Radiant knows they can walk it down lanes, but and when you get pickoffs like this, you'll scepter up. Can you dissimulate or step to the right? No. Shatters to the Ice Blast. Still with the Doom though. Sacred finds it with Widge's Finger of Death and the Shackles cancel. So with Angel arriving, they'll take down Elmisho quite simply while Timber chaining away. Vitali stuck up and turned to stone. Another stun there. I don't know. They got the damage to do this? He's got no mana left, so he can't really run away. Back up though, coming in the form of Lumiere with that Faceless Void. Guarding very low. And they'll have to turn and run. Chrono. Oh, it's used on the Viper. The core Viper. Prada, he's dead. But Lumiere has to time walk away. Timbersaw still running low on resources, but tanky enough to withstand the little bits of damage coming through bit by bit from Angel.
Yeah, Angel had to show up here because he did not want to just let his team to dry out there. Hakoria had just been dumping 5 heroes into this top lane, trying to do something to bring themselves back into this game as they see the Dusa just constantly farming and unable to bring her down or even gank her. Timbersaw, you know, he got a little bit close, but he's pretty farm. He's got that Kaya Sanj status assist, very tanky, lots of healing. Just gotta wait for Unknown Angel to hit his item timings. Ag's not complete, so lots more disables gonna be coming out from the side of Unknown. Void's gonna hate that.
It really is. Every time I just look back at Elmisho, he's somewhere on the map trying to do something. Dead again. Serpent Ward's wasted somewhat. Slight chains onto Widge though, so at the very least a trade. Timbersaw feeling quite bold with his moves, just chaining aggressively.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I guess one thing to be said is the places in which, excuse me, Hakoria are forcing the fights. They're not allowing Unknown to walk down the lanes, right? Tier 1 mid still standing, Tier 1 top still standing. They are forcing fights in awkward places.
They're keeping Unknown's net worthly like it's kind of plateaued, right? It's been sitting at 6k for about 6 or 7 minutes now. And that's all because of the way that Hakoria have been fighting and where on the map that they've been doing it. Now, if they let off the pressure that they're doing right now, Unknown are going to start picking up.
Radiant's Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Has fallen.
Your life served no purpose, but your
Medusa and Doom have been farming too. Like Unknown, all their cores are just so scary. You have to commit a chrono to kill just one of them, but then now you don't have any disables to kill any of the other cores.
You need some huge teamfight executions coming out from Hokori.
Yeah,
Like,
even
really huge.
the Viper, even the support of Unknown, like position 5, he is so hard to kill. 1800 HP with a Glimmer Cape and a Solar Crest. Normally you think, guys, let's just kill the supports first. No, outnumber them, then we can take the team fight. But that's not really that easy
Are scanning.
in this game with this Viper.
The Radiant scan doesn't find anyone.
Dire
Dire
are
scan on the opposite side. Ooh. Not going to clip onto Elmisho, but pretty close. Oh, is it going to turn red? I have no idea where anyone is. Oh, there is a dire ward now spotting Vitaly, though, I guess. So Timbersaw showing on the map here. Unknown with much better ward coverage right now. Around Roshan, they see everything coming. And then press forward. Sacred's ready. So is Gardic, though, with some vision finally coming out onto his triangle and smoking around it. Lumiere, straight with the chrono. Ice Blast in, dodges the stun. Robo Z self-fuels up, but the Stone Gaze now comes out from Angel. Robo Z down, and Lumiere with his double damage rune is starting to go to work, but I don't know, your Timbersaw getting stuck back here. Slices through Widge. Hakas, this Medusa, hexed up inside the Serpent Wards and isolated. They've got the Medusa stuck. Can they kill her off, though? That is the primary question, because they seem to be lacking damage. With Void down, there's not much they can do.
Honestly, that was probably one of the best fights that they were going to get. Unknown inside of their vision, 2 cores getting chronoed. You got at least a Void before the Doom popped his BKB and just walked away. It just would have been nice if they had an Elmisho Blink Dagger there just to be able to hex the Doom so it doesn't get the BKB off. Because it doesn't get the BKB off, then the Faceless Void can just stand in the ground and fight, not have to worry about the Doom. In the end, they end up losing the Void, and Unknown just retreat, reset, wait for their Void Spirit to back up alive, and then probably do the same thing, just run back at Hokori. What's going to stop them this time?
Just go again. I don't know. Every time this fight, like you said, it's this core mismatch, right? Medusa, Doom, they're farming, they're scaling much better than a Timbersaw could ever dream of. Like when your Timber's top of the net worth compared to your Void, Faceless Void and Ember Spirit, something has gone wrong down the road. I do manage to deward that high ground vision that the Dire had. So at least Roshan is a little more open for Hokori to try and contest. And classic Shadow Shaman things. Hiding in the trees, waiting for something to happen. Unknown. Gonna push the envelope, force something to happen around the pit.
They know it's happening.
That's Ice Blast down for 30 seconds. Timber's
Got
out
a
of
mad
mana.
on Timber.
There's a hex and a stun. Roshan about to die. Void Spirit just towing the line around the side. They know it's happening, they just can't get in there.
Yeah, they had vision inside the pit because the Ice Vortex. Ember didn't even try to go for a steal there. He was too afraid of a possible Yules or a Remnant and dying, so they just give it up. It is the first Aegis after all. There was no shard or cheese there.
Dire structures are fortified.
But that's also going to mean this Dusa can do whatever she wants on the map if she already couldn't do that already.
Elmisho gets a grand total of 200 damage on that tier 3 top.
That's just to force heroes back. Buy some time.
I guess he got a fair amount of gold from pushing out all those waves, closing in on his BKB. So eventually he's going to be able to, what, hex and shackle up someone for an extended duration?
Yeah, ideally it's the Doombringer before he gets the Doom. Like maybe he blinks in, doesn't pop his BKB, you get a nice hex on him. You pop your BKB, then shackle him. Buy enough time. Hopefully your Timber can just kill him in that duration.
Are you a fan of these Dire wards, by the way? Hang on a second. Analog Roboseat. Okay, yeah. Oh, we're still gonna move in. Parkas and Widge blinking forward on the Lion. Man, the Remnant out of there. Doom is Shadow Bladed with an Arcane Rune.
all committed for the Roshan, oh,
Yes.
hell yeah. Do everything to take Rosh. Roshan is
Four
like
observer wards.
your key to success in life.
Dire
Kill
are
Rosh, you
scanning.
win game. So, let's do it. 4, literally 4, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You don't
Think
see
we're gonna
anything
take
else on
Roche,
the
we're gonna
map.
fight around Roche. No, it's just this is where we are. Base camp Roshan. I think El Misho's having fun.
Tower is under attack.
They're gonna go high ground here with Angel. There's nothing stopping them from
Radiant's
doing it.
top tower has
He realizes that Hokori are all just split pushing. They don't want to engage into this Dusa. They just try to, you know, push the wave in. But Sacred, I think he showed on a ward there as he TP'd in. So they know he's here.
He's got that Shadow Blade.
Oh,
Oh.
Lumiere.
Can he solo kill the Void?
Lumiere-
He can, right?
No, he can't. He needs a Shiva to solo kill him. But he can doom him and hunt him down.
Yeah, pops his BKB. Lotus Orb came just a fraction too late. Some good body blocks, but RoboZ with the spider legs chasing towards Lumiere. The slight chains forcing out the
Oh, the
Yorcef, and they've
finger!
got that
No.
finger of death. Sacred gets the final touch, killing off the Faceless Ward before the Doom ended, and RoboZ still alive. Oh, no, he's not. Dies to the Shatter of the Ice Blast and a turn back onto the Lion. You're trading out this Faceless Void for 2 of your own heroes while the rest of your squad scrambling. Medusa and Viper miles away, still trying to join in and connect with this battle.
Tower is under attack.
Prada, hexed up, and they've got Ember Spirit ready to remnant in. This Viper, he's got Glimmer Cape, but he's dead. They Stone Gaze, Hokori just run away. Sacred wanting to chase down El Misho. So much damage from that. Shackles and Whirling Death, though. And Medusa's in a 1v4 now. She'll
She has
get one
Aegis.
kill, and the rest of that just run away. We can't fight her.
But they gave up the Viper and the Doom for that Shadow Shaman kill. It just wasn't worth it at all. Hokori making the big plays there. Medusa, you know, she didn't have a way to get to that bottom lane quickly, so she was running across the map. You know, they lose the Void, but they get 4 kills in return. I think Hokori are going to be pretty happy about that, plus wasting the time on the Aegis. I really didn't understand the Doom TPing bottom, because they could have just went straight to the high ground top lane and forced all of Hokori heroes back, since they have the Aegis there.
It felt like that greed, right? That eagerness to really stick it to your opponents, get that one big advantage, and then go with it.
Yeah, they want
sort
to
of
get
taking
that
the
catch,
little
right? With the
victory.
Doom. He's got that blink and the Shadow Blade. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be sneaky. I'm going to catch these guys. But, you know, Hokori were all set up bottom. Nobody reacted to the top pressure of the Dusa. So it was just a little bit of a misplay, I feel like, on the Unknown side. Even though their intentions were good, there was just a better play.
Yeah. And it was the easier play as well, right? It was the walk down a lane up to high ground play.
Level
Sometimes you
25 Dusa now,
Radiant's
Gary.
bottom tower
On the
is
next
under
wave.
attack.
Oh, yeah.
And for Daedalus next, he's gonna be Angel's gonna be shredding. And the Void is almost 10,000 gold behind the Dusa. I don't think I've really seen a game where a team has won when there's a 10k difference between the 2 carries.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's gonna be
Unless
rough, man.
Unless it's an Alchemist. I think oh, it's a Chrono out from Lumiere onto 2. Sacred is
Got the
BKB
BKB
off in
first.
time, though. Ice Blast is coming, but he gets the Doom out onto the Faceless Void. But Prada, stuck up on the high ground, just destroyed down by Gardex AA. Ember Spirit's now remitting forward. They get the catch on the Lion. Widge in trouble. A flamethrower burning him. Lion down to a dominating Ember Spirit. I got a bash, a hex. Can RoboZ save the Medusa here? Aegis is gone. She's got
El
BKB
Misho.
Stone Gaze. She turns back onto El Misho. Shadow Shaman, even through his BKB, gets pummeled with the right-click damage. And now RoboZ back towards them with Widge bursting into Lumiere. Double buybacks were required from Unknown, but I guess you consider that a team fight victory for them. Medusa's still up and running, and they are charging towards tier 2s.
I mean, Unknown, they might have come ahead this time, but that was a very sloppy moves on their end. If I'm Angel, I'm pissed at my team right now, because why are they fighting so far away from me? You know, this Deuce is a snail. She's taking the tier 2 tower bottom. That's a big objective. You're gonna get the outpost too. So why is your team in the top radiant jungle where the Deuce can't get to you easily? With those 2 kills or those 2 buybacks, now Hokori actually have some kind of a win condition or a way to control the game if they can get the Doom kill or the Lion kill.
Especially in this really important period where next Roshan, most important objective of the game, right?
Yeah,
Radiant's middle tower.
exactly.
Not having 2 buybacks for that. Could be a
You
disaster.
know, we were talking about like there's a 10k difference between the two carries, but what if team with the 10k gold up carry, they don't fight around that hero like they just did? Then it doesn't really mean much.
That's worthless. Does mean though, Angel feeling strong enough just to go and cut and push some of these waves a little further forward. Hokori playing that very tightly grouped move down towards that bottom jungle to retake the outpost. And at least 1 minute for Roshan to respawn as well, so plenty of time here for Unknown to get a firm grasp on the map.
34 minutes blocking Ancients, blocking the Dusa Ancients.
Oh, with sentries? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's almost got that dataless. Like, she's probably just gonna buy out. There's no reason for Angel to hold buyback or anything. If the Dusa somehow dies in this position in the game, then you've done something horribly wrong. Get the damage now, burst your opponents first. And they're gonna need to flip the map soon. They're playing in the bottom area, but in 20 seconds, Roshan can start spawning. Shouldn't underestimate Hokori's ability to do Roshan either.
So
Are they actually gonna go high ground now?
That's what I was about to ask
me.
you. Like, take outpost and go high ground, but do they do it to force TPs back? No. They will move towards Roshan.
Yeah. They should smoke up here too. Just let the Dusa hit mid, smoke up, and Dusa's already gonna be nearby you. It's got that spider legs as well. So nice, by the way, having spider legs on Dusa. Not having to use a boot slot.
It's a free slot. Well, 1 minute for Roche. Pretty average spawn time. Sacred under that Shadow Blade. Gonna come out and kill some creeps. And the mirrored positioning here, high ground against high ground around Roshan.
They've learned their lesson,
Outpost
guys.
belongs to
They're
Radiant.
going together
Middle tower
as
is under
5.
attack.
This time they enter the enemy triangle area with
They've
the
also
Dusa.
3 lanes pushing in, right? So theoretically, Unknown are in a way better position pushing
Dire's
high
turret
ground.
has been killed.
Yeah.
The waves need to be cut by Hokori. And that means they're the ones being forced to show out isolated on the map like Vitali was a second ago. And they're Sacred. Straight up with a Doom and a clap down, and a Chrono onto Robo Z. The 3 of them all caught inside. Wedge blown up by the Ice Blast. Analog gets the takedown, and Prada follows him. They should get the Timber Saw here, but it's cost them a fair amount. The buyback out of Vitali now as well, while Gardic, chased by Sacred. The Doom is going to be able to finish him off, while Medusa, where is she? She's trying to walk around, killing off Analog. It's a decent stone gaze there. Yeah, you're right. There's no buyback on the Ember Spirit, so it's down to Lumiere and Vitali now. Angel at Medusa with the Skadi. Facing off against El Misho, Shadow Shaman, but they're going high
You're gonna
ground.
top tier 3. Yup.
They're not even going to try and kill the Medusa. They're going barracks. Hokori break up there with the Serpent Wards, all thanks to that El Misho Shadow Shaman.
Sorry, with another great team fight. You saw the Doom going in onto the Timber Saw. They dropped the Chrono on the back line, killed the 2 supports off with the Ice Blast and the Ember, and the Dusa was still running back from the mid lane, Gary. It's another fight, once again, Unknown, playing into the Radiant Vision. And Roshan is up. Pace's voice hitting this. They have no idea this is happening.
Ember was dead for
my
80
goodness.
seconds, no buyback.
Okay, there
and
it is.
Hokori,
The scan. Yeah. They scanned it. They at least know.
should be able to stop it. Faces Void, Void Spirit. A little back and forth there between the steps and the Time Walks. Mystic Snake with that Aghanim Scepter. A bit annoying here for the Faceless Void as he BKBs and Time Walks onto the Prada Viper. Timber Saw's in, but Gardic's down. Prada gone as Vitali helps Lumiere to get that grab. Medusa still standing strong though with these Mystic Snakes, stopping people from maneuvering. And Robo Z with his own BKB, the double mana drain, the suck out, and the Finger of Death. Lumiere's gone. No buyback on your Faceless Void. Shadow Shaman and AA both pop back to the battle, TPing to the top outpost as well as the Ember Spirit. But Medusa's too strong. Unknown finally fighting around their Gorgon. And Pakard's showing how powerful he can be. Great Hex out from Wedge. Catch the Ember Spirit up, and RoboZ's got to disengage. Lumiere's returned to the fight after buying back. And they are in a 5v1 basically, because Witch is dead and Pakard is alone. The Medusa, gets to the low ground, but the Shackles and Ice Blast They come in with a Doom. Sacred, he bursts down Lumiere. The dieback on the Void. Now Vitali's the one stranded, doomed up, slowed by the Skadi. They couldn't deal with his Puck-ass Medusa.
They're gonna get the Roshan. My goodness. You know what, Gary? This spider legs is just absolutely busted. Just saying. Just saying. Like, one is giving a free slot to the Dusa for another item. Two, just like ran around along these trees and hills, and Hokori couldn't pin down this Dusa with all the disables that they had. She literally fought them off 1 versus 5. And now they get the Aegis, Shard, Aghanims. Jesus.
So what have we got? Shard on the Void Spirit,
Sorry,
Cheese on
not
him,
Aghanims.
Aegis Medusa.
Just Shard and Cheese. Why did I say Aghanims? I saw it Ags in Dusa's backpack, and I was like, yeah, she's just holding on to that for now, because running out of slots.
Oh, it's because it's Aghanim's Shard, Aghanim's Scepter. They're both technically Aghanim's belongings.
True.
And now no buybacks, right? At all on the Radiant. Void, actually, Void Spirit's the only one with a buyback in the entire game. 35 gold until Viper has his. But Angel, tier 3 down, tier 4's open up. What have we got? 40 seconds for Faceless Void, 60 for Timbersaw. So we're going to have a 3v5 best case scenario here. Ember Spirit looking to cut wave, try and buy as much time as he can, but the silence. Oh, the stun, the catch on to Analog. He's got a slight, but he's dead. A minute and a half, no Ember Spirit now, and Unknown, they've got this game in the bag. Robo's D's even going to go diving fountain for them. Got it caught up. Yeah, that dissimulate stun. Beautiful talent out from the Void Spirit. And Pakas just focusing tier 4's eyes on the objectives. The Radiant Ancient is open. They throw the Serpent Walls towards the Medusa. They've got shackles on to Prada's Viper. They can't stop the Medusa though. Stone Gaze, BKB, right clicks up as Lumiere gets a Chrono onto a couple, but the Doom comes down. He'll focus in towards Widge, but Lumiere's time is up. Dilate all you want, but it ends here right now. El Misho slain by RoboZ, and Pakas will finish the throne.
That Dusa had almost twice the net worth of the Faceless Void at the end of this game. Yeah, I mean, as much as Unknown, the other heroes apart from the Dusa try to throw the game by fighting away from the Dusa, this Guardian is just way too strong. He just, as soon as they were able to play with the Dusa, or the Dusa was there at the start of the fight, she's able to just destroy everybody. They can't touch her, they can't kill her. Spider legs just running around in the fights, able to hit whoever she wants, find the shaman, find the AA, doesn't even matter. It's just too farmed.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, in my eyes anyway, the second upset of the day. I mean, you know, Team Unknown, I guess with this roster change, it's hard to say, but going by Season 2 standings, Hokori, 5th place, while Unknown were down in the bottom 2. So, definitely a change of pace here for the SA TI10 qualifiers, as No Ping dropped their series earlier on today. And yeah, Unknown, a very well-deserved series victory, but we'll take a quick break and return after these messages.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the post-game panel. As we ready for this interview, just quick closing thoughts of that game. Actually, I'll be honest. I was watching that game, and in my head, the only thing I was thinking about is Gareth is right. You know, you can say a massive analysis, but in the end, Medusa. That's all you need to say sometimes. I mean, what a performance! It was. I did agree with the Doom pick. You could really see it towards the mid game, but it was just the unkillable Dusa. I mean that even final fight. Oh my goodness. I thought, yeah, now they finally got her. Nope, impossible. You just can't kill the Dusa. Even with the AA blast, they did absolutely nothing. What a game by Pakaz. Yeah, Spider Legs Dusa. I guess they played it on Pakaz, right? And that got them the win. I think that's a pretty solid playstyle for Unknown.
Yes.
I mean,
Sorry, I thought you were
to be fair,
gonna.
no, listen. I'm just staring at Gary. I'm like, Gary, you go first, buddy. I mean, it's okay.
I was
I
doing the
think
same
Sorry
thing.
for not
it was a
directing
very simple game for them to play. Like we talked about the draft, it was so easy to execute, right? Deuce's farming jungle, Doom's farming in one lane. Void Spirit just needs to get some XP and just cover both of those two heroes wherever the pressure comes in. And he did that. The Void Spirit especially got that solo kill on the Ember Spirit. That provided him all the momentum that he needed in the early game and all the farm that he needed. He kind of played like that utility role or that ganking role and just kind of covering the two cores, which is the Doom and the Dusa. And they just had to wait until those heroes were farmed enough. And those heroes are going to farm faster than a Faces Void, Ember, Timber, Tricore. So just a matter of patience on the side of Unknown.
Do you agree with that analysis, Gareth?
Yeah, I mean, I think even with some, sloppy plays, the first blood on the Medusa, with some kind of weird moves down towards bottom lane, it still felt like the game was always in the hands of the team with the Doom and the Medusa. We saw it at the Major, we've seen it at ESL. If you're being the greedy ones and you're scaling and your laning stage isn't a complete disaster, you always feel like you're the comfortable ones in the driving seat, and you pick your fights. Even if they didn't pick a couple of the fights around the Medusa, they were still able to make sure it happened later on in the game, and they got more and more chances to succeed.
Do you think that there was ever a point or some place where you thought, oh, if Hokori had done this just right, they would have been able to take the game, or was it just a bit too difficult for them under normal circumstances, of course, not a miracle play?
I think it's hard to say. Like, I think the Shadow Shaman did the best he could, right, pushing that top lane over and over again, opening the tier 3. It just always felt like the chrono had to land on like everyone but the Medusa, with Ice Blast on everyone. Like everything had to land on the 4 heroes, leaving Medusa alone, and then you force buybacks, and then do it again next round, right? So relying so hard on, I always have that fear when I see a Faceless Void picked up. You're relying on chrono to be really the linchpin of your team fight, and when that's on that 2-minute cooldown, you're thinking we have to go farm. But we're farming against the Medusa, so she wins out in that overall, extended kind of battle.
Okay, why you don't see the Void in the current meta.
All right. We're going to get ready now for the interview, which we have with
Yep.
Witch. Hola, Witch. Hola.
Hola, hola,
Hello.
¿qué tal?
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? I will be acting as the translator for any complex questions Gareth wants to bamboozle our players with, and Witch can answer our questions. ¿Qué tal, Witch? I'm going to ask him just how he feels after the game. ¿Cómo te sientes después de la partida? ¿Qué tal te encuentras?
Bien, bien, muy bien. Estamos muy contentos de que hayamos ganado y bueno, era lo que esperábamos, así que estamos muy contentos.
He says not only are they happy, but they expected this win
Oh.
against Hokori. Any follow-up questions to that you guys might be interested?
Well, I think we were all wondering, the Viper pick was something that we didn't really consider as position 5 for your team. At what point in the draft did you consider changing that to support, or was it always planned?
El Viper de la última partida, la idea era jugarlo siempre de support, o hubo un momento del draft donde pensasteis, aquí funciona de support?
No. Nosotros ya sabíamos desde un principio que íbamos a hacer eso y la verdad que esperábamos piquear más que nada un iniciador o algo así para lo último, que era lo que necesitábamos. Así que desde un principio ya sabíamos que el Viper iba a pasar a eso.
So they said that the Viper was actually initially always a 5.
Oh.
In fact, they knew, more so as a counter, they knew that they needed a good initiator from the start, so they knew they had to pick that last anyway. So the Viper was always thought as that 5 role, for sure. Anything from you?
Two questions for Wish here. I saw you're probably drafting and your drafting pattern. Do you feel like this patch or the meta for you revolves a lot around the carry and the carry matchup? So you like have like a list where you have a list like, okay, there's this hero and this hero, those heroes are gone, then you go for the next one there, some kind of priority list, and you just kind of go off of that.
Te quiere preguntar 1437 o sea, como tú eres, como drafter, ¿no? Tu opinión como drafter de... en el meta actual, ¿tú crees que el meta revoluciona mucho alrededor del carry? Y si es así, ¿tienes como una lista de carries en los cuales vas como tachando en plan, este carry no se puede, vamos por este, como una lista de prioridades? ¿O sencillamente vais a ojo con el draft?
Sí, yo creo que en la mayoría de nuestros casos lo que intentamos hacer es eso de jugar alrededor del carry, ¿no? Y lo primero que hacemos es elegir cuál va a ser. Y a partir de ahí es de donde sale lo demás que hacemos. Por lo general, no te digo que siempre hacemos lo mismo, ¿no? Pero la gran mayoría de las veces quizás eso es lo que mejor está funcionando ahora. Por ejemplo, para hacerlo con Medusa o Luna y héroes así, creo que es lo más eficiente.
¿Y eso ha cambiado con la inclusión de pacas o ha sido una cosa del meta también?
Sí, puede que haya cambiado un poco con la inclusión de pacas. Nos ha dado un poco más de confianza para hacer algo así. Así que sí, contestando a tu pregunta, te diría que sí, un poco ha cambiado.
Oh, sorry, I had to ask a follow-up question. I was curious. So he said that they definitely do draft around the carry. They have a carry in mind, and usually they have a carry in mind that they're going to place the draft around. They think the meta is very important on the carry, and usually they think, okay, we're going to either do Duso or Luna or maybe a couple of options that you have, right? And then you draft around that. And then I asked him as a follow-up, did this change since Pakaz came into the team? And he was saying, yeah, actually, yeah. Thought about it for a second and said, yeah, probably, because he gives a lot of confidence, because we know his carry is really solid. So that's what Wish thinks. A lot of trust in Pakas. Final questions, we have to wrap it up.
I had
Wish...
one more. It's
oh,
really
okay,
good.
Okay, this is a really good question.
I did have two questions.
It's true. You're right. Let's go. Last question.
Okay, so my second question was, now that you beat Hokori here, and you're going to be playing against Infinity actually in the next round, were you expecting Infinity to be able to beat Noping, and how do you think you will fare up against them?
¿Esperabas que Infinity ganase a Noping y cómo crees que es contra Infinity?
No, bueno, sinceramente esperaba jugar contra Nopi, pero dado el caso en sí a nosotros no nos cambia tanto, de igual forma vamos a hacer lo mejor que hacemos siempre para poder ganar. No estamos tan concentrados en los rivales, sino que más que nada en nosotros.
Yeah, he said he was actually expecting Noping, but it doesn't really matter to him because they're going to play their best anyway, and they're more concentrated on themselves rather than their rivals and trying to beat them. So, Wish, muchas gracias por la entrevista, gracias por pasarte por aquí, ha sido un placer tenerte, mucha suerte en el resto de las qualifiers, esperamos que llegues lejos en estas upper brackets.
Gracias. Chao.
Adiós. Just usual congratulations as someone leaves. Good luck. Do well in the upper brackets. I'm a big fan. Typical things you say. So before we close off this panel, as actually, I was gonna go to bed, but I've been sipping on this delicious mate drink, which is not gonna allow me to go to bed because this is an energy drink. So if we get the what flavor is it? It is natural mate tea energy. In fact, let me explain to you about this wonderful mate who's also sponsoring this broadcast. If we can get the little sponsorship and giveaway here on the screen. Thank you. That's wonderful. So, I would like to remark a couple of things about this wonderful mate drink. We want to thank this sponsor. It is a natural energy drink that is caffeine reimagined. If you try mate today, you can get more day and more night. It is especially true for me because I'm doing 2 regions. Thank you, Mate, for keeping me up this whole time in 2 languages as well. Thank you. You're so kind. What a great sponsorship. We are also running a giveaway, which you can participate in if you are here watching us on Twitch. You just need to type !mate into Twitch chat, or mate if you are English. It is mate though, that's part of the herbal tea that it is. Each winner, each day we'll select 20 winners, and each winner will get 2 cases of mate. So if you're interested in participating, this works for all countries worldwide. Just type !mate into Twitch chat. Remember, better than an energy drink, better than a latte. Try out mate. That's it. I want to close with that, please. LP. That was the last sentence. Bye. Mate, mate.
It was beautiful.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Hello there, Dota 2 fans, and welcome back. We've got TI qualifiers for you, a new panel shift, and 2 more teams ready to square off in this bracket. I'm Zyori hosting it up, and your casters joining us for this will be Moxie and Purge. Hello there, friends. How are we today?
Hello, I'm excited.
Me too.
I am
The tournament should go really good. It's cool that there's so much like history from the DPC season feeding into this tournament. I think it just makes it so much more interesting than like half the teams being like brand new like 5 stacks that just got thrown together to try to qualify. So I'm super excited to see how it goes.
Dude, that's part of the fun though. That was totally part of the fun, was like, oh man, I've never seen this guy before. How's he gonna do? But yeah, now we have storylines, which I guess are pretty cool.
Yeah, and in true South American fashion, both series going the distance. Already a long day, and we have 2 more best of 3s to go. So let's jump into the draft for game number 1. We've got Infamous versus Ego Boys. Another good matchup here on paper for the upper bracket round 1, best of 3. And of course, we will have BINOMISTAS versus SG Esports as that second series coming up after this. So, we've got the draft under our beautiful faces. Perfect. I like this. Nyx Assassin Mars taken out by Infamous. Gyrocopter so far by Ego Boys. Both teams taking their time with these initial bans.
They've done their homework, much like I have. 72% win rate for Gyro on Infamous. Very easy to take that out in the first phase here. Ego Boys coming from lower bracket. So they're going to have a tough road. Lower bracket meaning DPC Season 2, or Division 2, excuse me. They're going to have a tough series here. But who knows? Maybe they're going to win. Pull something out weird.
Now, for Infamous, they've got Parker on their lineup, and this guy, he made quite a name for himself across the seasons of DPC. Towards the end of the second season, we actually started seeing him play a little more regular, a little more consistent, but before that, he tossed a couple of games. He was known for making very aggressive plays, YOLO, as the kids like to say. He had a game on Morphling mid where he fed a Queen of Pain into, I think, the fastest Orchid that we had on record. It broke some huge record, certainly for the region, maybe globally. So a lot of eyes on Parker. Will he perform well? Has he been in shape? That's the number one question. He should be playing safe lane position 1 for Infamous.
It'll definitely be interesting because I know, a while ago, before they made the switch, they did have Pakaz, or Angel, I guess is what he rebranded to, right? He renamed himself. Old habits die hard, right? But, it's interesting too. You've got Faker over on the squad, who I think is one of the mids to watch here, and SA as well. So I'm interested to see, just how well they can actually bounce off of each other. I know Faker likes to be very tempo controlling, which is excellent, but I'm not as familiar with Parker. And I think it's a big shift from having Angel on the team.
Parker's right on the cusp of getting his Liquipedia profile. So, he's like right there. Big things coming.
All right.
You get like prize money one time or something? Is that
is it 2? Do you have to play in 2 lower divisions or 1 upper division? I forget. I joined the Liquipedia Discord and they told me. There is some metric for it.
Okay.
But yeah, early invoker here.
Not bad. Not super special, other than the fact that they, in the last 3 months at least, for the 8 games they played Invoker, they have a 100% win rate on it. So it's by far their biggest win rate player or hero so far. So Infamous is probably pretty happy with what they started with. Another thing, Abaddon is a hero that Ego Boys has a decent win rate with. It's their second most picked hero. So potential some counter pick there while setting up for good stuff. But on the other side, Ego Boys opening with Axe, it was one of the heroes of the major. Obviously, Axe carry is viable, Axe offlane is viable. Both are effective if you can do it right. So maybe they can pull out some cheese here, or at least give some draft advantage by picking it first.
We definitely lean towards off lane. I think it fits Drakil's playstyle. Like he played a little Slardar during the DPC season 2. I think he might have played Axe once or twice. He likes those really classic, like go in Blink Dagger initiators. So
I think you guys are forgetting like the fact that this is like Faker's best hero. Like this is what he got famous for, was playing his Invoker in pubs. So the fact that they're picking it up this early definitely indicates that they're feeling very confident. And also possibly considering, that he really wants to kind of dominate that mid lane. They have a plan already in place.
I just think
Do you-
Invoker is just pretty safe to pick. Like it's so dynamic right now in the ways that you can play it. Skill build wise, it's still usually like Quaswex early game, but I think itemization is where the variety comes in. It's like, do you go for a fast earn into Spirit Vessel? Do you go earn into Midas? Do you go something else? There's just variety in the itemization that lets you adapt with what your opponents end up doing draft wise on the fly. So it's pretty safe to pick in the first phase, especially if they have a good player on it.
Yeah, and pretty likely to be banned out with a reputation like that. I do like the Medusa ban, though, with Invoker and Abaddon. That's already a pretty good lineup to buffer up, get some Alacrity going, Aphotic Shields for the cleanses, get her to raid boss status. And, of course, you don't have the tool of the Invoker. A lot of times EMP, Tornado, comes in pretty handy for trying to deal with Dusa. So, Puck ban, though. So maybe considering this Lina not just as a mid for Ego Boys. Ego Boys do have 10th pick,
flex.
so I guess the Lina is nice and flex.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing they did to protect the Invoker, they picked him at the end of the first phase. Then they ban out TA, which is one of the hardest counters in the laning stage. I've definitely seen some TA stomp Invoker and DPC. So yeah, Invoker just kind of protected here. Puck just across the board just seems to be very effective at like punishing mistakes and creating opportunities for your team. So I feel like in a series like this, it's just absolutely worth taking out of the pool. Some like really strong tempo hero that's difficult to kill, that requires specific tools to counter it. It's just really nice to not have to worry about it.
It looks like they've got a really strong kind of push lineup too, coming out from the side of Infamous just right off the bat, right? You've got the Abaddon who's able to, you know, put that Curse of Avernus down over on the tower. You're going to eventually have that Alacrity over on the Invoker. I wouldn't be surprised if they're just trying to do like some sort of, you know, hyper steroid sort of thing where they buff up one of the cores and start taking down buildings really early.
It's a good point, yeah.
Definitely. Some nice team fight here out of the Phoenix. Nice color theme as well. I love that percentage AoE healing with those big beefcakes like Axe in the front line. And
Just
there's your answer.
Gives them really good follow-up in a lot of ways. Like Phoenix follow-up on Axe, whether it's ganking or team fight, is great. They can cover each other. Lina AoE stun as well, so it'll make the egg. You can be a little bit more aggressive where you place the egg, which is going to make it feel a lot better. Because I feel like there's a lot of times where like egg just kind of becomes like okay, they used egg, everybody back up a moment, and then you walk back in again, rather than like oh shit, the egg's about to explode and stun 3 people. I feel like that almost never happens these days. So if you do have a bunch of AoE stuns, it's really effective for allowing Phoenix to go a little crazier.
But they have 2 really nice egg scramblers, like right off the bat here, you know, with the fact that you've got the Alacrity, you have a Mirana who's going to be able to leap forward. I'm a little surprised that they picked it into what they already had going there, even with like the Invoker.
So either mid profit or safe lane profit here. I think they've played it mid mostly on Ego Boys, if memory serves. There's a couple teams in South America that are really good at playing this high tempo Nature's Prophet, either from mid or position 1. You bounce all over the map, you spam the ult. It's pretty classic Nature's Prophet stuff, but very effective at just taking over the map from like the first couple minutes oftentimes.
I think Faker actually, like Faker, HFN, and Tavo were like the really big pickers up of this hero in the past. But even like in just a couple patches back, Faker used to play this hero a ton in the mid lane. So it is kind of interesting to see it get picked up over here on Ego Boys. I don't think it's gonna be a mid. I know Alone tries to, like, he likes to play a lot flashier of heroes, but I could absolutely be wrong.
I checked the last time they played was mid, and it was a month ago, so it's been a while. But yeah, if they do the same thing, he went Orchid. There's definitely been some item changes since then, since Prophet got played so much at the major. So we'll see if there's an adjustment there. But yeah, could be. It could still be like offlane Nature's Prophet, Axe carry. Like they have so much flexibility in their draft. It gives them a nice little advantage here to try to trick Infamous a bit.
Yeah, definitely. But Spectre, regardless, great solution against Prophet, right? Hard to hide in the trees when you can press R and find him. And like the Medusa, Spectre really likes Alacrity, really likes having Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield. Looks like a great Spectre setup.
I'm surprised there's no Winter Wyvern just yet. But I guess there's too many supports. Because that's what I think of when you said like shielding and healing Spectre. The Winter Wyvern's the more obvious solution because Cold Embrace is so fantastic right now. But it's okay against Prophet as well. It can be effective in lane, among other things. But Spectre is a carry that I'm not super confident. Like, it's good, but it's not like... It feels like it takes a while until Spectre actually becomes strong in team fights. Like, I feel like whenever I watch T1 play Spectre often, the first big fight where you haunt, you like haunt, you jump around a couple times, and you just run for your life. You like throw a dagger. You like don't actually help in the team fight at all. You just like
rack
you're
up
like
assist gold.
yeah, it's like pocket sand. Like that's the kind of shit you're doing just to try to confuse them, and then you walk away and you go back to farming. So it takes until like the Echo Saber or like Diffusal Manta or something till you're like actually a threat and able to kill heroes. And like the way that you win the game is just like not dying in team fights until you get 2 farmed. Like it just feels kind of mediocre.
Do you still go Blade Mail on this hero, or is that build kind of dead now?
It's kind of dead because when you like the ideal was that you go clear stacks with it, but every time you clear stacks, you need like 2 salves to heal through it.
Exactly.
Or you need like Cold Embrace or a Warlock or somebody that has a trusty shovel that's been really working it for a while so that they can give you some free regen. Like those are the solutions you need. So that's why Blade Mail ends up being kind of bad. So that's why Echo Saber is kind of cool. It gives you more right click damage. It gives you 2.25 mana regen, so you can actually just dagger waves. Because that was the thing that kind of broke the hero as well, is that you couldn't spam dagger as much to clear creep waves and to get to Blade Mail as fast and accelerate after that. So it just like they're just kind of like nerfed the hero a little bit.
So offlaners here. What about like a Pango, some kind of chaotic team fight, like a Bat Rider, maybe something in that territory?
Yeah, they need a way to stun and initiate for Infamous other than like Tornado Cold Snap. Who sets up Mirana Arrow? Literally nobody right now. So that's one big issue on the Infamous side. Obviously, as the team fight develops, it looks okay because like you can back up the Spectre or the Invoker with the Baton, and things like that. But they need something that could like potentially set up a Cataclysm. They need something that can set a Mirana Arrow or set tempo at all. Like Invoker is going to have to be the guy that goes around. Him and Mirana are going to have to do so much right now based on their draft. So they need another stunner that can actually
An
help
off lane DK or something like that. Would that be a? I mean,
yeah.
Okay, they go for Bloodseeker. It's not a
This
stun,
is
but
cool.
gives some control, gives you some silence, and is very active early.
I feel like when I was looking at Ego Boys' page, there was like a hero that they banned the most and never picked, and I think it was Bloodseeker, or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe it was Infamous.
I am really worried for their lack of stun. It's a little bit alarming. We're gonna need to see some big arrows this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, they've been.
Yeah, but most likely gonna be my boy Michael doing those. He's gonna land every single arrow, no sweat, for sure. Nah.
14 Bloodseeker
Yikes.
bans on Ego Boys, no picks, so
14,
it snuck through.
So very open-ended here.
I think they picked Bloodseeker because they're gonna try to lane him potentially against Nature's Prophet or whoever else. Bloodseeker is like a decent laner in that like you get lots of regen, you generally stay alive, and you give your team like utility and some team fight, which can be effective. You can also buff up your team's attack speed. It's another possible solution to Egg, among other things. But
whoa,
Naga gets picked, so does this push Prophet to a 5, I guess? And then Naga is carry, because then they know they can outlane like Bloodseeker or other heroes.
No,
Keel
because
takes
Kata's
the axe. Yeah, Rises takes the Naga. I think it might still be mid Prophet. A lone Prophet incoming. They're thinking about it. They're keeping us in suspense here on Ego Boys.
I mean, Kara's the 5, so probably Lena 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
There it is.
Lena 4.
Mid Prophet.
Okay.
Pardon me. So Alone knows this well. It is certainly a comfort pick for them. Thoughts about Naga overall, though? Confidence in this hero, especially against Spectre. Maybe that context is helpful as well.
It seems good, I would say, because you have an anti-team fight ultimate. Spectre is team fight. They have a lot of other team fight infamous. Somebody gets ruptured, you song buys a lot of time that you otherwise wouldn't have. Spectre's never going to buy BKB really, so I just feel like Naga is going to be able to like push creep waves, going to make Mirana feel less useful. I think it can work pretty good here. I think the matchup is good, but Infamous is a better team, so I assume they'll still crush and or win, but they have good lane solutions.
I think roles reversed, I would really favor Infamous to win this. It's like I like Ego Boys draft a little better, but I agree that I think Infamous is the slightly higher caliber team. Unless Ego Boys have really been in the hyperbolic time chamber over the last month. So I'm a little bit torn. I expect this to be a pretty bloody mid game, but I think I've got to favor Ego Boys just a little bit. I really like this Nature's Prophet mid. I think Alone is going to make a statement here in game number 1.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I just feel like once Axe gets Blink Dagger, he can set up ganks for Lena. He can come gank Naga's lane. Him and Phoenix can go around ganking. Prophet's going to show up to these rotations. just feels like they have some decent options there.
Drakeel needs a
Yeah.
good game too. Like they're really reliant on him being one of the initiators, getting the jumps on everyone, getting the calls off. So
Yep.
he's gonna be the one for me to watch here over on Ego Boys.
All right. Well, I think it's time for me to step out and you two to step in and take the reins here. You may be graced with a pause, so be prepared to fill, but it looks clear so far. So, with that said, let's jump into the game. Your casters, Moxie and Purge.
All right. Well, feels good to be back over here in the South American region. And, it wouldn't be SA Dota if we had a pause, but, maybe they progressed beyond this because we're seeing right now no pauses here at the start here, Purge.
Well, this is the TI qualifiers, the big boy stuff. These guys are like, hey, I got TI qualifiers tomorrow. I better go to the bathroom before my game for once. First time ever. Plan ahead. Eat before the draft. Things like that.
I mean, that's NA usually. SA, it's because it's an actual infrastructure problem usually.
Is it though? Or did they just forget to go to the bathroom and they're using it as an excuse?
I mean, when all of them disconnect, unless they all ate something real bad for lunch, I'd assume that it's actually an infrastructure issue. But
Could
you
be.
know,
Bodily
you don't know.
infrastructure. Their body's infrastructure isn't quite.
I like how we just loaded into the game and already Purge is talking about bowel movements and whatnot. Dude,
I did not say that.
you're heavily implying it. Who are you, Suns fan?
I'm talking about number 1, okay? That's all.
All right, we got that horn starting here, and looks like most of these runes probably not gonna go too contested.
Yeah, they zone them out. Yeah, the level 1 for Infamous is a bit weak, right? Invokers, okay, they could land an arrow or whatever, but like they have Treants and they have Naga illusions. That alone is gonna make it a lot harder for Michael to play his game. Very likely he lands those on somebody that he does not care about as much. Nature's Prophets go into his lane without regen, but so is Invoker. So neither player really cares that much about getting harassed. But in the side lanes, Abaddon's going to be able to stabilize Spectre decently well with shields and heals, of course, but maybe he will be the guy that gets pressure instead. And then back for the Radiant safe lane and Naga plus Phoenix. That feels like they should be semi-survivable against the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker does have a damage advantage right now, so maybe he'll last a little bit better for now, but I feel like after a couple levels, Naga's going to become pretty self-sufficient and not have to worry too much about getting ganked or losing the lane.
Well, that first arrow, unfortunately, whiffs down here in the bottom lane, but does cause them to delta split a little bit. Also, the true 1v1 mid, when you don't have any sort of regen for the most part, just a couple fairy fires and whatnot, but do have a stack of tangos here over on Faker now, so.
Like how you call it the true 1v1, but both these guys have summons. Damn cowards, fight by yourself.
There's an asterisk next to the true 1v1, you know.
Okay.
You just gotta look real closely to find it.
Tenno really wanted to break the salve on Spectre, but gets a little bit too far away. But well, there's decent call here. Didn't go for Battle Hunger. A little surprise here. A lot of damage on Ebba.
Yeah, he's got the Photic Shield though, so they'll turn some of their attention back around. Drakeel running for his life now. Has to be very careful. As we said earlier, a lot of this is going to come down to Drakeel having himself a pretty decent lane. Nice double LSA though here in this top lane. So they'll continue to skirmish.
I love seeing like skill build differentiations like that where Axe is just like, surprise, I don't have the skill that everybody gets and now I get a kill. Or super harass you in the lane and then they're forced to get zoned as a result. Like Spectre's got less regen now, so.
Oh, he goes for another call over here. Tano doesn't have quite enough mana though for that LSA, or else that was going to be a dead Parker, I think, but.
He could have wanded for it, but Spectre's got 6 stick and a Fairy Fire, so he probably would have been fine. And it would have burned Tano's chances of getting a swing later. Like you do want to save these magic stick charges for really pivotal moments because there's a better chance of surviving. So.
I like how alone. That's always the meme, right? Like for those of you who are not super familiar with the SA region, alone, the meme has been, I think before it used to be 15 years, by the way, but he is now, of course, 16 years old. So he's a little bit older. Do get the LSA over here on the side, but Tano's got to be careful here. This is a very tanky Abaddon. He's getting clicked down pretty hard. Drops that Photic Shield on himself, just trying to chase after Tano. Tano, he's got the Salve. He's going to try. Immediately gets canceled out. It looks like Excel is happy with just going and snapping up the rune here. Isn't going to go for that kill.
That was so worth. I mean, he just broke a cell. Almost like 20%, 30% in. A lot of damage to Spectre.
The spins.
Needs another one. Doesn't get it.
Not quite enough damage. A lot of action here in this top lane, though.
It really is. I mean, this is the benefit of Abba as a support, though. He's got 325 move speed. Those damn horse creatures, man, they have so much advantage, right? He's just way faster than Lina, so he just gets to run him down.
Kale goes in for the call. Let's get silence. The follow-up here, though, from Tano. He's looking to try to drop the LSA, but he's a little bit too late. So it's just going to throw out a casual couple clicks. And that's it. The fortification come out, though.
Yeah, interesting. Might have been for mid. I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Maybe? They're trading quite a bit, though. One's sitting fairly low here, Faker. Doing the best he can. And we can see this Mirana making a rotation. Michael's looking for that arrow, if possible. In fact, he goes. Oh, no. And Spidey Sense was indeed tingling. Still manages to get himself a creep as he's going to have to teleport out. And he knows that he's perfectly safe to do it now.
That was kind of cool. Like the Invoker was using Cold Snap just to delay him going back to Fountain, and maybe he inferred that that meant that Mirana was coming over or something like that. Because I don't. He might have seen Mirana go high ground, perhaps, but definitely cool to see that game sense.
Another call here in the top lane, but of course A was going after Tano. Goes in for the LSA. Another one whiffed, unfortunately. So looks like this Abaddon is going to be perfectly fine. Oh yes, the casual just Sage's mask only on the Abaddon. Guy looks
it's really good.
Ooh, the call though. This is looking like a dead Parker. Can they get enough damage off? They've got the Fairy Fire. Faker though getting the kill over on Alone in the mid lane during all of this.
There was like a decent chance of one spin there, and they just didn't get it, unfortunately. Looks like Cell's gonna get the courier as well. Just looking good for them.
I think he's gonna be careful.
Still
We're just missing these LSAs.
Oh, man.
Like the fourth one he's missed. That feels so bad.
It like the benefit of Lina is that you get Fiery Soul, a bunch of attack speed, and you are landing stuns and getting a lot of right clicks afterwards. And he has been consistently a little out of position, missing his stuns, and therefore not getting value out of his hero. It's costing them a lot. And the reason they didn't get Battle Hunger, obviously, which I forgot about at the time, is that there's an Abaddon. He just would remove it, so they're forced to go this like call spin build, which is fine, but they need to get kills.
I mean, speaking of kills, it looks like Kara is gonna be able to get cleaned up here by Michael and Faker, and we're starting to see that Invoker being very active early on, like we talked about here.
Yeah, it's going the build that's most expected. 2 Null Talismans with the Urn. Gives you a lot of mana regen, a decent amount of right click, and you can use it with Cold Snap to be more effective at getting kills. So pretty standard build. It's good that he's moving around. His last hits are going to suffer a little bit as a result, but you know, if you're making map pressure, that's ultimately better. See which build he goes afterwards. Spirit Vessel, Midas, something else. There might be some variety, but considering the game circumstance, I assume they're aiming late, but maybe he feels that getting a faster Spirit Vessel would be better to help guarantee kills on like Axe or other heroes he goes for.
I mean, this
comes first TP top.
Yeah, Alone making his way up. They've got their eyes over here on the Spectre, but it looks like instead they're just going to try to go for an early tower push. Do you manage to finally land that LSA over here on Excel? Get the trees down, couple of clicks here, and they do find themselves a kill. So a very value rotation here to the top lane as now Spectre feeling very pressured. Drakeel just kind of grabbing these creeps off to the side. There's no place for Parker to be that's safe right now. He's got to be so careful. Rotation's coming out now. They're smoked up. Can they get anything off this? Look at Tano. He's already walking away. They drop a ward so they can keep some vision. And they have to think something is up, right? Because Parker's playing very aggressively, Tano. There it is. The follow-up with the cold snap. Get a couple of these clicks off. LSA comes through, but it doesn't matter. KXY will get the kill.
Yeah, very valid rotation here. Nature's Prophet's still hanging out, though.
So is Drakeel. Not sure what they're planning on doing here.
He wants to fight, I guess.
He's walking out. He's walking right up here, just chasing after Parker. Looking to see. No, follow. Nice tornado. Gets the call off. Tries to drag them back a little bit. Alone is here, of course. Couple spins coming out now from the Axe. They go and they drop the trees, trying to push them away. Drakeel taking so much damage, but another teleport comes out here. Mariano is here. The dunk comes out. They get the kill on Parker, but they're gonna end up losing a couple here for their just aggression in this top lane.
I mean, you got the tower. The net worth is even, but it feels a little weird to force that so hard. I mean, that's your mid player. You've now died twice. Instead, you haven't been farming mid in like a couple minutes here. So, and now Lina dies again. That's the Rupture rotation here, I guess. He was already top. Feels very wrong to get Ruptured in that circumstance, I suppose, after winning the lane. I mean, on the upside, they are forcing Spectre to not really have a lane anymore, and that's one benefit of taking the tower really fast, because he's not the best jungler, but he's just gonna gank.
The Han to the mid lane. Rises, takes a bit of damage, but the follow-up is here. Drakeel teleporting right on in. A will continue to just heal up Parker.
I mean, it just feels inadequate for Axe to try to get these ganks off. I mean, this is like one of those moments where you kind of remember that Battle Hunger is actually pretty good for giving you movement speed. 12%, that's a little bit less than what Boots used to give when they gave movement speed. So he's losing like, you know, 30, 40 movement speed as he's walking into initiate. He just doesn't have that now, and it just makes all of his approaches look so clumsy and slow. So until he gets Blink Dagger, he just doesn't feel that great for initiation just yet. And while he's going to be able to farm top or whatever, I don't know, just that the tower being forced, it did open the map a bit, but it just feels like they're getting outmaneuvered.
Good lineup here. The cold snap, follow up with the arrow, and that is a dead Phoenix here in the mid lane. And potentially some tower pressure that they can put down over on Infamous. Ooh,
it's always really cool to
He's
see
low.
people use Tornado like that to get last hits, or to get to land arrows. It's not easy to do because the lift duration is variable. So.
Definitely good synergy, and you can tell that they've been practicing.
Yeah. Huge pickup for Spectre. Grabs Chip Vest. It's going to stabilize his laning stage a lot and help him jungle. Ooh, they spot Invoker's TP to the bot lane. This Observer Ward in lane is going to see it, so instantly Nature's Prophet's going to go pressure mid instead. Suckers. They leave the lane. Now they know to go. And now they're going to have to run all the way back mid again. In fact, Invoker being scouted by the Treants again. Well, that said, not much damage dealt. Maybe they'll Rupture here, but...
I go for the Rupture over onto Drakeel. Just want to push him back a little bit because Faker is on his way over. Gripped up a little tightly. Here they go. They drop the blood right. Michael looking for an opening. The Sunray coming through, trying to keep Drakeel alive a little bit longer here. The Starstorm coming out. Not quite enough damage. Mariano, though, is a race car over here on the side as they do start to drop a bit low over on the side here of Ego Boys.
Everybody on Ego just collapsing around the mid to try to cover each other. And while Rupture was used, it just feels a little inefficient to me so far. Phoenix isn't quite 6 yet either, so that definitely could have gone bad potentially, but they are throwing Treants down the mid lane. The tower is getting a bit low. Their tower's relatively tanky, and this does kind of fit what we were talking about in the draft, that if they do get Blink Dagger on Axe at a decent time, and they've killed the enemy safe lane and the enemy mid tower, it's going to make it a lot easier for them to find these pickoffs and these ganks as they move into the mid game. Pressure, Spectre, things like that, all going to be really effective if they can do it.
Smoke coming out now from Infamous. They're still just trying to make space here. Of course, the Spectre having a difficult time during lane. They'll walk directly into Tano. Smoke will pop, but they're going to venture back around here. They know that Drakeel is here. Can they land anything here, though? They go for the MP, the cold snap. Try to chase him out here. Wrath of Nature calls through. Leap forward here from Michael, but perhaps I've gone too far because Drakeel, he gets the call up. They should be able to get the kill over on the Abaddon. And now Faker, oh no, Faker, he has got to run. A beautiful tornado will keep him alive a little bit longer, but the song comes out from Rises. He is not letting you out of his sights. He's basically rickrolling Faker here as it goes with the song, and they'll follow up with enough damage to get the kill.
Another misstun. Moxie doesn't look good. No, I'm just kidding. It didn't matter.
I like
they
how
got
we were
him
railing
anyways.
on Michael to land all of these arrows, and we've been watching Tano just miss all of the LSAs, unfortunately.
I mean, they did buff Light Strike, right? It's a lot easier to land it than it used to be. So, you know, but hey, against fast heroes, it's a little harder. 2K advantage now for the Radiant team, for Ego. That's pretty solid. Not bad at the moment, but they got to put the pressure into Spectre. Again, the way that Spectre wins games is basically like helping in team fights a little bit, always farming, and ideally not dying, and just slowly gaining advantage until like late game your items just mean more because of dispersion, reflecting 22% of all damage you take. It just gives you a lot more benefit. So, see if they can catch Tano.
The setup is here, and there's plenty of heroes. No mana left, sitting very, very low. Cold snap comes out. It's going to be Mariano who gets the final hit here.
That was a big kill because I gave him 2 urn charges and they have the Spirit Vessel coming out. He didn't have the urn charges before. That's why that kill was slightly difficult. But now with this power against heroes like Axe, it's going to offset the healing that Phoenix is going to provide. Just a lot harder for them to defend this tower now. But 3K gold advantage is looking decent. Net worth is not bad. And Naga hasn't been pressured yet.
Teleporting in. The car was going for the egg, but
blink.
he's just a little bit too far out of position. They'll take
too
down
late.
the egg. It was a good call, but they need to get some sort of follow-up as now Drakeel forced to run away. They have so much damage here. They go in for the haunt as well. Now as Parker joining into the fight, chasing after Tano. Will just continue to chase him down, but you've got Mariano the race car here. Oh, he needs to hit one more time. There you go. That's the double kill. Now here for Papita and alone. Oh dear, he is definitely alone over by his tier 2 tower, and he's just gonna get chased down by the Bloodseeker. Naga joining in the fight now. They need to be careful. They're going in one by one. Definitely turn this around and try to take this Naga out, but they're focused on the objectives now over on the side of Infamous.
Yeah, what they tried to do there was really effective, but they just executed it a bit poorly. Phoenix dove in a little bit too early. The TP for Axe took longer than expected, I think. And he did get Blink at this exact moment, so they're hitting a really nice timing here, and his call was pretty good, but they needed it to come out like the moment that the egg drops, because level 1 egg is, what, 5 hits? 6 hits? It is not a lot. And there being 4 heroes there, unless they all clump up on it, your Axe call isn't going to feel that magical. Maybe if they can, like, lean a stun, then Axe call, then it's fine, but that was just a little bit poorly timed, and as a result, a lot of net worth advantages lost now. Not only 1k for the Radiant squad, and they lost their mid-tier 1, so it loses them some advantage for being able to TP onto the map and go get kills as rapidly.
That was very value. KXY managing to just run into the smoke gang coming out from Drakeel and the Lina. They dust a little bit too late as well. So that's a wasted smoke over on the side of Ego Boys, and a very happy Faker running his way top now that he knows what those heroes are.
Yeah, it's a good idea. They're going to move towards where Phoenix is. Got
Gotta.
Egg and 10.
Yep, it's gonna try to just Icarus dive away, but the cold snap is, of course, coming in hot here, followed up with the tornado. He's trying to sidestep. The song gets come out, but ooh, it doesn't even matter. Song for what? And they can't even decide if they want to go back in right now. They decide that it's just time to leave. They rotated the rest of their team up there. Yikes.
They just saw something beautiful. They all fell asleep, and then when they woke up, the Phoenix was just mysteriously dead. It was pretty cool. Got the nice cleanup. Ooh, alone finishing his Orchid here. Can he solo kill him?
Faker's thinking about it. Look at him.
He
Creeping
wants
forward.
one more. Michael's coming. He's just gonna follow him creepily.
Look at, he's very creepy indeed. There it is, the Spirit Charge, followed up with the MP. The arrow comes in hot from Michael, and that's going to be a dead alone. Right when he got that Orchid timing too. Feels bad.
And this is where like team coordination is just so important. Like if your ally just doesn't spot that or isn't playing in the right area of the map, like you just don't get those kills. But now that he's gotten it, it just helps his team so much. Here's dive top though.
Oh, this is very nice coming out from Ego Boys as they find the kill on Parker. Like they're gonna be able to find the kill on the Baden as well. Egg goes off, and just like that, a nice gank turning into a tower push.
That one worked really good. Perfectly executed there. Yeah, knowing 2 heroes are bottom, they go dive the top. That would have been even scarier for them if Prophet gets to show up with Orchid as well. But for now, they'll continue pressuring. That's Glyph Pop. This is the best time to go try to take that tier 2 and get a really early outpost if you can.
Here's the double damage over on Alone. Slow open up with the cold snap. Nice arrow again coming in hot, but they follow up with a call. It's just not enough though. They're gonna end up losing Alone. Followed up with a nice haunt coming through here. Another tornado rises will just fall. As the chase is on over after Faker, they just can't quite manage to grab him. Drakeel tries to get out. He's not going to be able to. They have way too much damage. Kara falling already. The lone survivor of that fight is going to be the Lina, who manages to teleport home.
That's the setup for the Invoker. It's Cold Snap and Spirit Vessel. It's plenty good enough for Mirana to land arrows. Michael's just nailing these things, and they're taking out the enemy mid player consistently with just Cold Snap and Spirit Vessel and 1 arrow, and maybe they throw like a Blood Rite or something else onto him. But we haven't really felt his impact in these fights because he keeps just getting chain disabled and bursted down until he gets like a Force Staff or a BKB. He's gonna have a lot of trouble.
Look at Faker. He's just everywhere all the time, hunting someone. This is what I like to see coming out from KXY. And I'm wondering if they drafted themselves into a corner over here on Ego Boys, because whenever I see Alone doing particularly well, he is on something that can hunt, something that can, you know, be able to really pop off Snowball. I think his Storm Spirit is probably one of my favorite heroes that he plays that comes to mind. But again, he is young, as stated on his name, 16 años, or 16 years rather. He's got some technique and map movements that he needs to probably work on a little bit more. But I would prefer to see him on something that's a little bit more aggressive, because with the Prophet, it can be aggressive, but it's not necessarily set up to be that way, if you know what I mean.
I mean, it can be if you do well in the early mid game. They won their laning stage. Basically, they got gold advantage there. But then there was the fight mid that went a little bit poorly. He got ganked and pressured a couple times. Those are the things that have set him back and prevented him from playing really aggressive. How this like lineup that looked really cool on paper with like Axe Call and to disable and team fight, it just hasn't really felt effective because they're not winning in net worth anymore. And as Infamous gets more tanky, this becomes harder and harder and harder as the game continues. So they're going to try to take the tier 2 really early. They're putting some good damage into it. It does look like Infamous is not going to defend it. Or at least they're going to get there late, but it's looking dead.
Is indeed. Down goes the tower, and they're just hoping maybe to grab some sort of stragglers that are left behind. But you can see already Ego hiding in the tree lines. They don't want to take this fight unless it's a nice, quick little pick off here.
Yeah, it's definitely got there a little bit too late for that one, and therefore probably shouldn't have tried. Once you could get a pick off, then it's worth it, obviously. But Ego now playing in their jungle. The Naga Siren hasn't really been deferred at all, or deterred, sorry, from collecting net worth. She's sitting 1,500 ahead of Spectre, so pretty good place with the Fusel and Manta. The enemy hero's got to be careful when she's in team points.
Moonlight Shadow and the smoke will find themselves Kara first and foremost, and Kara's just immediately exploded. That is one dead Phoenix. So they'll drop some vision. They can see Ryze is over here, immediately using the Rupture. They'll go for the song. They've got the Atos. Look at this, though. Look at the way that they're dancing around the side. Drakeel immediately getting spotted out. Nice LSA coming up from Tano. Manages to land that one, but the arrow comes in. The Haunt is out as well. They should be able to take down Drakeel here. Yes, he will. He's going to burn to death as the Abaddon will fall. And now Tano running for his life. Can't even catch a break between the tier 2s and the tier 3s. Just gets run down. So it's starting to look like a massacre.
Yeah, it kind of looked like they were going to try for the Naga Siren, but then they caught Axe. They used all their spells on him, landed a nice short-range arrow. And all the worry that we had about setting up arrow, now he's got Yule Scepter, so 3-0-13 right now on Michael. He's certainly been the impactful hero this game. He like helped to win mid. He's getting kills in side lanes. He's consistently solidifying their gold advantage now. 3K advantage for Infamous.
I've always enjoyed watching Michael. He's a very active 4. He likes to move around a lot, likes to make things happen, which I think fits this patch's playstyle very, very well.
It does, yeah. Really helps. The Mirana's on everyone's pub team zone. Not good, of course. Love to have Mirana's this effective, but
maybe you gotta talk to them nicer there, friend. Arrow with the Atos. Setup is just so beautiful. Cool guys don't look at explosions purge, they just walk away. Lots of ego now trying to catch up.
I'll just buff up their motions and be like, I know you're gonna hit this arrow, sweetie. Let it fly, and then they're gonna whiff it again. And it's not.
Okay,
really
all right, no. If you don't believe in them, of course they're not gonna land it. You gotta pump them. You gotta be like, dude, you got this. Look at this Mirana. She's gonna be amazing. My team is so good. And you know what? It really helps. Oh god, look at the damage coming out from these Naga illusions.
Yeah, it's scary to be a bat in here for sure. Doesn't have any armor built in here, so. That's with the medallion from his ally, trying to keep him alive. Went for the Aether Lens, kind of interesting, but cast range on Aphotic and Mist Coil are very short these days, so if you're just trying to buff up your allies, it's a nice way to be able to sit a bit farther back. Don't have to worry about getting caught yourself as much. Always on the hunt, Invoker looking again, going for a Force Staff after the Spirit Vessel. Now going to pick up a Solar Crest afterwards, so kind of a cool build. Sunstrike in somewhere. Wish I can Roche.
Ooh, they're hunting. Yeah, the hunter was becoming the hunted there for half a second, but Faker hiding over in the tree line does spot out the rest of the team over here. Has to be careful. They drop a sentry as well, just in case he decides to get too cheeky, a little too greedy perhaps. And look at this. He considers it. Skirting right around the side here.
I mean, what he accomplished just there was really good, though. He pressured a creep wave just a little bit, and then got a bunch of heroes to rotate to pressure him, or to try to kill him.
It feels like the map's getting a bit smaller here for this Naga. She's farming pretty well considering she's ahead of the Spectre, but it's just her right now who is sitting very top side, so it's a bit scary.
It's fine, just because. So he might.
They see him.
There.
They know they can see him, but they have the setup. Look at this, trying to get to position, trying to use those illusions too to try to block any sort of arrow, anything coming in hot, but they do have the Atos down. The Haunt comes in, they'll be able to get the kill. They're chasing after Kara over here. And Kara, this is not looking good for it. Does have, of course, the egg, but there's nothing to protect it, so he is going to fall in the tower. Black is gonna be able to get themselves a courier kill, but that is it from that engagement. And now egg is down.
Egg's down. They just use Glyph. Now Infamous can push and possibly take a tier 2 of their own. Just pressuring the map so well, making Naga look like a not very strong carry, at least in the moment, because they're not letting their opponents use her in the correct way. They're not letting her offset these like big overarching team fights. They're finding skirmishes. They're making their opponents run around the map and waste a lot of time in that. And in the meantime, Spectre's farming just as fast as Naga with the Radiance. Radiance and Manta now. He's queuing up a Butterfly, which is going to make him basically invulnerable against Prophet, against Naga Sirens. So he's going for a slightly different item build than we normally see, but I'm sure he'll go like Butterfly into Scotty, and that's like truly where there's not much they can do anymore. Do not want to play these like ranged cores when the enemy core can easily buy Scotty and slow you and reduce your heal.
They're keeping their eyes over in that Roche pit. They've dropped one of the Naga illusions, and they're sending over some Forge Spirits as well. So we can tell what the next big objective is going to be for both of these teams.
Forge is definitely the big one, but in some ways it's just fine for Infamous to leave it there. If they don't take it, or try to take it, or force a fight around it, they don't have to worry about Song once again. So they're just going to keep playing the game that their heroes are good at. They're looking for little skirmishes. They're waiting until they get nice network advantages or pickoffs, and then they'll take their team fights. Because fighting into Call and Egg and Song, it all just sounds really messy. Easy to make mistakes. Lose heroes to lose advantage. They catch Axe though.
They managed to go and find Drakeel here, and he is, of course, one of the main initiators, so they can't afford to lose him. But it looks like they're just going to have to bail as they get plenty of damage, and Drakeel will fall.
So close.
People sitting a little bit low. Mariano looking to see if anyone else is left behind here. It's a Naga Siren. The go. They'll throw out the net. They'll follow up the nice Apodic shield here coming out from the Abad. Does manage to get hit here by Tana's Ghost. He pops his ultimate. Turns back around. The Sunstrike over here onto Carr is going to be able to swoop out, but there's going to be the cold snap. Egg is in perfect position this time around. This egg is definitely going to pop. But do they have enough damage as they are managing to just walk away? So maybe they can do this round. Maybe they can get the kill on Excel because he does tick down to that Sunray as Michael just leaps forward over here. They do have the Alacrity. The Haunt comes out alone. He pops the BKB. They're just going to keep trading back and forth around. They managed to take down Carr. Rise is sitting so very low. He doesn't have the Song to burn. Doesn't have anything to protect him as he eventually does go down. Tana running for his life, and they're just chasing after. Look at this race car of a Bloodseeker over here. Do they have the vision? They try to go and force step through those trees, and he's going to make it out alive. But that fight started off so nicely for the side of it. Maybe not start, but the middle section of it was looking really good with the Song egg. But
it looked good. Like they were going to turn off the Song, the egg was going to explode, everything was going to go well. But the sound sounded a little funky to me. I thought that they turned it off at the right time, but then it was like, oh, there's still like 2 seconds left. And then the egg just didn't stun anybody, nor did it do damage. So while it saved Phoenix's life, they didn't get this like stun, setup, disable, turnaround thing that they were looking for. So as a result, Infamous just kind of runs them down afterwards with their superior chase. And now with Rostein, that's going to give Spectre's level 20 talent. It's going to give them an Aegis on the hero that is just going to slowly snowball. See what he does with it.
oh dear, do they have anything to cancel out this TP? Yes, they do. They've got an Atos, they've got a Tornado, they have an arrow, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Drakeel. Kara just came back to life here, is ticking down, is trying desperately to stay alive long enough. Mariano chasing after him, does get Orchided, placed over into those trees, is going to be able to go cut himself out. As over on the back lines, though, Kara's still ticking down to the spirit. So he still goes down. They find Faker, though, and they're able to use a big old Laguna Blade to take him out. It's an 8 times kill streak ended. So
very nice that it went on Prophet at least. But I mean, ultimately,
they needed something.
They needed something bad. They're 8k behind now. Spectre ended up going for the Spectral Dagger slow talent, which is something that people... It's been in the game for a very long time, but I haven't seen pros ever take it until recently, where they're just justifying... There's a lot of mobility going on with heroes these days, and Spectre having this extra 14% movement speed for him and less speed for his opponents makes it so much easier for him to get these kills, especially when you get Scotty as well. The slow's about to be overwhelming. So, you know, basically, Ego needs to hit a timing in the next, like, 5 seconds before Spectre farms 300 gold, because once this hits, they're going to have a bad time.
And for the
All
first
right,
time
it's too
ever,
late.
yes.
Game's over.
And just like that.
That's what happens. You let them farm that large camp, idiots. You gotta gank them right there. It's the only way to win.
Well, darn. Oh, Drakeel getting spotted out again. Face is on. They put the Aphotic Shield down. Just managed to get the call out. There's going to be another net over here onto Mariana, but they take down Drakeel. And now they have to just run away from this egg, although are they going to be able to do it in time? It's just about to pop.
my
No,
God.
it's still going to fall. And now alone, he popped the BKB, but it's not saving all of the physical damage that is coming out now from the side of Infamous. And they're looking for more here. Sunstrike over onto Tana. Does have a Yules, though. Buys a little bit more time. As it's going to be a buyback now coming out from Phoenix. Have to be a little bit careful here with this Abaddon. The Scepter, and that's just perfect here for that Laguna Blade to come in hot and take out the Abaddon.
The only reason that Infamous doesn't completely crush that fight is because Spectre goes into that engagement without mana. And he actually might lose Age there. He will.
Yeah, he loses it. He's been
Not
hanging around. He was
terrible.
hoping that Faker get there maybe a little bit faster. Kara did buy back, though. Have to be careful. Arrow connecting over on the tail feather. That's going to be a dead Kara. And now Rises is ruptured. Song will come out.
Dire's bottom tower
Try to turn this around here, perhaps? No, I think they want to just run. They're not looking to take this engagement over on the side of Ego Boys.
It's just so hard for them to fight at this point. If they get a good initiation on Infamous, or even just like a mediocre initiation, their net worth is going to carry them into these engagements. So with having Scotty now, it's just so tough to fight. And you know, we haven't seen a level 2 egg yet, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that, but that was like Spectre solo killing an egg. Like Phoenix is an inch away basically from level 12. Getting massive 8 hits instead of 6 would be a big difference here. Maybe give them some teamfight options, but because Infamous just dodged these like massive engagements and got enough ganks off to slow down Ego Boys, it just made their game really difficult, even though they had advantage before. But this is what happens when you play against players that have really good game sense. They just like, they don't let you play your draft the way that you need to win.
money to burn.
I also think it's hilarious that entire fight took place between the tier 2 and the tier 3 towers for the most part. Infamous, just a reminder, you do actually have to take down buildings. Alone just trying to be cheeky over here. Looking like he was
Eventually.
going to show up and... Yeah.
They eventually
Yeah,
have
but
to
I
take
mean...
those buildings. They're fine.
That was a long engagement between the tier 2 and the tier 3
It
down
really
there.
was, yeah. A lot of fighting back and forth for sure.
Radiant's bottom
The fun thing
tower
about
is
team
under
fights is when
attack.
both teams have counterplay basically
Dire's middle
for stuff that
tower is
happens.
under
It makes it
attack.
cool. Makes the mind games deeper. Almost a Vlad's on Abaddon. Just kind of curious what item he would go for, but that'll give armor, lifesteal to both Bloodseeker as well as Spectre. Ooh, Bloodseeker picks up an axe. Very cool. Haven't seen anyone buy this in a while, but if you're playing like a utility 3 Bloodseeker, it's pretty helpful. He can get the Rupture cast range talent at 20 and basically just Rupture important heroes. Either Nature's Prophet or Axe or Naga. If he ruptures 2 of those 3 heroes, it just kind of feels like Doom. It prevents them from moving, and because their heroes already have like overwhelming chase down, it means that it's just going to be Spectre on top of you, and you're going to have to try to kill Spectre before he kills you in melee range while ruptured. Good luck.
That is a tall order. You can see that Faker was trying to just continuously hunt, trying to get any information they can. And I love the way that they play him, the Invoker rather, just using him as a tool to be able to find out more information. Generally, you know, we think of the Mirana using like Moonlight Shadow, trying to get that information that way, but they've been using the Invoker. Leap forward here coming out from Michael. Does have the Ag Scepter too, by the way. I don't know if we've mentioned that. But this is looking like a dead Kara here. Bye-bye, Birdie.
Considering how good his game has been going, I'm not surprised at all to see him have an Acceptor at this point. Good for him. So everything's been so good for Infamous. They've got Haunt ready to go, so Spectre can be like max efficiency farming. Hypothetically, Ego Boys could do like a gank to go kill Spectre where she is, rather than trying to engage on the other heroes. Then they wouldn't have to take a 5v5, but see if they get the right Naga Siren here.
Oh, they see Rises. They want this Naga Siren immediately. Storm followed up with a little bit of an arrow. The call coming out though from Drakeel, but they have the Haunt. Rises, he's just taking way too much damage. He can't do anything, can't even get the song off as Drakeel now left alone with all of these heroes. The Haunt comes out again here. They're looking, they're hunting for more, but
I started
they've
looking,
already
moving my
cleaned up.
camera around. I was like, all right, who's left? And then there was just literally nobody was left. Everyone was already dead. They all died so fast in that fight. It was incredible. They casted some of their spells, but like the amount of damage that Infamous has right now is just way too much.
the control coming out of them for that Naga too was really, really impressive because she had all of her illusions around her too. And I'm like, how are they going to initiate on this Naga Siren so she can't get the song off? I thought that was very well done coming out from Infamous. And unfortunately for Ego Boys, they're just kind of struggling now. They can't quite find the initiation, and if they do, they just don't have the damage, it feels, as well. Alone has not even had a game, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing his best to like safely split push side lanes and stuff, which is fine, but
Best he can do, but I don't know about this Drakeel. Just walks right in here. They've got the Sunray, but they have so much damage. Just delivered him a meal on wheels.
How did his body get to right next to his tier 2? That feels dangerous. I mean, obviously we see both teams. Maybe he expected like that the Infamous was just tricking them, that they weren't actually there. They were moving somewhere else instead, but felt a little greedy already.
Yeah, you saw the Sorry come out. There it is. Cataclysm's online.
Oh, we got him. He's gonna force BKB now.
And he's found Alone here. Does he have enough damage to go and get these clicks off? It's looking pretty darn good. Alone.
Oh my god.
He's trying. Oh my gosh. It is a
my god.
1v1, and Faker says go back to school, kid.
He interrupts his TP with the tornado, and then his opponent didn't have a teleport back because he used teleport to get there in the first place. So then he BKBs and has to fight him, and then realizes, oh shit, I'm gonna lose. And then just Invoker gets him right when the BKB ends. But that was a sick pickoff. He used Cataclysm just to scout where the Invoker or where the Prophet is.
All right, the pressure is on here on this tower. Go, they'll pop the pipe. Yule's off over here on lane. Does have her own Yules, but she's already stunned up too hard, so she's not going to survive this at all. Mariana finds a kill. And the Sunray is all Kara can really do to just kind of try to push them back at all. It's not looking great here. The mana's all gone. They'll go and drop. Oh, the arrow not going to be able to quite land. Drakeel, he can make this initiation, but I'm just concerned that they don't have the damage. Look at this coming out from the side of Infamous. They don't care. It was a really nice pull, but call for what? As now the Rupture over on the side on Rises. Rises held into place, followed up with an arrow, a Starstorm, everything. Faker wants to throw out a meatball. They're just playing with this poor Naga Siren, who just cannot find the entry here.
He is semi-backed up, and they haven't quite taken their racks yet. That's one of the things their lineup's not good at, hitting buildings.
There's the Haunt, the jump forward on Alone. They just want to rip him out, and there it is. Song into the egg combo. Did they get the timings right, though, is the question?
Yes.
Just barely. So it looks like Faker is going to try to run away. He should be able to survive this. Alone, though, not looking as lucky as he goes down. Kara goes down. Rises is trying to climb his way into this fountain. He just can't seem to do it fast enough as he falls next. Sunstrike over on the side. Not going to be able to quiet land over on Titano, but Infamous, they mean business. They're hungry. They want to keep going here and stay in this upper bracket for the qualifiers. The GG gets dropped.
I mean, a very incredible play by Infamous. I mean, the laning stage looked a little bit rough, but that's what happens when you play against these like type A heroes. The Nature's Prophet can just show up to your lane and just create so much more raw HP and damage to tank that he just slaps your buildings down. And despite being a little bit behind in net worth, they didn't falter. They took correct fights. Obviously, a lot of that was punishing the poor initiations that Ego Boys went for on the mid lane, but ultimately they played well, and everything after that was flawless. Murano played flawlessly to even keep them in the game in a comfortable place. So everybody played really, really solid on.
Yeah, I mean, Mariano had a perfect game, 12-0 and 19 over there, 5-1 and 29 over for Michael as well. Like, it was looking really, really nice here for Infamous. They played it nicely. And Drakeel, you know, it started off looking very nicely in that top lane, right? You saw him putting a lot of pressure down, trying to just harass the Spectre, and Spectre was forced out. But eventually, if you give Spectre time, she's going to bounce back. And while Naga had, you know, top net worth for a while, unfortunately, the rest of the team on Infamous just started to outscale the rest of the team on Ego Boys.
Yeah, they did. They just gave him too much space, basically. They didn't let Ego Boys do this nice combo. We saw the first successful egg sleep combo right as the game was ending. So don't give him those opportunities. And again, I can't help but think that Tano just missed way too many stuns on laning stage. Despite Drakeel's nice harassment at the beginning, Lina just missed a lot of opportunities, either not being in position quite or missing stuns. And as a result, Axe doesn't snowball, doesn't shut down Spectre, doesn't reduce Spectre's farm. It all catapults into where the mid game where Eagle Boys does worse with a little bit of poor coordination, and then it just never really felt like they got to fully come online because Infamous didn't let them.
Yeah, imagine how differently that whole game would have gone if they had been landing every single one of those stuns. But unfortunately, our Ego Boys, they are going to lose game number 1, but they have a chance to bounce back. So we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
All right, welcome back, gang. Game number 1 goes the way of Infamous. We're here to break that one down before we get into game number 2. Really kind of looked like Infamous outclassing Ego Boys from my seat in the bleachers. That was my big takeaway. Mariano specifically, 12-0-19 on the Bloodseeker. Loved the way he itemized. I know you two mentioned it, but that Rod of Atos, he ends up getting the Aghanim Scepter and went for that early Solar Crest. A great mix of utility, kind of made up for some of the lack of stuns and disable they had. I felt like that Bloodseeker ended up really being a key piece of enabling this Infamous lineup to work so well.
I would agree, but honestly, I feel like I didn't spend any effort watching him all game. Like he was just kind of there. Like like those stats are like amazing, right? And I'm sure his like damage dealt was great. He did just as much damage as Invoker did.
Yep.
But it just like flew under the radar for me at least. But he has tons of items, did lots of damage. He definitely helped with follow-ups in a lot of cases too, with where like Blood Rage would secure a kill on somebody that was like chain disabled. So yeah, really good performance by him. Apparently, I just didn't see it.
The hero damage, I'm glad you mentioned it, because on the side of Ego Boys, a really tight spread. The lowest was Kara on the Phoenix at 10k, and then the highest was Rises on the Naga at 15.3k. That's pretty wild. It's pretty rare you see it that tight, A, because you often expect your 5 not to do so much damage, and also you kind of want your carry or your mid to do more than 15k damage in, how long was that game? 36 minutes of gameplay. That's pretty rough. Ego Boys just couldn't kill anything.
Yeah, I generally feel like I see the damage be really even like that when almost every team fight you're spending it running away rather than actually taking a real team fight. So that's, I think, why the damage numbers are about similar. Like almost every fight in the early mid game was Prophet getting like Spirit Vessel cold snapped with Blood Rage and an arrow, and you just die. And then everyone's like, shit, let's get out, and they start running. So it's like nobody has time to do damage and build up those like nice scoreboard numbers.
And the missed combo, the Phoenix Egg with the Naga ult. That was a moment where it was already rough for Ego Boys, but that was kind of like nail in the coffin type team fight there. At least I think that's when we started to cross that threshold point of no return. Pretty one-sided game after all.
I mean, there were so many possibilities, right? You saw, like, in the top lane, they were doing great harass over on the Spectre. It's just that Tano kept missing every single one of those LSAs. Like, he missed so many of them, unfortunately. And then, like you said, you know, the timing of the egg and the song could have been incredible. They could have, you know, had a huge fight, could have turned things around. But unfortunately, you know, that execution just wasn't there from Ego Boys, unfortunately.
Yeah,
all right, well...
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
No, okay. I was gonna say the big one for me was the X getting blink with the egg timing. That was the biggest one that they messed up. Lost them a fight, and they weren't able to take the mid, and they lost their mid tower, and lost a bunch of net worth advantage. That was probably the biggest mistake that kind of was the beginning of the end. But yeah, if you're outclassed like that, those things are gonna happen, and you know, maybe they can have a better game too.
Yeah, pull something out of the hat. We're going to take a break now, and then we're going to come back. Looks like the coordinator is currently being updated, so forgive us if we take a few extra minutes here, boys and girls. But alas, we will return for game number 2 as soon as that lobby is ready to go. right, welcome back, Dota fans. Sorry about that. It looks we've been having some issues with the lobby. We had some coordinator issues. We didn't think a patch dropped, although it looks like a patch might have actually dropped. So there is an update. So everyone's gonna have to close their Dota, get this update, and then we're gonna make a new lobby that we can all get into. So we switched to the panel just as we realized that was going to be the case. So welcome back, Moxie Purge. How are we after our little 7-minute break there?
Dating.
Do I sound crackly still?
No,
Sounds
Purge, you
smooth
sound
as butter.
fantastic.
I liked it better crackly. Wanted some texture to my voice. I'll have to go buy a pack of cigarettes or updating Dota.
No, that's not good for your health. I like when you went into Shadow Realm Purge. That's one of my favorites.
I don't
When
remember.
you just sound like you're full-on demonic evil. It was during the DPC, one of our casts. You became a demonic purge, as the meme goes. It was excellent.
This is I think I've gone robot Zyori. My webcam might have gone all pixelated here. As you can see, I'm downloading the patch, and is this a big patch? Why is it taking so long? What happened to
It
my
is
internet?
it's a pretty decent sized patch. 1.67 gigabytes. The jiggly bits, guys.
It was that big.
Okay. So yeah, it's huge. It's not
Is it
just
the
me, that's
event?
why-
You
Yeah,
know
what
they're
is
doing?
this?
They're installing some stuff for that game mode that's coming out this week. It might be out right now, which means, guys, you're gonna have to cast without me. I gotta go play this new game mode. It's
Bye,
more
guys.
important.
Have fun.
I'm just gonna ditch. Be like, screw this.
Oh my god.
It's fine. I'll just cast it myself like the old days
Now,
when
not
nobody
gonna
cared
lie.
about SA.
I'm a little worried though. Like a
It-
1.6 gigabyte patch, South America qualifiers. Guys, South America is not known for its speedy internet connections. This might take
Oh,
a hot minute
no.
for everybody to update. I'm not even joking around. I've got like fiber line here, and I still am not
Yep.
done downloading this thing.
Watching. Guys,
I'm
do stop talking. I'm
almost
watching a
done.
trailer right now. It's really exciting. Just trying to figure out what's happening.
Oh man, it is the new event. The new event.
hmm
Pog. It's so exciting that I actually used a Twitch thing in my everyday speech. Oh no, no.
Is there a post on Dota2.com? Oh my gosh, there is.
There is.
Production, please advise. Should we read this article? Should we throw to a break? What do we want to do here? Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got a little bit of work to do here. We're gonna keep downloading this patch. We're gonna throw to a break, then we're gonna come back once Game 2 is ready to start. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Dota 2, the game, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We'll be back right after this.
stillness somewhere above. The city lights, you're falling in love. Still aware, you know it is true that you are lost and this is a clue. Love is forever, love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather, light as a feather. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo. Love is forever, love is forever. Love is forever, love is forever. With the music still in your ears, you're on your way to conquer your fears. In this dream of your own desire, there is someone calling your name. Love is forever, love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather, light as a feather. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo. Love is forever. Love is forever. Love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo. Just close your eyes. And when you wake up, you know what you need to do. Just close your eyes. Someone's been waiting for you. Just close your
Dota fans, we've got a treat for you. Did you think that the Battle Pass was going to drop today, June 23rd, 2021, between games 1 and 2 of Ego Boys versus Infamous? Anybody have that on their bingo card today? Because I sure didn't. But here we are. The patch dropped 1.6 gigabytes. We got a Battle Pass. Moxie, Purge, how excited are we right now?
I just bought
mean,
my
it-
battle pass. I
it
gotta
looks
claim
good.
all my rewards.
I'm also claiming I forgot to join the lobby for like at least 4 minutes there. And the real question is, which players are going to use these rewards instantly?
Yeah, and we saw Spectre in game 1. Chances we see old Phantom whatever here. Mercurial's finally got the Arcana. Any preliminary thoughts about this ultra ghoulish, ghosty? It's like a light take on Spectre. I'm so used to her being this dark dispersion blob of blackness, and now she's got all these white highlights, this white ghosty hair. It almost doesn't look like Spectre. This Arcana is so good.
It looks really cool for sure. And Spectre's being picked. We're definitely going to see this soon. Maybe not right now. People in the lobby are saying, "Wait, I need to open treasure." So yeah, there's Mariano. So we'll see if we get to see anything new.
I can't say that I blame them. Now, I do want to see, I like that we're getting into this Arcana style where it has the second styles that can be unlocked. Like the Wind Ranger one had that. The level 2 for the Spectre looks insane. I don't know if you guys scroll down to check it out, but it's red instead of white. It's pretty badass. I think, what is it? You need a mega kill streak in 100 different games. That's a challenge. That's going to take a little while.
Right there. Someone's making that into an emote. I hope you know that.
When you started talking about like, oh, the alternate styles like the Wind Ranger one, I just instantly was like, that makes me mad. Like the Ogre one and the Wind Ranger one, it takes so long to get the alternative style. And like, look, like I get it. I don't play the same hero. Like I don't grind the hero and like, sure, you can have your like feel special because you like have it unlocked, but like the barrier is too damn high. This shit's $30. Like, let me play like 20 games of a hero and get that shit unlocked. Like, that's pretty reasonable. That's 20 hours of my life. But no, you gotta play like 50 hours of a hero to get the second style unlocked. What is this, Valve? Freaking ridiculous.
Well, you gotta keep it coming back. Folks, we will have this lobby ready to go, I think, momentarily. We've got 10 players now. It looks like most of our broadcasters are in. And all right, our lobby's actually loading right now. But also a big Davion set. So maybe we'll see a new stylish Dragonite. Moxie, he said he was looking pretty handsome here in his new style. Big fan.
Yeah, he definitely, he glowed up nicely without the helmet. He definitely doesn't look anywhere near as terrifying. But it's a good thing to remember that even your heroes are just people underneath everything else, or some sort of goblin or whatever it is here in Dota 2.
Yeah, he bleeds red just like the rest of us, poor Davion. There you go. All right, game number 2, Infamous. They lead 1-0 in this best of 3. This is the beginning of this double elim bracket. Let's jump into game number 2. We already did. We've got the draft. All right, great throw. Mars and Invoker both banned out. Curious to see where these teams go, and if Ego Boys can switch it up enough to take us to a game 3 decider.
The gyrocopter made it through, guys.
Ooh, okay.
That is a cause.
Are we going back for the Abaddon opener? That has been the go-to. It's like the safety opener. It's not that flashy. It doesn't win every game, but it just feels solid. And part of me feels like Ego Boys might just go right back for it.
It feels like the better version of Warlock right now. It's like you pick it and you just have a solidified lane, basically. But A is also extremely good right now, laning stage-wise. Got some little baby nerfs in the last patch we got, but still is a really effective hero. Ice Blast is just so powerful. It is the ultimate anti-healing. It makes your ganks cleaner. If you pick it with the right heroes, it lanes fine, if not good. So yeah, makes sense.
I like it. Beginning of some good team fight, and does open up some potential lane combos. I always think of Chaos Knight. I don't know that Ego Boys play the CK too often, but he does pop out on occasion in South America, so it is something to maybe keep in the back burner. It's a non-zero.
I mean, that's usually an Ektor hero, because he favors those really tanky, strength heroes and whatnot. But I don't know. I feel like something like a Tiny could go really, really nice with the Ancient Apparition. We've been seeing a lot of that over in some of the other regions. Oh, you're right, though, Zayori. Your friend Abaddon over there on Infamous
Old
again.
Safety. And the Medusa. So we saw Dusa banned out last game, I think, in the second phase. But, Dusa, Abaddon, the beginning, setting her up to be able to move around. I like Abaddon against Ancient Apparition as well. Aphotic Shield, pretty handy against Cold Feet and whatnot.
Yep, and Medusa is just really effective against A is the other reason that it's just a good pick. The way that Mana Shield works is that whatever damage is thrown at you, 70% of it is instantly reducing your mana pool instead. And that's done before magic resistance reduction or armor or anything like that is taken into account. So A is a hero that benefits from amplifying the damage he does in the first place. So if your second skill basically does nothing on that 70% of damage you deal to Medusa, then like bursting her down, which is the whole purpose of AA, is to help you burst people, is just not a non-factor. So like right off the bat, Infamous just has a carry that's going to be very difficult for AA to ever assist in bursting her.
There you go, boys. Into the reserve time now. Big pick here, of course, leading right into bans.
I just want to see Alone on something more playmaking this time around. That's the Drakeel Darkseer.
Darkseer.
Nope. This isn't at Xantix. We're not in EU anymore. I mean, it worked out a couple times, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be Drakeel. That is a hero that he really loves playing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they also know exactly what they're, an idea of what they're playing into too over here on the side of
I like
Ego Boys.
Wall versus Dusa. I think this can be an effective tool. When HFN was on his tear with Medusa in the DPC season, I think we saw at least one team, if not two, try this Darkseer counter. It's not like a hard counter, but you have some okay options. Dusa's pretty stationary, so usually fairly easy to get some value out of the wall in the team fights.
Yeah, and Wall against Abaddon is also kind of nice. Just even if he's like a squishy, not high damage illusion, you can still get a silence. But the other thing is that it gives you like an overwhelming amount of damage in the laning stage if you do catch somebody out of position. Medusa is very slow. Abaddon's faster, but he like isn't the best at necessarily fighting to the death against heroes that have like limited amounts of nukes. But Einstein on paper could do like, I haven't done the math, but it's probably like hundreds of damage, right, for one skill point. or for like using it as a spell. So like if you,
Yeah.
it gives them a way to actually like kill Abaddon if they catch him with enough damage here, and gives them potential team fight and combos. And their draft is also very open right now. They know they're
Is
laning against
Earths
Medusa.
for me.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's not like amazing though, is the problem. He's just like okay. I'm not necessarily sure why he isn't as valued as other heroes, but certainly heroes like Nyx Assassin is seen as better. Lion is seen as better, probably because their disables are more clean. So when you're playing against heroes like Nyx or Puck, it just feels easier to get ganks off. Whereas like yeah, Earth Spirit's great for mobility stuff, but he has like what a 1 second stun with rolling with his roll, and then he has like a 2.5 to 4 second silence, which in the mid game, once your enemy cores get like any dispel or other item, it just doesn't feel as good as some of those other disabling here. So I think that's one of the reasons that he's fallen off a bit.
Wonder if the water rune had an impact as well. I think if I remember talking to Trent about it, he was the one that mentioned Earthspirit used to be really good at punishing those first couple rune spawns when there wasn't the water rune, but now that it's sort of an even split, he doesn't have as much of a utility at that really key moment when he used to be able to break open the mid lane in certain mid matchups. So yeah, maybe just not his meta, but I like seeing this early Darkseer. The Clockwork and the Ursa banned out, 2 pretty good ones. Love the Ursa Darkseer combo, hero that already has mobility issues, so we'll Surge on top of the Bear, pretty solid, close the gap.
I want to see
Clockwork's
more
either-
control coming out from both of these guys, I think, is the big thing looking at the draft. You have a little bit of control coming out from the Abaddon, right? Because you can get the silence, you've got the cold feet sort of coming out from the Ancient Apparition, but we're not seeing any like hard targeted stuns. And I feel like that's very, very important and able to, you know, catch, especially against something like a Darkseer. You need some sort of way to get your hands on him.
And the other thing is that typically your offlane hero is almost always going to be somebody that's like a initiating stun, and Darkseer does not provide that. So, and while 4 can do that, it's going to mean that Ego Boys certainly has to pick some like mid hero that can jump in, set tempo, set up like ice blast basically. So it could restrict their picks a bit here. End up banning the CK, which would have been a great dual lane with A.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go.
Love the Snapfire. Very well could be mid. Could just be a 4. A little bit of flexibility there. And I like the CK ban. I don't know that Ego Boys wanted it for sure, but it's definitely, in this region, man, that hero's threatening. I appreciate the respect from Infamous.
Have you guys been seeing Snapfire mid in this region?
It's a little bit of a specialist thing. There is sort of Beast Coast does set the meta a little bit, and it's something that Chris Luck has played a lot mid in the past. So other teams do play it, not quite on the same level, I think, as the guys that really specialize in it. But yeah, it's on the radar for sure. I don't know specifically if KXY or Faker does that. But hey, there's the Earth Spirit, man. I'm on the pulse today.
Yeah, that's
That
definitely
is the
something
combo.
that Faker has played before in previous patches. Definitely could be flexed a bit. They could put it over on Michael. I know he also can play it as a 4, and you can also run it as a 3. So big flex with the Snapfire. But yeah, the Earth Spirit pickup. I was gonna say earlier when you guys were having that conversation, this feels like a hero that like it's a specialist hero. Like if you're really good with it, you can still pick it up. You can still make things happen. But generally, you know, we don't see a lot of it. Oh, that answers the question. It's not gonna be the Michael Snapfire.
So that gives them another save basically with Snowball. Also tag team with split shots, pretty good arguably. Just increases Medusa's damage against targets. But certainly the Snowball save to prevent against Ice Blast, it's a disruption basically. You don't get hit by it. The debuff doesn't land if you cast it ahead of time, so it can be really good.
I also love Shards with Medusa, right? She's slow, kind of stationary in fights a lot of the times, and Tusk just makes it all the more easy. Also Snapfire, similar. You know, Cookie, a little mobility tool, can go a long way for Dusa. I love that they've got 3 heroes that have some way to kind of save, reset. I mean, this is really Medusa, star of the show, kind of raid boss style, the way they're building around her right now.
Yeah, that's true. I'm curious what lanes they're gonna do though, because we like Tusk is probably not a 3. It could be. I guess it's I don't know. It's like either Snapfire 3 or Snapfire mid.
Yes, I think so.
I think
be
it's
Abbott 3-2,
probably mid, but I want to just I want to see something ridiculous. I want to see this Deuce get really big. I want to see Snapfire get the gobble up and just launch Deuce at people. Like that's what I want to see. Yeah, I know it's there for save
could.
too, but I just think it'd be really funny because again, Adusa is very slow, right? She kind of wants to fight around her. So I just want to see Snapfire just yeet that Medusa in there. Get in there, Dusa, you know, earn your core, you know, status, and you know, maybe see the bullwhip come out too while she goes and tosses her out. But
It's not
very
bad.
common.
Now that the ult has the movement speed on it, Dusa has way more options for that kind of stuff. And after thinking about it, they settle on Lesh. So some big damage now for Ego Boys.
So kind of interesting in terms of how it like fits with the hero composition. Outside of like Earth Spirit, I guess I could do like Yule setups too for Ice Blast, but it's an okay range show for Iron Shell really, because you're already going to be standing in melee range anyways. If Darkseer goes something like Ags, that could really help Lesh, but right now it just feels like he's a little vulnerable to burst from if Infamous ever goes on him.
I think the other thing is there's just so much magic damage coming out from this lineup here from Ego, which makes me a little bit worried here because once they get some BKBs online, they get a hood online, this stuff is not going to be nearly as scary because Infamous, you know, they still have another pick here, so they could go, you know, for something more physical damage if they liked. You know, they have flexibility with this draft.
Like the Brood ban. That's a good read from Ego Boys. And Ego Boys have 9th pick, so it is Infamous that'll have that final pick. And we'll get to utilize the flex of this Snapfire, at least to some degree.
Another nice thing about the Leshrac pick actually is that Ego's, and I thought about this because of the Brood ban that you mentioned, they don't have good AoE to deal spiders, and that also means that they're not going to be able to push out lanes very well. Or Spirit and A are both pretty bad at that, at least until A gets shard. But Leshrac and Darkseer, very good at pushing lanes, so they can just play around those two cores right now, and they shouldn't have too many issues there. I'm not necessarily confident that their team fight is better yet, but hey, at least they can push their lanes out and potentially look for kills after.
Viper. Are we picking Bristleback here? Are we going to do the Bristleback Darkseer? Safe lane BB?
There's no... But there's
or are
no
we Spectre again?
patch.
Those are the two heroes I think of with that Viper ban. Spectre.
They don't have a good initiator stun, but...
Okay.
Oh,
There it
yeah,
is.
you're right.
I hope it's the Arcana. Let's go, boys.
Persona.
He needs a level 330 battle pass. He would have had to pump a lot of money, guys. Ego Boys is a Division 2 team. I don't think they're ready to just drop legit, like, what, $100?
You don't know
to
that.
be
Maybe
the
he's
first
got a
person-
lot of fans, dude. Maybe he's been saving up those subs or whatnot,
This
you
is a
know?
big
Just like,
moment,
it's
Bird.
gonna happen. I'm gonna go and buy it in the middle of the DPC qualifier. Or not
mean,
DPC qualifier, you know.
It's hard. You'd have to have your fan on deck ready to gift you levels while the match is happening without you needing to pay attention to literally anything else, you know, like
Don't
your match
underestimate
integrity.
the power
But
of
you don't
South
have that
America, my
purge?
friend.
You know, I'd love to see
Sad
it. I
purge.
want to see it. I want to see it. It has a lot of cool effects. There's like a custom blade mail animation. There's a custom radiance one. It looked pretty cool. I was halfway through then that fucking draft started. I was really annoyed.
I'd love an Underlord type hero here for Infamous. Like put the Snapfire mid and grab an offlaner with a lot of catch. You know, somebody that can grab the Darkseer or whoever he's got surged up. And they go
Oh.
Night Stalker. Whoa. Okay, talk to me about this hero. What's going on with Night Stalker?
They needed
Peter
somebody
Batman?
Yeah, they need somebody to be able to run at their opponents because, like, if it, like, Snapfire is a little, like, obviously Tusk and Snapfire can run at people, but it can be a bit iffy at times. Night Stalker is going to be able to pressure the map. He's going to be able to easily kill A every single fight. If I'm A this game, I'm like, I'm not going to have a good time. Either Tusk or Night Stalker is going to kill me every fight. So A is basically just going to be able to throw Ice Blast, and that's all. Any other disable's a little bit weak, so Night Stalker should be able to run circles around him a bit and make life harder. It's okay here.
I love Night Stalker on paper, but I still have some flashbacks to DPC where I think almost every time this hero was picked, it just looked rough, just like hard to execute. The other team had a good sense of how to play around it. And if he doesn't get that good start, the hero goes from a total beast to sort of a liability where he doesn't do so much playing from behind. I do still think Infamous is the stronger team, and it's probably more likely they win this game. But it is a pretty wild pick to round things out. Moxie, what's your prediction here for game 2?
Like the Night Stalker, I think definitely what you said. If he starts to suffer and falls behind, it's going to be hard. But I think you look at how squishy the team is and how not ready they're going to be to fight. And you just have a Night Stalker just hunting that Leshreck the entire time, hunting the AA, even like the Darkseer with that AoE silence. I think it's going to be really difficult for Ego Boys. So I'm going Infamous.
All right. Well, we'll see if the Darkseer can enable his friends, the Earth Spirit, the Spectre. He's got quite the cast to enable. Time for you two to take the reins, though. Let's jump into game number 2. Moxie and Purge can take it away.
All right, Purge, what do you think looking at this draft?
Well, I think what's really interesting is that 4 of the Infamous players have purchased a level 100 battle pass already, but the real question is how many of their benefits have they claimed so far? I mean, this is basically what we expected, right? Ego, the Division 2 team, are they going to have the Spectre Arcana 30 seconds after the battle pass comes out? It's not as likely, but Infamous, I really wish they would have been the ones to pick Spectre. Well, with that said, though, none of them are level 300, so it's just
not yet. You know, maybe they would have felt a bigger sense of urgency had they had decided, oh my gosh, yeah, we're totally giving Parker Spectre. But no, they've already picked up their battle pass, like you said, and
30 seconds to battle.
don't have any of those new hats out just yet either. We did get the banjo. I noticed that one, but banjo style. I like it. I like the banjo.
Voice thing? Oh yeah, the banjo charges they used.
Yee.
I didn't have enough time to soak everything in, but
it's okay there, buddy.
Some new stuff. It's okay. We're gonna all learn together.
We are. And I'm going to, like, every time they add more particles to the game, I become weaker and weaker as a play-by-play caster because I have to relearn everything here. But Mariano, we talked about this. He has to be able to kind of snowball ahead here. And he's already taking a decent amount of damage here. Nice body blocks here from Tano. They had, of course, that dagger. And he's trying to get away here so those cold feet don't proc. And it's not looking good for him. In fact, they're going to give Rises the final hit. So that is a great start here for Ego Boys. A kill for the Spectre right off the bat.
Bet he can't use that gold to buy the Spectre Arcana right now because it'd be a better buy than this 250 gold that he's getting. Instantly buys himself a Band of Elven skin. It's a really nice start, actually. A 6 damage advantage that he wouldn't have had otherwise. Night Stalker is going to lane with a Bracer start. That means he wants as much raw damage to be able to deny as much as possible. If you have Quelling, you're saying like, well, I'm going to get last hits for me, but maybe I won't be as competitive than denying. But with a Bracer, he's got 68 plus 3 damage. Spectre is 50 plus 2 damage. That means Night Stalker should be able to dumpster Spectre, but at least having that Band of Elven skin is going to put it 6 damage closer in Spectre's favor. So not terrible at all for Rises to start this game.
All right, how the heck did they kill the Deucer here in the bottom lane? Because I'll be honest, I didn't catch that one. I'm not sure if our awesome observer managed to catch it.
It's Ion Shell. It does 30 damage per second for 25 seconds. Let's do the math, guys. That is, what? Like 750 damage per hero? It's a broken level 1 skill, clearly. What other skill does 750 damage at level 1?
I don't know,
and then you
but
get 2 of them.
hey.
You just stand next to him, he dies. It's that simple.
Yep. Yep, just like that. All right, well, this is starting off as a disaster here for Infamous in game number 2. They had a death on the Night Stalker and a death on Dusa and the Abaddon. And now they might end up losing Faker here, too. Scatter Blast trying to outplay here. Lone sitting very low, though. Like, we aren't going to see a kill in this mid lane just yet.
Yeah, they need to offset these lane losses so far, but... Spectre 7-1, Night Stalker 6-1, so that's going completely fine for them. They don't have to worry too much there. Water Runes are coming up here. Lone doesn't quite have his bottle yet. Tries to go for a stun, misses it, takes some tower shots, but he'll be able to grab one Water Rune at least.
Each of them will be able to pick up a Water Rune, go right back over to that lane. But it's been really neck and neck over here. It's been pretty interesting to watch. Might have to be a little bit careful. Nice harass coming out from Kara will push away the Tusk. They're trying to recoup their losses here in this bottom lane. For the side of Infamous, they get a pull off over to the side. They have to be so careful here because you can see Tano and Drakeel, they're just running at them nonstop.
But as long as Medusa gets some levels, it'll be relatively fine. Bata can just get away from her a bit, give him some solo experience, that kind of thing.
Kara. These nice shards coming out here from the Tusk. Mariano's chasing after this Ancient Apparition and doesn't quite have enough damage, unfortunately. So it's like Kara is going to be fine, and they are pretty much slowing him down as they do get a rotation to that mid lane coming out from the Earth Spirit. They got a kill on Faker.
Really nicely done. And that's one of the downsides of playing a hero like Snapfire mid is that while the hero is functional, oh, wow, he even grabs an Observer Ward too. That's a safety ward. Knows where they're placed, and he, based on his movements there, he anticipated that his opponents knew that he was there. He scans even to see if Earth Spirit is still in the area, but this is where the tricky stuff becomes really helpful. He's going to show himself bottom now, so Snapfire will try to regain some lane control here, but bit of a rough start here for Infamous.
I just did that.
I'd like to see Infamous do some stacking too for this Deuce. I think that's very important. We saw during season 2 of DPC, you know, the team that had the most stacks is the one that, you know, generally ended up winning that game because they were able to accelerate so quickly.
Yeah, assuming you have the heroes that are good at clearing stacks early. Like in the past, you'd stack for this, like, what, 15-minute time limit somebody gets Battle Fury, but a little harass on Isel here. No, he's fine. But yeah, Medusa, amazing at clearing early stacks. Axe, so good at it. Spectre can do too with, like, Blade Mail, potentially. But it just depends.
Are fortified.
You can see that Michael trying to do a little bit of creep manipulation here, but Tano finds a kill on Excel. This bottom lane is going great for the side of Ego. In fact, look at this. He's actually going to be able to walk away from the engagement thanks to the Fairy Fire. He's got the boots online.
Yo, Tano is owning so hard. He's got more kills right now than he had assists in the entire last game. Like, this is his hero, clearly. It is
He just
4
needed
kills
the right hero.
and 1 assist at 4 minutes 40. Like, that was a great punish. Like, the Abaddon came out, threw a Mist Coil at Darkseer to get him low, and then he's like, oh, I'm punishing that. Jumps in there, punches him back, gets some Ion Shell damage, gives Drakeel some space, and even though Medusa is still going to be completely fine in this lane, like, she doesn't have to worry about the Ion Shell damage at all. Just gives him a little bit of protection. And Darkseer will just get his items. We'll see what he buys.
We are seeing some stacks coming out now over in the Ancients in the Triangle, which is pretty nice for this Dusa. But we do have the nighttime now. Mariano's not quite ready to be running around too much. We'll need a little bit more help. But Michael, of course, is running right up there. Does have the tag team and the shards if necessary. Throws out the shards. Holds rises into place. Has to cut down that tree. Still trapped a bit, but looks like they're not going to hard commit. As over in the mid lane, you can see Tano looking to make this rotation over onto Faker. There is, of course, Excel waiting nearby, so they should realize that they both got backup here with the way that each one's playing. So Tano is just going to make his rotation now up top, throw down a sentry, and quite possibly... No, he's not going to... He's going to wait around for the rune. Okay.
He's doing so good. I like where this Radiant Ward is, too, to spot where Earth Spirit's going to want to linger near that small camp. But this sentry he placed earlier to block this small camp ends up protecting him a little bit as well. But yeah, blocking the Ancient stacks is excellent. So far, like, Tusk does not feel like he's done much here. He's going to go in.
Roll over onto Michael. Cookie hop forward, though, as Excel is here. So they should be able to finally end the reign of terror of Tano. And Faker will happily get himself that kill.
Too bad Michael just got whiplash, I'm sure. Gets punched back, and then Granny shoves a cookie in your pocket, and you just launch your body for it at the same time. Really,
yeah, that's how it's supposed to work, right?
I guess so. It looked very violent. Surprised he didn't take damage from all that. Night Stalker, it is nighttime now. He's got phase boots. This is one really nice thing about picking Night Stalker is that once that 5 to 10 minute period comes, your support doesn't necessarily have to be here, and the enemy carry just doesn't feel safe. Like, Spectre is still very pressurable as a carry. It's one of the downsides to the hero is that you can punish her in lane, but hey, she just has to be safe until it becomes daytime, and then things are less bad once again. But for now, Night Stalker is going to get a lot of network.
I mean, I will say the one nice thing for the side of Ego Boys is that when you've got this Night Stalker, right? And he's pretty scary, but you're gonna need some extra rotations really to make it very successful early on, at least at this point. Right now, obviously, Faker just really wants to farm up, wants to get those levels, and you know, you've got Excel, and Excel's having a rough game. In fact, as I say that, they roll in. It's gonna turn back around because Faker is gonna make his first rotation here, but the Surge, of course, over on Drakeel gonna make it very difficult for them to close the gap. So they force out this rotation. They do go for a scan. They know that Tano's still here, but he drops a nice ward over on the cliffside so he can keep an eye just on where they're coming from. As pressure's coming out now over in this mid lane from Alone. He's waiting patiently. Michael is going to show up. Going in for the snowball. Connect as they do have those Snapfire kisses and they're coming in hot. They almost managed. Yeah, there it is. There's the kill on Michael. Not quite enough though to take down Alone. And while this is happening in the top lane, you can see Mariana's just trying to pressure the Spectre as much as possible here, realizing that a lot of these supports have left. He's going to go for the Dark Ascension as well. He's Be a dagger tossed out here by Rises. It's taking a while, and Mario's gonna be careful because he is taking damage, but it's not gonna be quite enough because Rises one more hit. He even goes and uses the Fairy Fire, the tower, helping him out the best that he can, but not enough damage to kill the Night Stalker as he finds and slays the Spectre.
Really nicely done. Yeah, 50 bonus damage from your ulti makes that a little bit more straightforward. You don't have to worry about him running in circles around the tower. But ultimately, rough rotation from Infamous. I mean, they TP Snapfire bottom. They didn't have a disable setup, so he can't, like, if he doesn't land Cookie himself, they lose the kill. And now Abaddon's going to also die trying to defend the tower. It dies instantly due to the Diabolic Edict from Leshrac, and now it just looks pretty bad for Infamous. The net worth is even right now, but it just feels like they're making some sloppy mistakes, and Ego Boys is getting what they want. Other than, you know, Spectre dying. That part, not good, but...
I mean, you expect that, though, from the draft that they've got going on, right? You've got a Leshrac. You know that this Dusa is going to cause a huge problem later on. So I think, you know, Ego Boys are playing their draft very, very nicely and just trying to take away this jungle from Parker here on the Medusa. Top lane, though. Trying to get a kill over here onto Kara. Have to be careful of that cold feet. Cookie hop forward, though. Almost enough to get the kill. Does he have the scatter blast? With 3, 2, 1. Can he get close enough? Yes, he can. Faker melts himself an ice cream cone. Because, you know, ice cream goes well with cookies.
Wonder how close that would have been if he didn't turn to cold feet. He might have been able to get out of the range of the scatter blast. It was pretty close, but ultimately a big kill. Gets the rotation. He is queuing up Ags, so... tossing the Medusa into the backline is what we're going to see. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to be right about that. The way that Thompson played this when he played, he was like the only Snapfire mid that I saw in EU or Western or Eastern Europe. But he would go like Blink Rush, and then that way he could like jump in and instantly do a lot of damage. That was kind of interesting, but they kind of washed out. They didn't do so hot, so I just kind of felt like Snapfire mid was dead. I'm excited to see what he does differently.
Tano's gonna get held in place with these shards here. Doesn't look like they're gonna go for those Snapfire kills this time. Nice cookie hop forward, though, again, coming out from Faker. Enough mana here if he'd like to go and drop those kisses, but he's gonna hold on to them a little bit longer as Alone teleports into the mid tower. Go for the pull back here. Sidestep, nicely done here by Faker, but they do manage to go and drop the wall. Jump forward again. Mariano's here. He's looking for a kill. He wants the Spectre. They'll end up losing the Abaddon. The hunt is on, though. They really want Faker, and they have just enough damage to do it. As Mariano is forced back. Roll forward here, coming out from Todd. He's gone perhaps just a little bit too far. Mario turning right back in. Walrus Punch comes out. They'll find the kill on Todd. Out Drakeel now. Forced to run for his life, but that AoE silence, man, it hurts. They're looking to go back in over on the side of Ego Boys. See how fast Alone is just charging in with that surge, but they're gonna back off a little bit, perhaps go back to the tower as the Abaddon has respawned now. No longer nighttime, so it's a little bit less scary for the side of Ego Boys. Michael taking a lot of damage here, goes for the snowball. Gonna be able to land over onto Drakeel. Big ice blast coming in hot. Does manage to go and clip over onto a couple of these heroes, but Drakeel, he's just stuck around maybe a little bit too long. There's the shards, not quite enough damage. The long range Snapfire kisses, though the silence though coming out as well. They're not gonna be able to go and finish off Drakeel as they'll get the kill again over onto the Abaddon. The tower is taken. Very nice fight here for Ego Boys.
Ego Boys are just completely outplaying them. I mean, in the initial fight, the Snapfire did a great job, like, escaping, using the Illusion Rune, forcing extra stones to come out, dodging spells, getting behind the tower, but ultimately the pressure was too much, and the biggest issue is that was Night Stalker using his ulti. I mean, it was like a minute and a half now, but it's daytime for another 60 seconds, so this is a couple of minutes of period here where Ego Boys are going to continue getting their net worth up. They're going Echo Saber on Spectre to have decent right click and mana regen and damage and all that good stuff, but ooh, that was a very obvious ward here. Not a good time rolling in. Guy doesn't even have good day vision. It's like 800 units, but he just happened to luck out and be in the same place. That one feels bad for Tono. Could deny the ward. That's a good thing that players do sometimes. All right, pressure to the top lane. Here's a Sin trying to slow down this push, but they will dive.
Oh yeah, absolutely going for a dive. The cookie out forward over on Kara and a big fish punch following up. So pressure being placed over on this tier 1 top from the side of Infamous.
You know, while we're on that topic, what's the best way to prepare frozen fish in your experience?
I like to slowly defrost it generally. I feel like if you try to put it in the microwave, it's just going to like overcook the edges and whatnot. Like you have to be so careful. So you just put it in like
So just
a
put it on my gaming PC or something, or
no. That's how we get sick and die. This you probably wash your chicken too, don't you? Hold that thought though. The cookie hop over on Titano, but already A is going to die. Ice Blast gets tossed in the vault with the wall. They get the kill, and there's going to be the fall. The silence coming out from Mariano here. They use the Stone Gaze alone. Needs to be careful. Those kisses coming in hot, but Mariano, it takes too much damage over on the back lines. Can they finish off alone? Yes, they'll be able to. But now Faker has to run for his life as Jakeel hunting him down here with that Ion Shell. Tries to find just a moment to get away. He's not going to be able to, as there's no mana left here. Oh, the Haunt comes out, the Snowball. They're trying to punish them for going too far, and there's going to be a buyback now coming out from Faker. They're looking to catch anyone if they can, but it looks like they just don't have it. The Ice Blast coming in, lands over on Parker. Look at Jakeel, he wants this kill. He's hunting for a Gorgon here, but he's not going to be able to quite manage it. And he's got to be so careful because he almost dies for his efforts as well. Nice stone here from Tano, slowing down everyone.
the Ravage, but a slow. Very good stone kick. Medusa looked a little vulnerable there, but the Aphotic Shield will damage block very similar to like having a Piper Hood, so good attempt at a dive though.
Alright, there's a nice litter. Good snowball though, buys just a little bit more time for Fakers. They follow up with the Scatter Blast. Cookie hop over onto the high ground. Looks like Michael is going to die for this, and they throw out that Spectral Dagger. They really want this kill. Michael falling now. Faker is just left all alone. He is dead. The Ice Blast getting tossed out just in case.
I just
Ego
can't help but
so fast and furious here.
They're doing a great job running their opponents down, and it just feels like Snapfire is not really making a huge impact right now. The first item he bought was Boots of Travel. He wanted to up his movement speed to help offset the fact that his opponents are fast, and to give him another way to gap close and get disables. But the problem is the disables, or the chase is effective enough from the Ego Boys that like he just gets gone on, and then his skills aren't good anymore. And the other way to utilize the hero is like he needs his allies to initiate, and he just launches in Mortimer's Kisses and does a huge amount of damage to help them out. But like other than Night Stalker and maybe Tusk, no one else is initiating, so it just feels kind of awkward right now. I feel like he's not justifying the mid Snapfire pick just yet. He bought back apparently as well, by the way, so his net worth is not looking healthy. He's the fifth. No. He's fifth from the bottom. Net worth. That was the mid player.
And it looks like he's changed his mind, going more towards that build that you talked about earlier, that Topsa did with the Blink Dagger. He had queued up the Aghanims, but they decided that they wanted to change this. So, Deuce, of course, is going for that Ags pickup. Pretty standard stuff, but the towers are falling very rapidly over on the side of Infamous. In fact, Mariano does show up, but not much that he can do.
I mean, he's just happy to be here, frankly, because it's easy for him. He's pretty survivable, and big pickup.
I don't think the kisses were necessary for that.
I didn't see,
maybe they were.
But I'm just happy they did their combo. Snowball, tag team punch, launch the kisses, get a kill, creates map pressure. It's all good, even if it was the 5. Fine time for Medusa. She's the most farmed hero in the game. That's the thing that's keeping Infamous close in net worth. They're behind by 3k now, but I was surprised that it was even close in those previous fights, and it's basically just because Medusa is such a quick farmer here.
I will say that for the most part, Parker has not been contested in terms of like trying to shut down the farm. We have had a lot of attention and a lot of fights. Hold that thought. Faker top lane. That Haystrom was saving it, but they have a Yules. They'll be able to go follow up with the Splitter. Then they have just damage to get a kill on Grandma.
Grandma a little greedy this game too. A movement speed over health. So Boots of Travel and movement speed talent and a Wind Lace and a Haste Rune. She's like, you guys can't kill me, and then they just hard dispel it with the Yule Scepter. Good luck. You're dead, Granny.
That feels like Faker in a nutshell. I feel like whenever I see him, he tends to be very greedy. But pressure on the last tier 1 top.
Let's see if they can defend this. They've got a drum on Tusk. This is like one of the few heroes that's really good on. Amplify your team's damage. Great with the Dusa.
They'll defend it, and I feel like this tower is very important for them to defend, especially considering the mid one has already been taken by the side of Ego Boys.
Yeah.
Just because this triangle is so value, right?
Yeah, that's true. Triangle, that's a really good point. I was going to say Roshan, but Triangle is arguably just as important just because you have Medusa. If you have a hero that's great at Tricam farming, then yeah, another TP point to cover. It makes it harder for your opponents to retreat after they invade, so it just makes everything feel a lot scarier. Defending that tower is going to be a big deal this game.
They want the Spectre. Mariano sweeping around.
Silence.
So the snapper
dagger. That was
kisses the follow-up here with the catch, and that should be a dead Spectre. So there we go. There's one of those combos we talked about before. You know, it's the shards and the snowball punch with the kisses, and it works out very nicely. But they do have to be careful, because Ego Boys, they're on the prowl.
So
Looks
the
like
Infamous
it's
called
just
their
Michael.
bluff. It's very common for Spectres to be solo while your team goes to look for a fight. That way Spectre can hunt in. So they just ran right at the Spectre, got the kill really quick, made it work out. Night Stalker going the non-greedy build. He just went phase, bracer wand, got a BKB instantly. That way he doesn't have to worry in the slightest about diving the backline. He just picks the target that's most important to silence. He's going to stand on him. And it's probably going to be A or Leshrac in most of these fights.
Lot of pings coming out now over from the side of Infamous and from the side of Eagle Boys as they go for a smoke. Know exactly where the Eagle Boys are, but of course, they have to be expecting this. No one else is showing on the map. Night Stalker leading the charge of Dark Ascension. He's got his eyes immediately over onto Kara. He's gonna get run into though by Tano. The reverse punch. They should have enough damage to take down Kara. There will be no Ice Blast available this time. Mariano has that BKB popped. He's hunting for this Leshrac. Not gonna be able to quite get his hands on him, but instead we'll turn around, chase after Tano. And again, they're just not being able to lock him down. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to catch him.
Pretty big
Mario's
mistake from Night
Taraiko.
Stalker. He should have been able to interrupt the rolling or block the boulder, but it's still okay. They get the mid-tier 1 tower.
They're re-engaging over on the side of Eagle Boys. They have their eyes over here onto Michael. There's going to be the Haunt coming in. Silence over onto Mariano. Snowball buying a little bit more time for Michael as he's going to try to run out. But over on the mid lane, the hunt is on. Rises and Tano trying to find this kill. A getting tossed right back in again. They'll get the kill on Tano. He goes, he pops his ultimate. Ice Blast coming in hot. Should land over on at least 2 of these heroes as the Medusa uses the Stone Gaze. Is going to get used up into the air. And they do have those kisses, but they just don't have the lockdown and control. Alone, though, he is left kind of alone over on the side as he eventually does fall to the Medusa. Can they get anything else out of this is the question. Both teams using pretty much everything in their kit at this point.
Yeah, Medusa Ags actually looks pretty strong this game. The Eagle Boys lineup is, they don't have an abundance of armor, so stoning them and therefore increasing the physical damage they take feels pretty good, especially in combo with Tusk, who amplifies physical damage and can walrus punch. So if they combo together, they can definitely do a bit more damage than they would expect, and that it really showed there with the Leshrac. A lot of Leshracs have been going like Eternal Shroud, Yule Scepter. I can't remember what his tag is. The mid player for T1. He would even skip Lightning Storm to get a lot of stat levels, trying to tank up and be survivable. But Lesh looked real squishy in that fight, and that's a liability, even though he's been playing well.
Big ol' Ice Blast coming in, but they do have the double damage still online for this Medusa. They want to take this fight. They have to be careful, though. Already you can see they're trying to push everyone away. BKB coming out from Mariano now. He's trying to find his opening over here onto Alone as the Yules comes out again over onto this Medusa as well. He's going to be the ultimate popped over on the Abaddon. They just can't seem to find the opening here. As the Medusa, she's taking too much damage. She has no mana left. She should fall here. So she tries to go down swinging. Drakeel eventually finding the kill. And this Roche is sitting so very low. There is no buyback on this Medusa, though. Mariano waiting patiently, hoping maybe he can soar over here, get an idea of how low this Roche is. Maybe go for a snatch or something. Nope, it's going to be Rises picking up that Aegis. Followed up with a nice Ice Blast as Night Stalker as Toast Michael looks like he's going to be next to fall. And now Excel will go down too.
This is utter chaos. Just Infamous throwing the game there, basically. They got the DD and they said, hey, this is fine. We can definitely take Roche, but it wasn't nighttime. They didn't have Night Stalker ulti. I don't even think they had Stone Gaze at the time. So, like, Ego just comes and they just fight him for it. And they just can't win the fight there. You saw Night Stalker pop BKB, turn on Crippling Fear, and walk after them at like 350 movement speed. It's not going to be as impactful there if you don't have that mobility advantage. And even stealing the Aegis was unlikely to happen. The Leshrac there just could have lifted him the whole time. So, good attempt, but just lost 4 heroes. Like, throwing your advantage away. Like, I don't know, just disengage.
Just disengage. All right, now Eagle Boys sitting at a 3K net worth lead. Still have the Medusa sitting at the top of the net worth over on the side of Infamous. But the top 3 cores, this feels almost like a, what is it? A reverse of last game, right? Because in the last game, we saw that Ego Boys core, the Naga, was sitting at the top of the net worth for a long time, but the other 3 cores over on the side of Infamous were quickly taking over. So what's the play here?
the game just feels kind of hard for Infamous a little bit. I mean, they still have like good skirmish and stuff like that. Night Stalker still gives you vision advantages. You can still dive to the back line, and they've got tools to burst Leshrac rapidly for sure. But Medusa's going to be the solo core. She'll be the tanky one in the front, and they're going to have a diffusive blade Manta Echo Saber Spectre who's going to drain mana, jump on her, and find opportunities. So you just can't let them pick you off when you're by yourself. That's the scary thing. They're trying to get one.
The setup on Faker. It's just Tano, so I'll turn it right back around because they did end up picking up the Yules, the Scatter Blast, the Cookie Hop. They need to be careful though because there's a lot more people here than I think Faker had thought. So they use the Haunt, they get the kill. The Stone Gaze comes out now from Park. He just wants to try to disengage, and he is going to be able to do it. But Faker feeling a little too confident there that he can just jump right back in.
It's always a bad sign when like somebody does something aggressive like that, and you're thinking like, oh, they just made a mistake. I'm gonna outplay him now, and then like his whole team is there, and then you just feel so stupid. But you assume it's a mistake on your opponent's side, and maybe they're not giving them enough respect. But Snapfire did not need to get to Cookie offensively there after the Yules. Like the Yules was fine, the Scatter Blast was fine, but Cookie offensively a little dangerous. Now with the Aegis, pressure Spectre a little.
They're not happy that they're in the triangle here, but Alone will manage to take the last T1 standing over on the side of the Radiant. I think it's interesting too the amount of different builds that we've been seeing from Faker. You know, we saw he was queued up for the Blink Dagger, he was queued up for the Ag Scepter, and now he's ended up with that Yules and working on the BKB next. He's been very dynamic in response to what is killing him, which I think is good, but I'm also concerned that this isn't the way that he wanted to play this at all.
Smoked right on top of a ward. I would agree with your thoughts about his itemization. He just realizes like I need to be able to defend myself. I'm too vulnerable. When they get on top of me, I'm gonna have a bad time. And at least this gives them setup. There's the fight.
Here it is immediately. The silence though. Ice Blast comes in, doesn't manage to land on anyone, so they're gonna go chasing after Tano here. They do, of course, have that Yules. Buys a bit more time as KXY falls immediately. Tano is taking a long time to kill this Earth Spirit. This is not looking great for them as they go for the vacuum, the pull back. Mariano is just taking down Magnified. Tano gonna buy back now. A sitting just a little bit too low, and there it is. There's the Stone Gaze. They have to disengage. They've already lost their mid. They've lost their Abaddon, their save. And they're still looking if they can catch anyone else. They have that ward. They know exactly where Parker is. And look at Alone. He's surged up. He's hoping that he can get his hands over here. And he is going to be able to go use the Yules. Michael jumping in. The wall gets dropped. The Split Earth coming in. Michael is just burning to all of this damage. Plus the Ice Blast coming in. There's no mana left. That is a dead Parker. And it's a dead Michael.
I don't know if he thought that his snowball was off cooldown, but I clicked on him and it was about 4 or 5 seconds left. Maybe tried to like punch somebody to prevent the vacuum in time, but man, they're just running over Infamous here. That ward was crucial. It was cool with how they did that. They placed an observer ward on the cliff spot like normal, but they also had one to the right. And sometimes like double warding the same area makes you think as a support, yeah, they're not gonna have a ward here. They already had one. So you get one, then you don't get the other, and you just assume you're safe because they maybe didn't overbuy sentries or they were low or didn't have the money. So that smoke break, they were completely ready for that. They put Spectre in their face. They instantly killed Snapfire basically with a rundown. Just started the fight so easy for them.
They do manage to push them away from the tier 3 over on the side of Infamous, but they've got to be feeling pretty good right now. Although the Aegis does get reclaimed. So it looks like Ego, they're going to kick back. They've got to be feeling pretty good right now. Although they do find themselves a Faker again. Uh-oh, Split Earth, plenty of damage from the Diabolic Edict, and Rises joining on, and they even go throw out the Ice Blast just for good measure. Ooh, Excel? Excel gets found by Tano and Drakeel here. This is not good. Does have his ultimate up if necessary. Michael waiting over here on the low ground. Feels a bit loath to show up to this fight. He'll throw out some shards, but not going to be able to do a whole heck of a lot here, because if he shows up, he's just going to feed.
Game's not looking good for Infamous here. I feel like they've given up too much ground here. Medusa's not that far ahead in net worth. Tano's just completely controlling the game. There's a snowball. Stevie gets followed up on.
Yeah, it's gonna get dragged back. It does have the Essence Ring, but the Cold Feet will proc, and they'll wait patiently, tick down slowly, using that Ion Shell from Drakeel. This is Tano's redemption arc after game number 1, and it's looking pretty darn
really
good for him, huh?
The difference between the last game and this one is like literally night and day. It is like the difference between like a pro player and like a pub player. I am like so impressed. He's playing so good this game.
BKB coming out from Mariano just to teleport out. That's a feels bad. but does manage to escape. They use the Ice Blast in the top lane, so have a little bit of time before that's going to be back up, but not very much.
Orb of Destruction found for Spectre, so even before he gets the Scotty, he's going to have another slow. It's actually going to be so oppressive. He's just going to go on Snapfire every fight.
Trying to make something happen as the Snapfire Kisses are just a little too far off the mark here. We'll be able to put some damage over onto Karn. They have the signs, but Mariano, he just ticks down. There's too much physical damage. Parker now running away. The Haunt immediately coming out from Rises. Ice Blast getting tossed out. Should be able to connect over here onto this Medusa. As A goes, he pops his ultimate. Finds a kill over on Michael. Get a couple of these hits off, but it's just so hard for the side of Infamous to engage in these fights. They're constantly being brought to them, and they're always hunting Faker this time around.
Yeah, if they have BKB on the Night Stalker there, maybe they can engage, but that Observer Ward is still there and spotting everything that's going on, so I feel like Ego Boys just run away with this game. There's too much advantage, and they have great run-at-you heroes between the Spectre and the Leshrac and the Darkseer and the Earth Spirit. Everybody except for AA gets to run at their opponents pretty much constantly. And Infamous doesn't have like the AoE teamfight to slow it down enough.
Got that Eternal Shroud up and running over on Alone. Guy has been doing a lot this game here, whereas last game felt like he was having a really difficult time making things happen with his Nature's Prophet.
Doing great this time, that's for sure. Gets lots of picks, good KDA. Very tanky right now. Everything's going to be absolutely fine for him. Doesn't have a BKB. That's maybe one thing that would be kind of nice. That way, if like he gets out of position, Night Stalker goes on him, he can defend himself more than just Yules. But you know, his raw stats right now are fine. As long as he plays around allies, he'll be all right. So just keep pressuring, keep getting net worth on Spectre. Spectre's net worth is about the same as what Medusa's is now. So Medusa's net worth advantage from before is completely evaporated.
Faker's Courier just got killed with the point booster. He's been working on the Ags. That's going to be some time before he's going to be able to complete it now. Good snipe here coming out from Ego Boys. It's definitely going to cause some problems for Infamous. As if they didn't have problems already.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in Snap Mid. I just don't think it's that good. Like, it can snowball. Like, the abilities on paper are great, but the hero is not very mobile. And if you don't have anyone else to like set up your stun, it can be a bit iffy to get these catches, and you need a lot of net worth to offset those lackings. You need a Blink Dagger or a Boots of Travel, and when you need to solve too many of these problems, you basically need like a Glory perfect game for the hero to feel right in the role in some ways. Like or if they just execute better, it would have been fine. Like get more Snapfire ulti kills, first rotations get a kill or two. Those things really fix the hero, but those rotations didn't go well for Infamous, so now you're just playing with a not good mid hero who has not even close to the same net worth as the enemy team.
I felt like the laning was all right for the Snapfire. Do you think it was too greedy of a build with picking up those boots of travel? Would you have preferred to see, you know, the Ag Scepter come out earlier, or?
I don't think it was necessarily the build. I just remember that Earth Spirit ganked him once. That put him behind. Then his rotations, TP to the bottom, didn't get a kill there. So it was just like, it just felt cold in the sense that lane didn't go quite as good as it could have. And then the rotations didn't work, so now all of a sudden you have these disadvantages from being a Snapfire mid when you're playing against a guy that can just anywhere haunt on top of you and pressure you until you die. It's just hard to play this game.
Well, looks like they're going to try to make some tower push here in the bottom lane. The fort comes out. Ego is just staying here on the top, right around the Roche pit. This is their next big objective. They want to make sure that they're able to pick that up before they go high ground here. Comes out, does connect.
Something that Infamous can do, basically.
Yeah, they found themselves in a bad, and they've cliffed him. He has a beautiful ward, but like everything beautiful, it is going to be short-lived as he eventually gets snuffed out.
He just went in the jungle to collect a TP scroll, that is all. And now he has 7. He's very wealthy.
He needs to open up a shop now.
He could make a book out of these, I think. This is what I learned. Going into the jungle when it is dangerous.
It was a short-lived life, but it is a lesson.
And that 15 pages by the time it's a short story.
15 pages, good lord. Look how fast this Dershus melts though. He is just absolutely slain. There's another Aegis for the Spectre, and who got the... Shard went over to Leshrac. Alright.
Fun times. The shard like had like the biggest upswing. I feel like. Another Night Stalker TP.
It's just so annoying to have to deal with that shard.
It is,
The
but
Venn diagrams.
it also phased out during the major too. It was like really hot at the start, and then like towards the middle and end, people were getting it later or letting Roche drop, but they weren't buying it necessarily as much. And like the Lesh 4 definitely like fell off the cliff, more or less. But it's, hey, if you're getting it for free, still really good for these kinds of engagements, especially against heroes like Dusa, where outside of her ulti, she's not that mobile, so you should be able to get multiple stuns on her.
They almost have a completed Ag Scepter over on Tano. I just want you to know. This guy has been doing the work.
Nice.
22 assists, 4 kills. This is the Tano that I think the fans wanted to see in game number 1.
Yeah. This will be great. Gives him another survivability, like he can save allies. That will be very solid. Or he can just jump in, catch somebody, and punch them into his team, you know?
That's true too. I'm interested because Faker has completed the Ag Scepter now. And so I'm wondering, I don't think you want to yeet the Medusa into the fight anymore. I think you use it as a save, right? At this point, considering the position they're in.
I would say no. Like, yes, you can use it that way, but we're talking a 4,000 gold, 4,200 gold item. You don't just want to use it just to save somebody, typically. You're talking about probably, like, tossing creeps at a good time to deal a bunch of damage and get a stun, or you launch in Night Stalker to the backline. With that said, Night Stalker also has a Blink Dagger, so it's a little redundant. There's, like, some issues with the everything being efficient. You know, maybe it makes sense for Night Stalker to spend that 2,000 gold getting something else, and then he gets gobbled in. But, you know, they haven't hit their timing, didn't quite match up, and Night Stalker ball Blink anyways.
Bottom lane, they've been hunting Faker. Immediately the haunt. He's got the spider legs, though. He's going to try to get away. They have the defusal, the slow, everything. There's going to be the Yules and the split earth. That's a dead Faker. He's not even going to get to show off that Ag Scepter. As they follow up, they get the kill over on Abaddon. And now they're looking to get themselves a Medusa here. The Stone Gaze does come out, but she's got to fight herself here. That wall getting dropped right on top of her, and that Scotty slow feels pretty bad now, as they do have themselves that illusion. Pressure's on over on the buildings. Mariana just cannot seem to find the opening to get in there. And it feels like their initiation is just a bit lacking now. They just continue to go take down buildings. No Snapfire for 40 seconds, and the Abaddon's not going to be up for another 18. It's like they're going to go for the other tower.
I don't know how they stop this.
I think
Creep
that's
wave
what
is
Infamous
dead.
is asking themselves
That is the
too.
plan.
You
Could
know,
be
they just keep
stuns.
throwing out the snakes. They're trying to use the Mystic Snake that comes out as well. And I mean, they're doing a decent amount with chipping away, but it's just taking so long that they're not able to push them out. Okay, they're going to try to make something happen over here on Rises. He does have an Aegis, though. That's going to be really, really careful. Snowball right over to the creep over on the side. Mariano, he's not sure here. He went forward. He thought about jumping in, but immediately turns around. So the damage has been dealt. They managed to take the tower in Rack's bottom and half the Racks and the tower in the mid lane.
Yep, and they still got the Aegis too for now, until it disappears. But yeah, double Racks at this point is great. They can counter push well on the Infamous side, but it just feels like the Ego boys are ready to collapse everything. There's not much more they can do. Yeah, they're gonna go for a 5-man smoke. Running into darkness. There's
Running
the toss.
into Yeet, though. There's the Yeeting I was looking for. They immediately jump on Drakeel. They're able
Not
to
bad.
just blow him up
Oh.
this time around. Alone, caught over here on the side. It's going to be the Yules. Mariano doesn't have that AoE silence anymore. The buyback coming out now. It's like A is going to fall. And now this Dusa is trying to fight here with Rises. Does have the cookie, does have the grandma over on the back lines, but they still manage to take down Michael. And they're doing everything they can to take down Rises, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough as Parker, he falls. Faker now running for his life. Mariano already falling from Drakeel. All the Yules coming into play here. They're just trying to burst them down. They're able to do it. The Dusa buys back, but this is starting to look like this game is not going to go in favor of Infamous.
It kind of looked good that the Medusa ulti did stun the two heroes after they killed the Darkseer, but unfortunately Cold Feet set in at the same time, so they lost some crucial right-click time, and then Spectre just stood there and slapped Dusa, and there was not much she could do.
I mean, they have their own Dusa now here, too.
Yeah.
Double buyback now. Snapfire and Night Stalker getting to the fight. Alone has been such a thorn in their side, and they have not been able to jump onto the backlines and burst him down fast enough. They're gonna respect the buybacks, though. They're backing off over on the side of Ego. The Aegis does indeed get reclaimed.
Yep. Didn't want to chance it there. I mean, they're so far ahead. it would be amazing if they could upset this series, actually. Like, genuinely really amazing. Obviously, game 1 was a bit of a mega stomp. Not like a mega stomp, but a stomp. This game is a well-fought victory for Ego Boys. They definitely played quite well. Can they do a third game? I could definitely see it, but this would be a huge upset, a little deeper.
Oh, Faker. He just shows up and immediately gets blown up. Down for over 90-something seconds as they're just rolling on through the base here on the side of Ego Boys. You have to be careful. This Deuce is very scary, but when you don't have your entire roster, when he can't stay alive and every engagement starts off with a pick-off, the game is very, very difficult. As Lone looking for that star. Yeah, he gets the split earth off. Parker just trying his best here, managing to do the stone again. Front stern school, they try to do a wraparound. They've got the snowball, but they go and they drop the wall. Michael just evaporates here as he is going to fight back. Stone Gaze coming out now from Dusa, trying to do as much damage as possible as Mariano does fall. He does not have that buyback here. It's a nice ice blast over here. It's Dusa against the world. Parker, he's trying, but he's going to get bashed. Everything. The GG gets called. Ego Boys will take game number 2.
They play this game so well, with the exception of like a couple deaths that weren't even like mistakes. They just felt like they had firm control of this game throughout most of it, and maybe a lot of that was Infamous making mistakes and Snapfire mid being something they tried but it didn't work. But they just picked really solid heroes. Their draft worked out nice, and they ran over Infamous. Really well done by them.
We talked about it earlier. We said, looking at Ego Boys, personally, I was a little concerned. I saw Night Stalker, I saw some squishies, but they managed to play it very, very well. Alone played a great Leshrac, making sure that he was very active early on, and that's what I like to see him doing, being very aggressive. But yeah, Ego Boys, they played this very, very well. And Infamous, their back's up against the wall a little bit now, so they're going to have to come back strong in game number 2, but we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the post game.
You got no chance in this life. Oh, 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 oh. You got no chance in this life. Oh, 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 oh. You got no chance in this life. No chance. No chance. No, no chance.
Hello there, Dota fans. Welcome back. After a rousing game number 2, and in true South American fashion, we now have 3 out of 3 series going the distance to the game 3 decider. Certainly an omen for our final series that is still to come after this. A lot of Dota 2 coming your way for this qualifier, but Ego Boys, Purge, this is exactly what the DPC season looked like, especially for Season 2. You come into it going, Infamous is the better team, Game 1's convincing, easy 2-0, seems like your safe bet, and then you see this. Not only are we going to Game 3, it was a super convincing Game 2 the other way.
Yeah, yeah, I would say it was super convincing. I think Game 1 was more of a stomp for sure, and that was really, it still looks pretty good for Infamous in my opinion, but I'm really impressed with what they pulled out that game. It was very well deserved win. They played excellent. Everybody looked good, played well as a team. It was a good game.
I didn't quite realize how far behind they were when they took that Roche fight that was particularly brutal. Like, it looked good at the setup. Dusa had the double damage rune. They're in the pit. Roche is pretty low, like, what, 10%, 15%, something like that, but not, like, close enough to finish off. That fight was mega disastrous. And I looked at the graph afterwards and went, oh, yeah, wow, Dota Plus knows. Look at that win percent. Like, the net worth was still kind of even, but yeah, their chance to win was already pretty far in the gutter at that point.
Yeah, they just got a little too greedy. If they had just sat back and not taken Roche, they would have been in a better spot. I mean, obviously you don't want to give your opponents Aegis, but
yeah,
I don't think I mean, maybe they kill Roche fast too. I guess they had like Edict and Spectre and stuff like that, but they thought they could get it with the DD and they misestimated it. Like, basically lost them the chance to win the game in some ways, unless they had like a convincing team fight, I guess. But yeah, they got too far behind with that.
Heal Darkseer. Oh, go ahead, Moxie. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think it was kind of interesting too, the fact that, you know, in game number 1, Faker or KXY constantly hunting, right, with his Invoker, constantly putting pressure on the map. And this time it felt like that all got changed. I felt like he was the one who was constantly getting targeted, constantly being hunted by Tano and Drakeel, throwing those Ice Blasts out and whatnot. They really shut him down. And I think it's interesting. I'm not sure if that's something also of the hero. I know Purge is not a huge fan of that Snapfire mid because there are other things that they could have done. But I think that also really lent itself to the fact that Eagle Boys just played really well. They got that advantage.
Yeah.
They know this Darkseer well. They played around it. They put on the early pressure that Purge was talking about. That Ion Shell just does so much damage early on. It's painful sometimes when you see these passive Darkseers because games like that show you how the hero can start to break the game open sooner rather than later. But there you go. We're going to have a break, folks, and we're going to come back for the Game 3 decider. Still a lot of Dota 2 coming your way here on Beyond the Summit 2. We'll be back after this word from our sponsors.
But I dream that we can fly. You wanna go back, You wanna go back to a place where we can hide. You wanna stay there. You wanna stay there, we can leave the pain behind. Stay. Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you? Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you wanna stay? Don't you wanna stay with me? Don't you wanna stay? Don't you wanna break the chain? Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you? Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you wanna stay?
I wanna get to your clothes, gotta get it right now. I wanna push all the limits with you right now. So watch your feelings, the city's screaming, we're not coming home tonight. We're living quick in the world, gotta get it right now. People talk and tell what you wanna hear now, but they all disappear, they will let you down. So we better stick together, let's come whatever. We're not coming home tonight. We're living quick
Welcome back, Dota fans. We've got a lot more action coming your way, and the Game 3 decider of Ego Boys and Infamous here for day 1 of the South American International 10 qualifiers. Sayori here with Moxie and Purge. We got a draft already, so let's dive in, see what these teams are working on, because they are not wasting any time getting these initial picks and bans rolling. How are we feeling, though, gang? Any predictions before we jump into the draft about who's actually going to take this series, given how we've seen 2 one-sided games each way already?
Can't hear Purge. If Purge is
Purge,
talking.
you muted?
Can you sign it to us?
I got it. It's
There we go.
I reset my mixer again, and every time I do that, I have to return on the 48-volt phantom power. You guys know how that is, and I forgot to do that. My bad.
You sound wonderful now, though.
What I was gonna say is, I think Infamous is gonna try really hard here to take the win, because I don't think they expected to win game 2. They played sloppy and took fights that probably didn't need to. But I think they felt like, oh, we're gonna be able to win this, no problem. And it just kept like snowballing until it was way too late. So I think they're gonna pick their really serious stuff, and they're gonna do their best to own this game.
Do you like the Snapfire, though? Because they picked that up again, and I know how
If they
you
played
feel.
support, it's fine. I just think it's hit or miss mid is all.
Okay.
It has to like snowball and do well, and it's not super consistent to do that is all.
Mars
That's
Willow,
fair.
though. I know we saw Mars banned last game. I think he was banned in game number 1 also. So not surprised to see him get snatched up here as he was available and paired up with the Willow. I don't know if this will be the lane combo. It could be Mars 3 with the Willow 4. Could also be that 5 Willow. She's a bit flexible that way, I suppose, yeah?
Yeah, she is. Her skill build can be flexible. She lanes in multiple positions. You can buy shard, you can buy different items. I think she's a good pick here, though. It's very good hero at fighting. Gives anti-mobility, basically. If somebody gets brambled, it's much easier for Mars to land this combo, for example. And it gives them a nice mix of like team fight. With both heroes, actually. Team fight and strong laners. They're kind of like really strong jack-of-all-trade heroes.
Is a great wombo combo, of course, too, having the Terrorize and with that Arena of Blood. But the other thing that you have to... We have a lot of circles kind of going on in this game, right?
Wow.
Because you've got the Mars Arena, you've got the Brambles, you've got the Call Down. And I guess, you know, the Snapfire Kisses are little tiny circles, but
Yeah,
it's
counts.
going to really...
Cookies.
Cookies are circles.
Circle. Yes.
That's
a
Homing
fact.
missile, circular, cylindrical, you know, oh my god, the levels to this. Both drafts now. But I think some of it's going to come down to, you know, who gets the jump on who here. Because the counter initiation play from both sides is very strong. You can start with the initiation, you know, with that gyrocopter call down, but then you jump in with the Mars and Willow. You just have to be really careful. So I think this game's going to be a bloodbath either way, which I'm really excited about because I've been casting some Eastern Europe during DPC. And no offense, guys, those games, a lot less high octane than what they used to be early on.
Things have slowed down a little bit. Some good team fighters taken out on the Infamous side, though. The Spectre, the Lesh, the Puck, all synergized pretty well with the team fight. I think Ego Boys are setting up for. And pretty solid bans on their side as well. The Enchantress to help get that solid start in the laning phase. Then Ember DP, 2 super well-rounded heroes. Infamous will have 9th pick. So Ego Boys trying to remove some of those like safety cores, I like to call them.
Both drafts are like really flexible. They can go kind of anywhere at the moment, which is nice. A nice thing for both of them. But yeah, a lot of common heroes. Not going to see a Spectre Arcana this game, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Big bummer. ET's kind of a cool pick. They have tons of magic damage between Mars and Dark Willow right now, so it'll be able to amplify that in a strong way, which is nice. But yeah, strong lane hero. That's about it. Still
Circles.
up in the air. More circles. You're so right.
More circles. I want to see some nice stomps, though, coming out here from Tano. I want to see some really good resets because, like I just said, the initiation, counter initiation potential coming out from both teams are very strong. And then it also, you know, puts that situation of no high agi cores, really, when you pick up an Elder Titan. So we're probably, you know, going to dissuade from anything that could be too wild. I mean, with the Gyrocopter pickup, I'd assume that we're not going to see something like a Morphling, but it is just really nice to have on your team to further dissuade.
Yep, no Terrorblade. Probably turns you off like PL, any of those kind of heroes, that's for sure. I wonder if it's going to be ET5 or Dark Willow 5. Or maybe some of that will depend on what kind of position 1 they pick up here. Aside from Spectre, pick of the litter. I mean, like every position 1 is available here.
Typically, ET is more common as a 5. than Dark. Well, I don't know. It really just depends on the team. Both heroes are pretty flexible. Could be an ET3 as well, but
Yes.
that's more of a
Let's go.
rare thing.
This is an
Storm.
alone specialty. The first time I ever saw this kid, and he really impressed me, he was playing the Storm Spirit. He was snowballing out of control. The problem was he bought a BKB, and he wouldn't use the BKB. I think Jenkins was casting with me that game, and he's like, what is this kid doing? Like, he's doing so well. Just hit the BKB for the love of God. And again, we went back to the fact he was 15 years old when he was playing, newer player. Looks at that, is like, nah, I don't need the BKB. Gets blown up several times. They lose the game because of it. Hopefully he's learned his lesson, but this is a hero he shines on.
Looks like he's been practicing. I only see 4 Storm games on record for him, but he last played it 3 days ago. So I think it's high on his radar, at least recently. Ember is still his most played mid, which he hasn't touched in over 3 months in a competitive game. That's also kind of interesting.
And that hero's actually seen some play. Not a huge amount. I know we saw some earlier today in one of the other games, but a lot of other regions aren't really touching Ember too much.
Still likes the Ember, right? He's been playing that still.
Which player did you say?
Quinn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we have seen him play.
He's
that.
touched a couple times recently, if I recall.
Just better mids generally.
Infamous really thinking about it here. How do we want to handle this Storm Spirit? And they go for the Slardar.
Well, they need some form of lockdown against the Storm Spirit. That's for sure.
I did not see this coming.
I think the nicest thing about the Slardar pick is actually the matchup against Elder Titan. It doesn't necessarily like beat it when Elder Titan has like has taken damage. He's got lots of armor and damage, right? So you don't really want to fight him then, but like this gives you a way to play around that because you've got 2 ways to stun now plus Earth Spirit. So like if ET overextends, he's basically not gonna be able to bully the lane nearly as much as he would against a more like spell type hero offlaner. So I think that helps offset and stabilize the laning stage a bit. It also gives him another initiator, which is good too. It's another hero that combos well with Snapfire because you're always running in. High movement speed with Cookie could be really good. So I think it's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, you're right about the Cookie. That is a nice little accelerator for Slardar. I think I'm surprised just because we saw Drakeel. He was like the guy that kept going for Slardar, and it didn't work out well in DPC. So I might just be projecting those memories onto this game, which isn't totally fair. But yeah, I'm curious if they'll pair it with something else to take advantage of this minus armor. Maybe the gyro's enough. I guess it does synergize with Snapfire as the game goes on if she's in a core role, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Big physical damage.
That's like more of a late game thing, but you could argue like it's fine right away. Like in the mid game, if you do go Lil Shredder with Slardar, yeah, that could be a decent way to get killed. It's not amazing against Mars, I guess, because he's got a shield, but Dark Willows can use her second skill. But minus armor against Storm Spirit is actually decent if you do lock him down, because he doesn't really buy armor items ever, except for like very late game situations. So if you can catch him, you can definitely burst him, and Sar can catch him with the blink. So good work.
Big carries removed now, the Luna and the Medusa. I like where Ego Boy's head is at. Get rid of that TA, right? The crazy minus armor synergy. We call that the free Roche strat, TA Slardar.
That would have been really good.
And the
banned Bloodseeker.
So what's your blind mid here? Do you go for something like Lina? You don't have Death Prophet. You need some kind of well-rounded, like Kunkka comes to mind against the Storm.
I don't know if I like Kunkka against Storm very much because it just feels like it's difficult to fully execute against him. Lina sounds okay. It's like a disable follow-up for Slardar Snapfire.
No puck. A little bit limited here.
Viper's not good, really. Something mobile could be good. Void Spear, maybe. I think Void Spear would be all right.
Yeah, I like the
way
Void
to, like,
Spear.
Initiate. But past that, not sure.
Queen of Pain's another one that highly mobile, not that popular.
That
probably
hero's not
low.
very good right now, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with the Lina or the Void Spirit. Those are 2 heroes I know Faker plays very well, because I'm assuming at this point, it's not going to be the Snapfire in that core position. The only thing that makes me a little nervous about the Lina is that it's pretty hard to stay alive once the Storm Spirit starts to be activated and is going to be hunting you. At least with the Void Spirit, you're going to be able to. You naturally want to buy Yules generally, anyways, to remove any sort of silences, set up for those Astro Stuffs.
There
All right,
it
they're
is,
going to go for it. They
mid-tree.
just don't care.
Wow.
I am waiting for the Snapfire to destroy all the trees that Treant Protector is hiding in.
So, wow, did they really just last pick a 5? That's wild.
Yeah.
So it'll be mid snap then.
Okay.
Right now, Ego doesn't have very good tower hitters. None of their heroes hit towers well. They kill creep waves, but that's about it. Storm doesn't like hitting towers too much. Mars is
True.
okay with it, but so Tree can offset that. He can also, like, their burst damage is decent. I guess Tree armor on allies is not. I guess it's good against ET. I guess against ET Aura, but
It's a beefy lineup though from Infamous. Tree, Slardar, Earth Spirit, Snapfire. I mean, that's a hell of a
Or-
front line right there.
Timber saw in the game. Somebody pick Whirling Death instantly.
Seriously. Unfortunately, he's banned, but that would be great, even though he isn't really a 1.
Things
Be
a
a
1
one
if
this
you
game.
try hard enough, Cyborg. Especially here in South America, you know.
Chen is not a 1. Chen is definitely not a 1. That one doesn't work. I don't think.
Have
they
you done
could
all the
do,
scenarios though, Purge?
Like a Morphling, if they want to go something kind of greedy. Okay, they'll take Troll. Nice and
classic.
safe, very well rounded here. Gives them some Roche possibilities. He helps with the push. He's not an amazing pusher, but it's something, right?
And the other really important thing is that he's a strong laner and he's very good at like right-click reliant heroes. So against Slardar, you just spin the whirling axes and you have a much lower chance of getting bashed. He can't fight you as effectively when he chooses to. So it should mean that Slardar's not going to just have like a free lane against whatever carry. So
And he's
he
pretty
matches up.
resilient, right? Like
He is.
he can handle the 5 ET very well as an ally. I mean,
yeah, that's true, I suppose. Yeah, sets it up for him. Then he can get on top of them. They can both like double hit somebody. He'll match up decent against the Gyrocopter too, because he'll have enough ability to like single target damage down Gyro in the mid game. So they have some cool options here. He should lane well. That's the big thing.
well, gang, it's prediction time. We've seen 2 relatively one-sided games, and here we are in the Game 3 decider. Who are we favoring? Which draft do we like? What do we got?
I just don't believe in the Snapfire mid. I think Infamous is the better team, obviously, but I think I like what Ego Boys is doing better. It looks a little stronger to me. I guess their team fight's a little worse, but I think their lanes look better to me.
All I heard was Storm Believer through that purge. Moxie, do you concur? Are you believing in the Storm here?
Let's go. Give me a Lone Storm. Give me Drakeel Mars. Let's go. I'm on the Ego Boys train for this one.
Yeah, we might have to caster curse him here and go all 3. I love that they pulled out the Dark Willow. She's a hero that I forget about a lot, but when we've seen her in SA, the damage output is huge, synergizes well with the Mars. I'm excited to see what happens. We've got game 3. Let's dive in and hand it over to our casters. Take it away.
All right.
Hey, that's us.
Hey, that is us.
In my mind, I was like, all right, here come the casters. I'm just sitting watching the game. And no one
Look at
talks.
this. The
I'm like,
smoke
oh,
already
shit.
breaks. Oh, look at this. They already are going to be able to take down the sword. Poor Michael.
Call the game right there. It's all over, man.
GG. No,
No
but
observer
he
worth
does
it.
break the smoke over on the side of Ego, so.
Yeah, but the whole purpose of the smoke is to like get there faster than normal. Like, yeah, they weren't necessarily. I mean, yeah, maybe they try to get a kill, but dewarding is already a really big deal. They're very happy with that. Nice little gold advantage. Who got the gold? It
30
went
seconds to
to the Elder Titan. Good for him.
No, briefcases are. Oh, he's got the baby rattle this time. They say briefcases are expensive. Elder Titan's got to be ready for business at all times. Man, that should have been no. Team Business Associates. They could have.
Team busy ass.
I hate that you call it that. I hate it.
Maybe don't make the acronym. Busy ass.
The battle begins.
Really obvious.
Anyway,
How does
he's
nobody
back
else
to our-
call it that?
Our very professional Dota 2 broadcast here. Runes are snapped up. It's an equal split between both sides, so nothing too wild. The only advantage, again, going over to Kara here, who is going to deny his own ward now as well, so
You
no
gotta do
extra
it.
gold for you.
Got to put him down. And the experience. It's a big deal. In this case, they split the experience 4 ways, so it was not a big deal. But no, I love getting wards as a support. It really feels like it gets you back into the game. It's so much gold every time.
I just love that wards are free now. God, what a roller coaster we've had as support players over the years. You know, having to buy a courier, upgrade the courier, then they take the courier to the point where you each get a courier. Just,
I mean, back in the day in Dota 1, supports, if you were the 5 position, you were lucky. I remember one game this Crystal Maid was the most farmed I'd ever seen her. I'd never seen a support so farmed. She had power treads and 5 bracers. I was like, holy shit, I can only dream of having this many items.
oh
That's
man,
what
that
it was
is
like.
life.
It was bad. It was like, get as tanky as possible so you can live for an extra 3 seconds in a team fight.
Everyone bought an S and a Y too back then. Is what I've heard.
Yeah,
Everyone
pretty
can be
good.
a core.
It was pretty good back then.
Alone has to be a bit careful here. He's taking a decent amount of harass from Faker. Saving up though for that bottle. And the null tally. Otherwise fairly quiet. We are seeing some sprays get dropped. Tano has to be careful though. So they do have quite the nice slow and they have that homing missile. So Dark Willow gonna take a lot of harass. Does have a salve of course, but one more punch actually. Oh, the fairy fire. All right, it looks like A's gonna give up on that one.
Yeah, it didn't look fun. If I'm Dark Will, I do not want to get punched by a Dream Protector. He's freaking huge, dude. He's actually so big.
Dude, the
But that's
scariest
why
was
you
when
buy
runes
salves.
actually used to spawn. Do you remember that? When you could get like a haste rune level 1 and you had a
Oh,
pudge or a
at the start of the
tree
game,
run
yeah.
at you and just punch you?
Yeah, that
Ugh.
felt bad.
Felt awful. You always died. Oh, he tried to go get that ward. Not gonna be able to do it.
So Snapfire's doing pretty good so far.
Has been
About even on last hits. Looks like they're both gonna have their bottles coming about the same time. Denies his
Another
own
just-
wards. So many wards being suicided.
Yeah, that's 2 now. Seems a bit high for most of the games that I've watched, but already you can see Michael is making his rotation here to the mid lane. Wants to try to punish the Storm before he gets that level 6, sitting at level 3 right now. Roll on in a little bit off the mark, but should be able to go and secure the water rune at the very least. This is going to be an empty bottle here.
Thanks, guys.
For Storm alone going and even tipping, not realizing that's all part of the plan. You know, it'd be a little bit of a bonus if they managed to land on alone, but now he doesn't have anything to refill the bottle unless a teammate dies and wants to come back in.
This is fine. He's not too worried about this on Snapfire's side, and yeah, stealing the bounty as well. It's a good way to rotate through and reward yourself for making these rotations. Killing the Storm would have been nice, but it doesn't have to happen. Sardar is struggling down on the bot lane though. 9 last hits for him. 19 and 9 for Troll Warlord. And this is
Rolling
why
on
he
in
left
here
the
on
lane.
Drakeel. It's got Fairy Fire though, so a bit of a failed gank.
You need to get these kills. Like, Michael's rotating efficiently and all, but if you're not getting kills, then Sardar's losing a lot of lane advantage for very little.
This is
Got armor.
interesting. This time we have a soul ring picked up on Snapfire. That's not something I usually see on the mid snap. Anyways, thoughts?
It's fine. I mean, your hero doesn't have great int gain, so it's just a way to accelerate you. Your strength here as well, so it also gives you damage. It makes a lot of sense. You have a lot of raw HP because you're a strength hero, so armor. It's a great item, and you've got bottles that'll help offset the HP. Totally fine. Good way to accelerate your farm. Oh, they're just bullying Slardar so much here. He's like running around trying to do anything, and Troll just walks over and says, "I will help you 2v1 Slardar," and Slardar's just not going to feel good. This is not a hero that you really want to play or pick to play from behind. Slardar's purpose is like winning the lane, trading hits, getting kills. He's not as good of like a blink ganker hero as many other offlane heroes. So if they pick him and then all of a sudden your opponents grab this like mega strong laner in Troll Warlord, you've been outdrafted a little bit. So maybe they didn't anticipate the Troll pick, but that was the perfect pick for Ego Boys to take, because now Slar's going to be playing from behind for a while.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel good, especially when, you know, you are being the person that's got to be like an initiator, and you initiate and you just immediately die. So definitely feels bad that Michael wasn't able to make a whole lot with these rotations and find kills.
dire structures are fortified.
So TP over into the mid lane here. It's going to be Dark Willow. Cookie shot coming in though. So Kano's just going to Yapzor this lane, as over on the bottom side, the more pressure being placed over onto Mariano.
Looking good for them. At least they get a little recovery.
I feel like they needed that.
Huge kill. Yeah, really, really big kill. Alright, Samurai thinking about ulting here for the Dark Willow. We'll see if he goes for it. He's looking for the cookie setup, but Doesn't have enough mana. If he has 100 mana, he goes for that kill 100%, but would have been too dangerous otherwise.
That is a nice way to kind of deal with that Shadow Realm too, the fact that it is ground targeted, so you don't have to focus on the Willow. So
Yeah,
not
that's always-
exactly that safety that you usually have. But Kara here is going to run into Faker and Michael, so they should be able to get themselves a nice quick little pick off here as they turn back around. Kara's not quite dead yet, but they would really love to get the kill over here onto Rises as they gets a stomp. Nice silence, or not silence, sorry, but sleep. But they still get their target that they wanted, and Kara now is going to just go and secure the rune here for Alone.
So that's basically the perfect thing that we want to see out of Snapfire, is that you are rotating to side lanes, you're using your ulti in combination with your allies, and you're getting a kill. And now they've picked up the Troll Warlord, the most farmed hero in the game. Putting him below, and now Snapfire's got 2 kills and 39 last hits at a really good pace. This is looking much better than it was last game.
Like you said, it all comes down to being able to, you know, get those early kills, get that momentum. Alone, though, wanders into the jungle, is going to spot out some of these stacks. As in the top lane, you can see that this Gyrocopter is getting dealt pretty hard here. The Bramble should be able to finish off. Alone zipping on through. No one's there. He's used up most of his mana here. He's going to have to use some of those bubble charges, possibly.
If he dies here, this is really...
There he
it really
is.
bad if he died here.
Still no mana. There's the slow, the scatter blast. They need a little bit more. The cookie hop just trying to get him away. They
It
turned
felt
that around,
bad.
they might have got it.
I thought Snapfire was going to cookie himself to go in, but it felt dangerous, so instead he's like, you go in. Michael turned on, he's
No,
like, I'm not going in.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Brambles will connect over onto Faker. Drakil making his way over. Does have the arena, should they want to drop it. But this gives a little bit of breathing room down here to Mariano to catch up a bit. Still sitting at level 5, but is at least able to hit some creeps in the meanwhile. Look at Drakil. He wants Faker. He wants this grandma, but has to be careful. Parker also showing up, says, get away from my stacks. I need those. My team worked hard on those. Well, maybe not too hard, because it's only a 2-stack, but you know.
Well, not able to get those pickoffs, but at least they are buying some time for themselves in the meantime. Storm didn't. I wish he used that arcane rune a lot better. Like, it seemed clear to me at least that Gyrocopter was gonna die, so burning all that mana and an arcane rune to not get a kill just feels like a big mistake, because that's so much potential. That is like the glory rune for that hero. So even though they are kind of winning, they can't make too many more mistakes like that, or Infamous might run away with this.
It's that young fiery blood, you know? Michael, though, speaking of making some mistakes, that would definitely classify as one here.
No, I don't know if you know. He broke the smoke. Maybe intentionally, maybe not. I don't know. They smoked, and then he just, like, rolled right in. So I don't know if he was just, like, guessing or what, but it was a little wacky.
Yes, wacky is definitely the word I would use there. No mana over here again on the Storm. He's got to be careful about this. Does have enough here for those arcanes. As the arena gets used in the top lane, they found themselves a tree, and they're going to cut him down.
Nicely done. If they can get the towers as well, that'd be pretty sick. Open up the map, start invading, then they can pressure Gyrocopter, a hero that does like to spend time jungling. I mean, Gyro currently enjoying the benefits of the dire side. The dire side jungle is so good right now. All of these camps are so close together, and he maxed Flak first, so his ability to clear these jungle camps is excellent. But if their towers get cleaned up, he gets invaded on, it delays his ags, delays all of his farming. And killing the support bot lane.
Yep, Ayano getting his revenge here thanks to a rotation from the Earth Spirit. Does manage to go and get a kill and continue to farm up. He's just enjoying this little time that he has. Faker is, of course, with the invisibility rune. He can get into a nice position if they decide to make anything happen. Right now, just going to play it safe over here on the side. Does have his own sentry to protect himself.
I mean, this is one of those moments where you just desperately wish anybody on your team could get here, but this one tree
on his
grew
way.
back. Start teleporting, guys. They won't see it now, and then you've got 3 beautiful trees.
I mean, the nice thing is that they do have a tree and protector, so if they don't hard commit on these towers, they're not going to be able to take them early on.
That's true. Arena Blood is like by far the best tree clear spell right now, I gotta say. You just put it down, all the trees are gone. Can't be trees in the Arena Blood. Ignis Fatuus
No.
used to be really good too, but now you have to pay a bunch of money to get that.
I'm sorry, every time I hear Ignis Fatuus, I just hear, oh, 1 second there, Alone jumping in on Michael. They've got the Curse Crown, the Brambles, everything. The cookie hop forward does manage to buy him a little bit more time. Are they going to be able to get the kill over onto Alone? No, they'll be able to get the kill on Michael, though.
Nice. terrorize them to break the ulti so that there isn't as much damage coming. It looked like it was a very easy or spirit kill, but good skill response there. That looks all fine. Slardar is decently recovered. 3,800 gold on him now. Power treads. He's almost got Blink Dagger actually. 3 points in bash as well, but once he gets this, Sport's got to be careful. Storm's got to be careful.
They have the overgrowth now. They don't have the Snapfire Kisses though. There's a very ambitious teleport coming out here from Mariano right into the Arena of Blood. As Michael is there, this Bedlam doing so much damage. Michael will, of course, fall in there. Are they going to be able to get alone? He's going to be able to zip away at the last second. It looks like he's actually going to survive.
9 HP, okay. That was close. That was a really cool blink initiation by Slardar. It was the old school blink. You just teleport as deep as possible and you hope that everything works out. And I honestly thought that was going to go so much worse for Infamous. Like, Tree did the walk forward, like, I'm going to overgrowth you. They ran away. Then he just gets Mars Arena'd. I thought he was going to die. He's lived as well. It was pretty close. Oh, by the way, Moxie, are all the colors on the top of the screen different? The red and the green for the health bars? Are they different shades than they used to be?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. The green looks darker. The red looks a little meatier.
No, it looks nice. Alone jumping in on Faker in the bottom lane. That is the downside, of course, of being a Snapfire, is that there's no escape if Alone +1 decide to jump on you.
Yeah, that's tough. That's the big issue with the hero for sure. But he's had a better game so far. It's not. I'm not hating on it just yet. Hate on it in 10 minutes, but not right now. But
That's very kind of you, Purge.
Luckily, him being ahead is going to justify getting Ags first. If you can get it at a better time because you're snowballing a bit, it makes more sense. Because then mobility advantage from like throwing in your Treant Protector or whoever else feels good. And that's probably the hero they want to toss in. He's going to be, all right, armor me. And then he's going to be like, thank you. Then he's going to eat the tree and just yeet him in. He'll press his ulti and then Tree's instantly going to die. But it's going to be worth it. It will be worth it. It's free Blink Dagger. Tree's gonna, what's he gonna do? Cast a level 1 Leech Seed? That's useless. Anyway, smoke is up. Here they go. Here's Blink Dagger on Slardar as well. Let's see if they can get a grab. And who will it be?
Well, they've been hanging around the mid lane for quite a while, so you can tell that Infamous is trying to punish anyone who tries to continue to put pressure on this tower because they haven't been able to commit hard, right? You know, you see them take a nice team fight, but then there's just not enough damage to take down that tower there in the mid lane, so.
Trying to gank this range creep in the mid lane, but they'll let it live for now.
For now. Mariano, though, finding himself Kara. Jumps forward, reveals the blink, gets the stomp, followed up with the Arena of Blood, though Kara somehow still alive thanks to this terrorize. But there it is. There's the Snapfire throwing out the kisses. We'll end up losing Mariano and Michael. And it's just not holding them in place for long enough here, as now the Treant will fall. And they have to be very careful on the side of Infamous. They're just going to back out of that jungle now with those ultimates expended.
That's a great reaction. They responded instantly to the initiation. The fact that it just really shows like pro players, they're so good at like taking these small margins where any out of position moment, like if Mars is a little bit more to the left there when Tree gets gone on, or Elder Tank gets gone on, it completely changes things.
Oh dear. Faker drawn right back into the arms of Alone. They'll go for the Earth Splitter. They'll land on KXY.
Nice.
Kill sitting very low. Looks like he's actually going to survive. Bedlam coming out from Tana too, trying to help them just get away as Michael will snap up the Arcane Rune. While this is all going on, Rises is just being allowed to hit every creep he wants.
He is. With the Maelstrom, he's going to farm at a good pace. He's got BKB up next. With that said, though, Jarcropter also has Ags finished, and he's picked up a Possess Mask, which is nice. To make sure that his HP is full, doesn't have to spend as much mana necessarily to kill creep waves rapidly. But 3k gold advantage is pretty significant now, actually, for the Radiant side. Every hero of theirs is doing well, better than the supports on the Infamous side. So Elder Titan's using his skills effectively. That Earth Splitter was great there. Damage and disable full, but Infamous gonna get active. Here they go.
Here they go, indeed. The initiation over onto Rises. They want to silence him, control him, so that way he can't get the ultimate off, but he still manages to do it. So they follow up with that Arena of Blood. And look at this damage coming out. They'll be able to go, and they take down A. They'll follow up and get the kill on Rises and Parker. And now Michael will be the next one to fall to the side of Ego. They do eventually manage to get to take down that troll, but it takes everything, it feels like.
I mean, this what is showing for Ego so far. First of all, they win their Division 2 series, and then so they're gonna go play the big boys. But usually when that happens, it's tough. But they're really showing up here, and they're crushing Infamous in these team fights. I mean, they even whiffed a spear of Mars there in that ultimate, but they are turning things around. They just have more damage And Troll got his ulti off as well. That was really, really important. The third stun, the homing missile, was just a little bit too late. No fault of his own. The thing takes time to whirl up, but they're just crushing their opponents in team fights, and it just looks bad. Like, it looks bad for Infamous. I just can't help but think that this might continue happening. They don't yet have the Ags for Snapfire yet either. I'm not even sure if he was in that fight. I don't remember seeing Mortimer's kisses, but maybe just trying to finish his Ags. It's the downside for your hero, like feeling viable with 4,000 gold. That just takes too long.
I mean, this is what I talked about during the draft, is that you have these nice initiations, but the counter initiation almost feels like it's stronger in some respects, right? Because we've been seeing that, you know, Infamous, they're trying to make these plays, and the second that they try to do anything, all of a sudden Drakil's just there, and he's jumping on them, or they have some sort of a stomp, like they just follow it up again. And, you know, like you're saying, usually when the winner of lower div makes their way up to the big boy side, ooh, oh, this is a dead
grab.
tree. Bye-bye, tree.
Yo, that was
you know,
sick.
You want to elaborate on that, or?
He had no vision. He sees the nature's grass come out, and he just like guesses where he is, kills the trees, and finds him. That's hard. You have to find the guy and cast pull on him in time before he goes into the trees again. If you don't cast in time, you just wasted a shitload of mana. But he gets a kill and the tower. That was really confident and cool. Big hit.
I told you, this kid right here, he's really good with the Storm Spirit. But what I was starting to talk about before is that, you know, usually when you're moving up into the big boy leagues, it's a bit of an adjustment, right? We've seen it in a couple of the other leagues as well. But that's how tight SA is becoming now. And I really love seeing it. I really love that, you know, they are so neck and neck. Like, obviously, you know, you've got the big boys. You've got Beast Coast, you've got Thunder Predator, who usually are sitting at the top of the food chain here for SA. But everyone else, it really could be anyone's game. And I think that's so cool when you get to see a region like really start to develop like this.
That's what we're seeing so far today. Lots of upsets. And this is the makings of one right now. It's definitely not over yet, but this net worth advantage, the first pause of the day for us at least. Sorry guys, they just need to add more levels to their compendium really quick. give them some time. It's very important. Finished all of mine. I'm really excited about it. It's a lot of sick taunts, guys.
Yeah, what was the new Arc Warden one that he does?
I don't remember, but I saw the Bounty Hunter one. Did you see the Bounty Hunter one?
No, what is it?
That one's really good. It's something like styling or something. He basically, like Scrooge McDuck, like jumps into a pile of gold and like comes out like spinning, like basically like flying or dancing.
Oh, that's awesome.
It looks really cool.
That one at least makes sense too, because some of the taunts, no offense to whoever, you know, wrote them, because I definitely can't do that, but like the Death Prophet with the rainbow doing a dance is just kind of like, not sure how that fits in. But
she can't be happy.
I mean, she can, but I don't know what the drumming along with it too. I don't know. That was a little
Gotta take something copyright free, I guess.
I guess. Hasten picked up on alone. Roche is taking a while, and they have to be careful. They haven't gotten enough of a pick off here. Here's the yeet. They throw the tree right into the pit.
Now he dies, like I said.
Oh, now he dies. Yeah, exactly. There's not going to be any overgrowth here.
What was that? We're not.
Get in there. Find out what's happening in that pit, says Faker.
I'm pretty sure they did not. I'm pretty sure Azul did not consent to that one. He just got thrown in.
All right.
Could have thrown a creep to get vision, anything. They didn't go in at the same time. That's what was so confusing about it. They like yeeted him in, and they weren't like there with him. They were like, yeet, let's see what happens. And they're like, oh, there's nobody there, and you're instantly dead. Like, back him up or something. I don't know.
I don't understand the buyback though.
Well, they wanted to contest Roche. That's all.
Yeah, but then they didn't.
Yeah. They didn't get there in time. There is some sloppiness going on here. All right.
You can't even yeet him again either, because it's still on cooldown for another 15 seconds when he bought back. I don't know. I guess he's just amped. He's pumped. He's like, let me at him again, coach. Get me in there.
Yeah, maybe it's like, I'm doing so good this game. I have Ags, guys. Let's go. And there's just no one in there to overgrowth. And even if there was, I guess, you know, if there were like 5 heroes in there and he overgrowths them all and he starts lobbing Mortimer's kisses in there, it would have been pretty sick. And that would have been some follow-up that they had, but it wasn't quite super coordinated. It just felt a little disjointed, but
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so.
Radiant's middle tower.
But again, they're
is
not
under
hard
attack.
committing for a lot of these towers right now.
Yeah.
They give
they
a
just
little
wanna,
poke,
like,
they get a fight.
exactly. Just want to farm the map. Glyph was used by Infamous just now, so now they might be more likely to commit to a tier 2. Treant Protector moving in position to cut waves. It appears. And vision control here. Nice
Another
regen found
regen
for Sean.
rune.
Dire's
He's got his
middle
mini
tower is
Bloodstone,
under
the
attack.
Kaya and Sanj. They're ready to fight. Ooh, they're gonna go.
Ooh, there's a jump in with a nice arena, just trying to pin over here to the wall. And they find the kill immediately on this gyrocopter. The Mortimer skips get used, but doesn't really do a whole heck of a lot. So now they're on cooldown. They still have themselves an Aegis. They got themselves a nice pick off. Ego's got to be feeling real good right now. Mariano just trying to cut the wave a little bit, looks like, but immediately hides again.
And when did he complete his BKB? His BKB on Gyro is done, but I think he just got chain stun there. Storm just jumps on him, gets the pull, they get the spear afterwards. He's chain stunned all the way to death. I don't know if he completed it there or not, but if he BKB's there, very different team fight, but good grab by Ego. They get the pick off that they want. They did it right before BKB timing. Now they get the tier 2. Now they take the shrine. Now their map control here is like extremely oppressive. And now they just need to like invade the enemy tri-camp or get more pickoffs.
It's like they're gonna try to make a play over here on alone, but Jakeel is also here. Not a lot of mana left over here on the Storm. Gotta be a bit careful. Rest the side. Infamous trying to find the right angle, trying to get the jump. They'll jump over onto Jakeel. The Yule's coming out, the Yeet coming out as well with the overgrowth. It finally works. They managed to get the kill. They'll follow up now over onto Rises, over onto Alone. They'll take down Rises, and Alone's coming right back up here again. They're waiting patiently with the cookie.
Nice.
They'll manage to go and land it, and that's a dead Storm Spirit.
Perfect skill usage there. Great chain stunning. And they win a crushing fight. 4K advantage still for the Ego boys, but that was a big team fight win. And that's going to buy their next item, Blink Dagger on Snapfire. Gyrocopter is going to be able to start moving towards this SNY, so those chain stuns are a little bit less threatening. I don't know what Treant Protector buys. Sentry wards, I guess?
He's buying some words right now. He's working on the
Very
Blink
wealthy.
Dagger. He's
Got
getting
2
there.
sentry wards. Watch out.
Hey, man, you gotta celebrate the little things, okay? The only thing I'm concerned about is that we're starting to see more BKBs coming out from the side of Ego boys, and that's gonna make Faker feel a lot less effective.
That's true. Yeah, he definitely. I mean, you could. If you toss the tree and protector at the right time, it can be okay. But and also he's bind shard. He can also blink scatterblast to start engaging. It's a 2-second stun. That's one of the things that makes core Snapfire viable if you can get to that net worth. But yeah, they just need to win another convincing fight. The net worth really got evened out a lot here. So that was the fight that Ego boys did not want to lose. But they're still in a great place. A lot of towers are dead. They've got map control. Control's doing good.
The swing from that fight in terms of net worth and experience, though.
Yeah, it was big.
Definitely helping to level the playing field a little bit more for the side of Infamous. I don't think they can afford to have too many more mistakes like that. On the side of Ego.
It's a little scary, but with that said, though, the carry matchups as the game continues are not. It's not terrible for a gyrocopter, for example, but Troll is generally going to feel a little safer.
Find themselves. Oh no! Oh, where's the tip for that one? Arenaing an illusion.
My thanks will come later. When you least
What does Mars say? I bet you felt like a fool.
I don't think I've heard that one.
You haven't heard that one?
Well, it's fine because this Arena Blood ability is only a 75-second cooldown. It's nothing. It's a
Yeah,
main,
but you still
big
feel
complaint about it.
foolish.
With that said, though, Arena Blood really, in effect, only traps heroes and blocks ranged attacks and like stuns one guy technically. So it's like, it looks like a mass. It looks like Ravage kind of, but it's not quite as impactful. You know, it's kind of situational. Mars is a little bit misleading sometimes in this string.
Well, that's some big words about the God of War coming from you, Purge.
True.
What
I
are
love
you
this
the god
song.
of?
It's definitely the best one on the planets. Shit gets me pumped up real good.
All right. Well, net worth currently has the gyrocopter sitting at the top, but very, very close neck and neck with this troll. And now my question is with the Storm Spirit. He's died a couple times here. He's working on that BKB, which I think is very, very important for him to be able to have the freedom to move about. When does it start to get a little scary for Storm? How many deaths does it take before we start to feel like he's slipping a bit?
It's more based on his item timings, like how delayed is his BKB. He's basically got it. He's about 200 gold away from it right now. So once he's got BKB, it's a lot less scary.
Ooh,
He doesn't
look
have to
at
worry
this.
about getting chain bash.
Everybody follow the llama.
Seriously,
Rolling
leading
from
the right
Michael, the stun over onto Rises, the yeet, the follow-up though. They have those BKBs like we talked
Fair
about.
Rise is so
Gets
good.
the ultimate off as well. They'll get the kill on Michael. They're trying to finish off a Mariano. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. They've got plenty of physical, but in comes the gyrocopter. He's putting out a decent amount of damage over onto Drakeel. It takes a while, but they eventually get the kill, and they'll follow up with a kill over onto A. Tano now needs some help. There's alone though. He's jumping on it. He's gonna try to take down the gyrocopter, and he's gonna be able to do it, by God. Tano still hunting over on the back lines here. Michael, he just bought back. And we have a disconnect from Ego. Uh-oh.
It's all right. Our Spirit's going to be okay, guys. Promise. There's no way he dies here. You know what was the crucial thing in that fight, in my opinion, was the Terrorize actually coming out and hitting the Treant Protector. Because as they started the fight, they bashed the Troll. Troll gets BKB off and he ulties. If the Treant Protector just ulties, that's 4 seconds of Troll's BKB that he's just doing 0 damage. Isn't ramping up attack speed, nothing. Slardar ends up staying alive, probably Mars maybe as well. I don't remember everybody that took damage, but that's doing like Maelstrom procs and everything. Like that was a lot of damage for Troll Warlord, and all because he was unable to lock that down. So that was pretty big. Good Terrorize and a convincing fight for the Ego boys. 4 dead heroes on the enemy team. That Troll did so much damage that fight. Almost 6,000.
He's a big boy, this Troll.
And basically
As long as we
nobody
can
did
hit.
damage. Like, did you see the graphs? It was Gyro did 4,300. Next closest was 1,100, and everybody else on that did like under 700 damage. It was like basically just Gyro right clicking. Not good for Infamous here.
My question is just, how has no one bought a halberd for this man?
For the Troll,
Yeah.
I mean, Halberd is not a great item on Gyro. You need more damage than that, and so it basically have to be Slardar. Like hypothetically, Snapfire could buy it, but if you buy Halberd, then you're not doing enough damage. You need like utility nukes, things like that. He's bought those Shard, Blink Dagger. Those are an axe. Those are the things he needs. He can't afford Halberd. Like Halberd is like more of a traditional right-click hero type thing, and Slardar's not far enough ahead for that to work. He's been trying to catch up a little bit.
Just any sort of control, I feel like that's the solution for a Troll, as being able to just make it so that he ulties and you immediately, you Yules him. You do something so that way he just can't hit during it. And I just feel like they're lacking that control over on the side of Infamous very badly, as evidenced in these fights.
They are a bit. Obviously BKB is a lot of that problem, but Troll feels like he's been able to do a lot of whatever he wanted to do all game. He just has been hitting creeps, and they haven't quite engaged on him perfectly, so he keeps getting his BKB off, his ulti off, and it's every fight goes pretty well for him. And now with the game's looking scary. If he finishes Scotty, it's gonna get tough. And this Roche is instantly dead. That's Shard, that's Cheese, that's Aegis, all so good on Troll. Not Shard though, not the Shard. Shard's not good on him. Who gets the Shard? They're gonna give it to Mars. Now he can stun 2 people.
Ooh. 2 is always better than 1.
Yep, a little bit extra damage with this spear as well. A little bit slow. It's pretty good.
All right, how do they approach this fight then, Purge? Do they want to
Infamous?
approach it down here, or do they want to wait over on the high ground? Yes, Infamous.
Infamous is in a dangerous place, but at least they don't have the Scotty just yet. Once Troll gets Scotty, he's like a super hard counter to Gyro. Gyro won't be able to lifesteal and beat him in a one-on-one fight. So, Yeet is the only way, I think. But they gotta do Overgrowth after BKBs. I feel like that's like the only solution. Jump Slardar in, stun. They pop BKB. You run out maybe. Re-engage, something like that would be good. Force BKBs and then re-engage would be great. They got Paladin Sword on Gyro. This could be decent. It's got okay lifesteal.
There's the yeet. Okay, he'll throw out Mariano. He pops his BKB, but no one over on the side of Ego goes and pops theirs. This is looking a bit of a disaster. They jump over into Parker. Parker pops his BKB alone, also popping his own. They put out a decent amount of damage. Michael now is kind of stuck in no man's land as they do drop the Earth Splitter on the back lines. Michael will fall. And they'll find Mariano too. That is a bit of a disaster for the
But
side
why?
of Infamous. They didn't have to use any, like, well, they used Alone's BKB, and I think that's about it, because of course Troll having that Aegis isn't really afraid of much of anything here.
But why would you throw in your starter like this? It looks like
you
grief
said, to
though.
pop those, make them get the
I know
BKBs.
they're not griefing, but like it just looks a little.
Yeah.
I don't even think they had vision. They're like hoping that maybe there's like only a couple heroes left, or maybe they land the like mega yeet where 5 people get stunned. I don't know, but it just that doesn't feel like the way to win a fight in my.
It might be
He's got
nerves.
Blink Dagger. Like he's got Blink Dagger on Slar. Like does he really need to be yeeted in as well? I don't know.
It just might be nerves right now, you know? It's TI qualifiers. Everybody wants to go, even though we have no idea where it is. And,
It's in my
you know,
backyard.
this
I
is a
forgot
big
to
deal.
tell you
This is the first year that we're going to be able to have 3 teams from SA at TI. And everybody wants to be that third team, Purge.
I want to be that third team from SA.
Well,
I'll
you
just play-
should have went and got
play
yourself a
5
stack
computers.
here, friend. How's your
Very
Spanish?
special. Slightly okay.
I want to hear some Purge Espanol at some point during
Gotta
these calls.
interview some SA teams and it'll be all good.
Awesome. Purge is going to be
Maybe.
our translator, guys.
No, not translator. I can communicate slightly, but it's not going to be grammatically correct or pretty.
That's a special bonus segment. If you'd like to see that, you'll have to sub to Beyond the Summit. No, I'm lying.
How dare you? Sub to me, obviously, is the only way. All right, let's see if they can get something done here. Ego Boys got that Rax advantage going to the opposite side of the map now. Now the tier 2 tower remains. They've got Eye of Scotty on Troll Warlord. The lifesteal for Gyro. You can just forget about it. It's not happening, guys. Anything like Scotty is like anytime I try to go like spell lifesteal or like heavy lifesteal on a hero, somebody gets a Scotty and it just feels like I don't have the item anymore. It's like you can just completely forget about it. Here they go. They're gonna try to slow this down.
They're just slapping the buildings here. They'll throw out the Nature's Grasp. Meanwhile, we get the whip out saying, come on, Rises. Faster. Again, does have that Aegis. Still has the BKB as well. The fortification will come out to be able to take down the Cardi. The rest of Ego Boys, though, waiting patiently.
They're playing it safe. This is cool. Let's see what they're doing with the double smoke. They're doing some like smart things. So what you're supposed to do normally in this circumstance, guys, is like if someone's turtling you inside their base, you take 1% of your base and you go push the side lane like on the opposite side of the map, because then it's like your team's gonna probably be able to defend or delay it, and then you're getting farm and map pressure. But if they would have done that, those 2 heroes that were smoked would have just destroyed you. So that was really a really cool move there by Ego Boys.
They have firm control of this map right now, as they're able to go anywhere they want, farm anywhere, and Infamous is just feeling very scared. It's hard for them to get outside of the base. Michael is trying to just push out a little bit, because he does have a bit of an escape if necessary. Still very scary, obviously, with what they have. In fact, he's already realizing, I think they were walking through my woods. I'm going to back up again, rejoin with my team, regroup. Gem picked up on Willow. They're going to go for even more domination on this map. But on the bright side, for the side of Infamous, they have managed to outweight the Aegis at the very, very least. Although I don't think Rises is too concerned about getting murdered in the next couple minutes here.
He's pretty confident with his positioning for sure. He's got buyback available if things go bad, but his team's nearby, and they've got a Force Staff on Elder Titan as well. Like, Mars can jump and drop the arena as well, stop some of those attacks from Gyrocopter. They've got Butterfly. That's one good thing going for Gyro here. Doesn't have to... isn't going to get much heal, but at least Troll Warlord's only got a 30% chance to break evasion using his Maelstrom, so... Gyro's going to be much more survivable than normal. He's just going to make sure that he needs to pop his BKB in time. So, they're just going to slow push out these lanes. They got they got a lane D ward here. That's good for them. But yeah, the net worth advantage is just going to keep cascading out of control, especially if they don't go push these side lanes.
It's just so hard for them to push them. Like, it's so scary the second that they step outside. And, like, look at the way that they're trying to protect, trying to get any sort of vision. They do have, of course, that one ward over on the high ground. In fact, Michael, just doing a little bit of movement here, doesn't have any wards, but is making his way over, maybe trying to snap up a bounty rune. But they need to be careful. The assault is on.
Yeah, this is the hard thing about playing against super mobile heroes like Storm Spirits. Like once you get behind a net worth, then they can start solo killing you wherever you go. It just feels so much harder to get anything done. Michael hitting creeps. Is he looking for neutral items maybe? No, not yet. He's just trying to get golden experience. That's all. He's trying to finish his BKB, and he's not going to do that in his base. So he wants to go get the illusion room, but decent chance of ward spots him there. So just gonna kill the small camp maybe.
Wow.
Storm might find him.
Oh.
Okay, Storm sees him now.
Oh, he rolls up into the storm. Oh, Michael. Wrong turn there, friend. Again, this Earth Spirit, the only one who's able to really, you know, move around the map, but just some bad luck here on his part.
Yeah, I don't know if he saw the storm balling over for the illusion rune or not, but yeah, there's the pickoff.
I would assume he didn't. I don't think he would have rolled back up like that.
Yeah, probably not. All right, keep the pressure up. Storm's got the Ags as well, so if he can spot, if they just get like a ward high ground for vision, and he can do like a 3-man electric vortex, you're making a soup out of the enemies. Because Mars is going to jump in afterwards, drop Arena Blood. He's going to stun 2 of those people that are vortex together to his wall of buddies. It's going to look nasty, but it's going to taste great, as all soup is.
God, that sounds so bleak when you put it like that. The wall of buddies of just all these people on a wall, dead. We're going someplace dark here.
I mean, that's what Arena Blood is like. That's what I was referring to, Arena Blood. His Ash Legion, the Undead Warriors. It was a lore comment, mostly. All right, let's see if they can find the enemy squad. They actually are smoking out. They ganked the illusion.
Oh.
They've almost got it. Let's see if they can finish it off.
Oh, no.
They
Look
can't
at this.
kill it in
Immediately,
time.
they run away. Rise gets a Scotty hit off over onto Mariano, but they do manage to get back into the base.
Yes, back into the base for 10 minutes.
This is Ego Boy saying, "We own this town. Get out of here." This is Ego Boy territory.
The speed at which they killed that Storm Spirit illusion does not bode well
No, it doesn't.
for Infamous.
Oh, it feels bad. We even have the Satanic online now for the Troll Warlord. This guy is just a menace.
He has got some options. He did buy out. I mean, they could kill him here. What is that? Is
Can
it
they, though?
Roshan?
Can they purge?
It's my favorite Roshan, the ones with Ags Blessings, because then we get to a little peek into what pro players think is the best Ags available on the table. And this game, I have no idea. It's pretty good for ET, but he's like playing 5 or whatever. Maybe
Okay, they're
they'll do
looking
it on
for this
full.
initiation. It is split up. The jump forward here from Mariano. Roll forward coming out from Michael. BKB, though, coming out. Can they do enough here as Drakil has the A on this? He's running away. Rises now chasing after Mariano. The E comes out, though. Will be able to go and land over onto Rises. They still have the overgrowth, and they'll follow up with that Arena of Blood. They just take down Carl. They take down Michael. Already taking down this gyrocopter. As they'll find the kill on the tree, and Faker running for his life isn't going to be able to blink. Does have that shard at the very least. He's able to get the knockback, but it's just a slow and painful death as Drakil finds that kill.
I mean,
Mariano.
they took the fight. They took the fight out of the base at least, so like it's gonna take them time to get across the map. But yeah, they tried to get a pick off in a weird place and didn't work out.
Now they do have buyback on a lot of these heroes, but they don't have the Snapfire kisses, which I think is a big problem.
They got one. It's Treant Protector. When he respawns, he's gonna get tossed in again. I just know it.
That is true, but that's going to be 30 seconds before he gets tossed in. Blink forward for Mariano, just trying to push them out.
They're playing so safe, and this is the right thing. There's Roshan available, right? Rosh is up. Take the racks after your one team fight. Go do Rosh. And they tried to fight for it already. It didn't work out. And now it's gonna instantly die.
I mean, there's a 23k net worth lead right now, Purge. It's looking bleak.
Very bleak. All right, who gets the Ags? It's probably Troll. It is Troll.
Yep, Troll.
It's very good on him because he can dispel things, and that means Slardar ulti is the big one. Remove Slardar ulti, his armor is going to stay in the stratosphere. He'll be very survivable. He could also dispel Treant ulti and everything on Earth Spirit basically except for silence. So it's good. It's really, really good. Troll eggs here for free. That net worth is... He's an alchemist. This is now an alchemist game.
That's a really nice disguise he's wearing, then. How do you cram an alchemist into the skin of a troll warlord?
It's in the belly. It's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Crag or whatever. That's a throwback.
Good old Krong.
Is that what the name was?
I
Whatever.
believe so, yes.
I'm close.
Been a
enough.
while.
I know what it looks like. It's a damn brain.
Now everybody knows how old we are. Oh no.
Yeah. Turtles in Time, dude. That's the best SNES game.
Dude, I
Head-to-edge
remember when they
sword
had those
and
little
leveling.
handheld like AA battery games. Like my brother had one of the Ninja
yeah.
Turtles handhelds. I
Uh-huh.
think they're by like Tomy or something. That's like a really old Japanese brand. Oh gosh, I always died. I always died in that game. I never
got
beat
one
it.
of those. I got a Power Rangers one of those from a cereal once. It was like
Cereal?
one.
What?
Yeah, like one, and I sent it and I got one. It was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Good.
I never got
times.
anything cool like that in my cereal. They
Well,
don't even
Pokemon.
put them in the cereal anymore. God, we really
True.
are showing how old we are.
All right.
I think it's
see
a
if they
choking
can-
hazard now.
It's probably true. Yeah.
Kids are too dumb. They're gonna try to eat their
I'm
toys.
too dumb. I ate my toys all the time accidentally. All right. Let's see how long this tower lasts. Not long.
Not long indeed. The zip forward coming out from Malone. He's looking for the vortex. Only manages to go and land over onto the gyrocopter. Zipping forward again, looking for an opening. The roll forward though over onto the back line. They're gonna try to blow up anyone that they can. They
Yeah,
do manage to
those
get
are
Kara. Mariano though, taking way too much damage. There's too much right click coming out. BKB is being popped. The zip coming forward again, coming out from Malone. Trying to find any opening. There's the Satanic though, coming out now from Rise. He'll follow up with the
Not bad.
Arena of Blood Drakeel. Just gonna walk away, use it for zoning, allow them to finish up over onto this Rax as the buybacks have been used.
All right.
They
So they get
already
Megas.
used
Oh,
the
never mind.
overgrowth. Not yet, not yet. They're on their way. Faker jumping forward here with that blink. The stomp coming out here from Mariano. The drag back though alone. The cookie forward. Is it gonna be enough? Is it just a little bit? No. He's gonna get yeeted out thanks to Faker, but Faker looks like he's gonna die for helping out his buddy here. Does have the buyback though, so looks like Infamous. They're not going down without a fight. There's not a lot of mana left over here on the Storm. Does have to be a bit careful. They could get the jump. Rises 2 here. Jump forward again from Faker. Brambles. Nice follow-up from Mariano with a good crush. Call down comes out again too. Just enough mana for Alone though to run away. As they follow up with some hits here with that flak. And they have indeed been mega'd.
Yeah, they're just playing it safe. They got to be careful initiating here after they burn BKBs and stuff, but they poked their opponents a bunch. They got the Megas, and now it's just going to be even easier when they eventually win. More farming for now. I don't think they'll wait till next Roche, but maybe they will to be really safe. And they got 5 minutes, basically. Get another Aegis. I guess they still have Aegis. They could just go again. Storm's super farmed. He could pick up a Hex as well, have Aegis and Hex. 2 full
That's
mana
possible.
pools. Like, they just got to get the right grab.
MKB just got picked up on Rises too, by the way. He just bought it
Okay.
in completion.
That's what hurt him in the last fight. When it looked like he was about to roll over a gyrocopter, he popped Satanic, started slapping him, but he just wasn't healing that much. He didn't feel confident going for it, so he gave up, walked back, and then they poked back and forth on the fights. But now with MKB, he can commit.
He's gonna go right on and start hitting these buildings. They've already thrown out the missile. The zip forward though, plus that Hex into the Arena of Blood. They just absolutely blow up Parker. As they jump over to the side. The GGs get dropped. Ego boys are gonna be taking the first series here that we've been casting.
So good for them. Incredible performance. Game 1, rough. Game 2 was excellent. Game 3 was really good too. They played excellent. They played around each other. Infamous looked disconnected. They made mistakes. They made coordination errors, and Ego Boys deserved to win this one. And that's another upset. That was a mid-tier Division 1 SA team gets upset by the team that just got qualified for Division 1. So Ego Boys got to be happy with what they're sitting with here.
Yeah, and I mean, something has to be said about the fact that Infamous, of course, they did change their roster up a little bit during the second season here for DPC. But Ego Boys, you know, they're playing well together. They definitely understand their strengths and weaknesses and looked very, very good. Tano had 0 deaths on that Dark Willow. Like, just
That's
really
great.
nice plays coming out from the side of Ego Boys. They understand how to move around with their drafts. And again, I'm still very very happy that we got to see Alone Storm Spirit. But that is it, guys. That is the game number 3. Ego Boys are going to take the series. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to break it down for you.
what game are we playing? I want us to be for real now, real now. Oh, 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 so wait, while you take your time. I will wait, while you take your time. I will wait, while you take your time. I will wait, while you take your time. Wait, while take your time. Wait, while take your time. Wait, while take your time. Darling, baby, take your time.
All right, folks, welcome back. What a series that ended up being. Ego Boys, the upset, as you two mentioned. A pretty exciting game number 3. Unfortunately, I lost my score screen because we had another patch, and that is the cheat sheet I usually use to do these post-game discussions. So,
Got it open. What do you want?
how'd damage look, Purge? What
Elder
did the damage
Titan-
spread look like for Ego Boys?
Elder Time got 33 last hits. Is that what you're gonna ask? Oh,
Yes.
damage spread. Okay,
You
okay.
sniped it.
Damage spread.
Oh, thank
Ego
God. I
Boys.
was really
Third-
sweating over that.
Storm Spirit did 35k, Troll did 20,000, Mars 16k, Dark Willow 17k, 7k from Elder Time. Pretty good, pretty spread. I think they all impacted really well. Frankly, they all did their job. Elder Titan, there was a couple like really nice mid game fights, early mid game fights where ET would just like show up, drop his ulti from range. They killed Snapfire a couple times like that. I'm gonna just take the moment to talk shit about Snapfire mid again.
Sure,
It like
go for it,
has
buddy.
some potential to be good, but it's just not that. It's just not that safe. It's like playing sniper. It's like it feels fine until somebody gets right on top of you, and then it just feels really bad, like really. Or silencer. It's like those. They get on top of you, and you just don't have a solution. You can't kill them before they kill you, and you can't really get away from them unless you like cookie up a cliff. But like you want to use
Yeah.
cookie for other things, so it just feels rough.
I
Unless
think
your
that
team
game
initiates.
also really displayed like why Mars is still this first pick, first ban kind of hero. He sets the tempo of the entire game in such an effective way. It's like the spear doesn't even feel like a skill shot anymore, and the arena has such a short cooldown. He doesn't really have these like crazy mana issues. Like players have figured out the combination of how to break games with Mars. And when you have a start like that, he just enables the rest of the team to fall in line. Like I don't know that the troll did anything that crazy that game because his teammates just made it so easy for him.
Yeah, you
I
can set
feel
a lot
like-
of tempo if you like jump stun in time. It's so good.
All right, so we do have an interview. Who is it with, production?
It's Agorko. It's the manager of Ego Boys, the owner.
No, it's me, Rises. Hi.
Oh, it's
Oh.
Rises on Agorko's
On the
count.
manager's account.
Yeah.
There you go. Rises. Hello, sir. How are you? Congratulations on the big win there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna turn on the camera 1 second.
Okay. Hopefully production can handle that. Appreciate the sign from No worries, mate. I think we're going to stick to audio. But at least from our perspective, a little bit of an upset there. We definitely had Infamous as our favorite coming into that series. Talk to us about your confidence. Did you guys feel like underdogs coming into this series?
Yeah, kind of, because we were losing all the tournaments and we were training hard, we were working hard, but we knew we could do it. So, yeah, we kind of felt like
definitely-
underdogs.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we kind of felt like underdogs, but we knew we could win this game.
How did you guys? Oh,
Damn,
sorry, we're all
that's what I
talking
was
over each
How-
other.
how-
I'm sorry.
How did you guys recover after game one? Game one felt a little bit one-sided. You guys felt disjointed. You were missing spells and things like that. But games 2 and 3, you guys played really well. So, how did you guys recover so well?
We just talked about it. Like, we knew we executed the draft badly and we knew we had to do better and we could win. Just talking.
I want to know, how did you guys prepare going into these qualifiers? did the DPC really help you out, or did you find that you did separate research for this?
Yeah, I think it helped us like a lot. Like we were a totally different team when we started, and with the work ethic of Egorco, we grew as a team like so much.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it. And it seems palpable. We could definitely see some big improvements of your team movements and the cohesiveness of how you guys work together. One easier question for you before we let you go. Thoughts about the Spectre Arcana, my friend? Hot, cold? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Give us the latest on the new cosmetics we're seeing here.
I didn't get to see it, I think, but I think it's cool. Like I saw an image on Reddit, I think. But
Banshee
that's it.
Spectre?
Yeah, I think it's cool. I'm gonna
Alright.
buy it.
We got a +1 from Rises. Hear that, folks? He's going for it. So there you go. You got to be playing your Spectre in style. Congratulations again on the win. We'll let you go here. And with 3-game series, we got to jump into our next one before too long here. Good luck next. You guys will be playing either BINOMISTAS or SG. So a Brazilian matchup in your future.
Thank you. I want to give a shout out to La Correntada. That's some personal stuff, but
Okay.
Okay,
Well.
felicidades.
thank you guys.
Gracias. Yeah. Hasta luego, my friend.
Bye.
All right. Well, there you go. Any other thoughts about that series before we wrap it up here, gang? Because I think we need to throw to a break before too long. We got the Brazilian matchup, BINOMISTAS versus SG around the corner. Excited to see how Ego Boys will square up against the winner of this series in the next round.
I mean, you gotta beat the stressful situations to qualify for TI. So it's cool to see Ego Boys powering through it. That was cool.
Definitely. And don't forget, folks, we do have a giveaway going on. Our amazing sponsor, Mate Mate. Here's all the information for you. It runs for 10 minutes after the select series. All you got to do is type !Mate Mate into Twitch chat. Now, for the layman's out there, that's MATE MATE. Spelled like mate, pronounced like mate. Each winner gets 2 cases of Mate Mate. 20 winners selected each day. So do it to it, folks. Get that Mate Mate going. It's a fantastic product. I'm sure you'll love it if you just give it a chance. Just give it a try. All right, now for a break. We'll be back after this, folks. Final series of the day around the corner. BINOMISTAS SG up next.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like the firing, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You
In it for the big thrill. In it for the big thrill. Collide with me, come high with me. And I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go.
Do you miss me at all? Do you think about the things we used to do? No, you couldn't stand tall. So why didn't you call? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all. But why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Do you miss me at all? Do you think about the things we used to do? No, you couldn't stand tall. So why didn't you call? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all. But why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me?
Oh, it's on tonight. Throw that thing from left, right, side to side. Yeah. All my friends are here. Play my favorite song right on top. Yeah. And we never stop. Music bumping, we just keep on rolling. Yeah. No, we never stop. Shake, shake, shake your honey till the morning. Let me hear you say I'm ready. Come on. Now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Let me hear you say I'm ready. Come on. Now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Yeah. I hear play my favorite song right back on time. Ooh, and we never stop. Music pumping, we just keep on rolling. No, we never stop. Shake, shake, shake your honey till the morning. Oh, let me hear you say I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Let me hear you say I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Yeah, I said I wanna see you slide, slide, slide. Yeah, come on now, now, now. I said I wanna see you shine, shine, shine. I wanna see ya. I wanna see you. So let me hear you slide. I said I wanna see you slide, slide, slide. I said I wanna see you shine, shine, shine. Let me hear you say I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Let me hear you say I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star.
Shooting me with words, but I won't let them bruise. Even though it hurts, I won't show it to you. 'Cause it will ricochet, I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. Let me tell you, no, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. I don't know how you fall asleep at night, knowing that your words are hurtful, it's just not right. No, because my eyes are
Hello there, Dota fans. Welcome back to more South American Dota action. We got the final series of the day, 4 best-of-3s. It's been a long one, and if you've made it the full stretch, you need to reach around and pat yourself on the back, because you've done it. You've digested more South American Dota than we thought humanly possible, and this is only day 1. We got a little talent change here. We gave Purge the boot, and we brought in Bo3, the real Brazilian expert, for this perfect matchup here. The BINOMISTAS versus SG Esports. We've remarked throughout the DPC seasons, there's not a huge amount of Brazilian representation, and in this matchup, we get a double dose. Let's pull up this draft. We've got it open already. Bo3, welcome to the program. How are you, bud?
Dude, I'm feeling really, really good. You know, Brazil versus Brazil. It took a little while, but we're here. And, I mean, I'm just happy we're here. This is going to be, you know, whoever goes through, I think, will deserve it better. But I want to ask Moxie, how are you doing? You've been casting for a while.
I'm excited, man. You know, we actually have 4 Brazilian teams for like representation in this particular qualifier. I was looking it up and I was like, man, that feels so good because we had a big downslide for a while with some of these teams. It was a lot of Peru. We've been seeing Bolivia rise up, which I think is so cool. We're just seeing more countries pick up more and more Dota. But yeah, I'm excited, and I'm excited to hear the insight that you're gonna bring for us.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I also just realized, Bo3, that crewmates, it's like similar squad, but they've got a new name. Not relevant for this series, but we will see them maybe tomorrow, I think. They're playing up against No Ping. Is it Interitus? Interitus? I don't know what that is.
Interitus, yeah, like there
a
there
bird?
is. I think we can probably, you know, talk an hour about everything that happened with that team. A lot of drama. But I guess we'll save that for tomorrow. But
Yeah,
dude, it's crazy. I'll just say that.
Well,
No,
so what are
bring
the chances?
back Vira Lata Caramello. Bring that back because that was the best image. That was like the meme team. I can't
Yeah.
believe they traded that. Oh my god, that was the best. I missed
Yeah, like
that
we
team
had
so
the
much.
Hamburguesa, then they became a serious team, so we were really lacking some memes. They were there, but unfortunately, we're out of meme teams, I say, for now.
Well, some
At least
quick picks
relevant
here to start this one.
Yeah.
The first pick, Nyx Assassin, but what are the chances BINOMISTAS here have picked up this Dragon Knight just to show off these new cosmetics, right? His battle pass is out. Now Davion, he's looking sharp. You level up, he gets some shoulder pads or something. He gets some new garments. He slowly puts on more clothes. The more you pay, I think it's supposed to be the opposite, but I digress.
Yo,
How
you
do
get
we
that
feel about
booty.
Dragon Knight? Yeah.
You get the booty at
Get
level
that booty.
500, everybody. The hot booty, just my hot coffee over there.
They knew what everybody
that's
wanted.
some, you know, the booty is definitely some extra points there, but I think that's definitely a hero BINOMISTAS have been showing around. I think SG handled most of what BINOMISTAS has been doing. They actually took care of the Axe that they actually play offlane and carry, and AA that is just like such a beast right now. I like both of their openings. I'm just kind of surprised about the Hoodwink actually, because that's not something I've seen BINOMISTAS do that well. But you know, super exciting hero.
Got a new trailer, man.
Oh yeah,
Mark Warden and Hoodwink. What a
Yeah,
dynamic duo those two are.
I never expected that.
Pretty sick cinematic though. If I can just take a moment to shout out the creators at Valve that made that. I mean, truly an amazing cinematic. That made me want to watch an entire like movie lore arc about Arc Warden and all the mischief that he's up to. I love it. It makes me excited about Dota lore, and that's a rare thing these days. Anyway, about this draft. So, Luna Invoker banned out by SG, and there goes the Abaddon and the Phoenix, and now PL, the other one against the Dusa. Makes some sense there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly what, because I feel like BINOMISTAS, they are in a kind of a rough patch here. A lot of the heroes that they like are out. So how are they gonna approach this? You have this Dragon Knight with push, and you have the Hoodwink for damage. So I think they have this like kill duo on those two heroes. But I would like to see maybe some scaling here. And you know, there's already Medusa on side of SG. Luna gets banned. PL gets banned. I think like the S tier hero, the carry heroes are starting to dwindle a little bit.
Let's see what they look towards here. Plenty of time on the clock for both sides. We did see a really good Darkseer game in that last series. I think that was game 2. Pretty good with the Nyx, pretty good with the Dusa as well.
Please
Enables her to
remove
be.
the... There's no Darkseer that's going to be in this game. He's already been banned out.
Yep, exactly. Solid
Yeah.
ban.
One thing I kind of, it's not that I dislike, but I think it's very greedy of BINOMISTAS is the fact that they really like to play carry 1 and 2 together. And, when you actually look at the way that they play, which is super aggressive, I think sometimes they shoot themselves in the foot with the way that they want to be greedy but aggressive at the same time. I think that can be very dangerous, especially when you start playing against...
Oh, classic Bowie. There's the freeze frame, and it's a flattering one at that. That's the Brazilian internet, folks. Perfectly on brand for the South American coverage. Don't worry, he'll be back in a moment's time.
It's Purge. He's coming back for Among Us. He's mad that we kicked him.
He's found his vengeance.
The assassin.
Yeah, so it's Benny on the 1 for BINOMISTAS, Mini mid, and then Sexy Fat on the 3. I had to refresh myself on their positions. Jupiter 4 and then Nuages 5 for anyone out there who hasn't closely been following the BINOMISTAS.
Hello?
I'm interested.
Welcome back, Bowie.
Hello.
I don't know what happened. My Dota is out of coordinator.
There's too many Brazilians in one lobby, and there's just not enough coordinator to go around, man. All right, we had to sacrifice bandwidth somewhere, so I'm sorry, Bowie. You were the first one to be sacrificed for the good of the qualifiers. All right,
Yeah.
Keep it up. You're doing God's work over there.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff.
So I don't know where I cut, but
you said they like to play aggressive and be greedy at the same time, and sometimes that can get you in a sticky wicket. Paraphrasing.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. So we'll see what they'll give Mini here, but SG, they're gonna grab the Mars.
Oh, all right. Makes it all the way to 3rd pick. Very solid. I was just complimenting Mars at the end of that last series on a solid performance. I guess slightly flexible too, right? Could be 4, could be 3, could be mid, depending on matchups.
Yeah.
I imagine it's going to be Tavo running this, though. I can't imagine that Adriano's going to be running the Mars in the mid lane. I feel like you want to get those levels online and...
I have to
I'm
refresh
kind of
myself,
confused, Moxie, because I usually, at least usually, it's been pretty out of favor to have melee offlane and melee 4, especially Nyx. He's such a, I don't want to say, he's not that useful in lane, he scales really well, so I wonder if they actually give this to Tavo. I'm kind of scared for their offlane because it could be very dangerous. Like gyrocopters that carry so much damage, but we'll see what they do. They're gonna grab this Elder Titan, pretty meta hero. Works really well with the magic damage of Gyro and Hoodwink, so that's pretty cool.
Is anybody flexing DK? I remember we were like memeing with Theban about the support DK. They do have 10th pick on BINOMISTAS. Is DK mid? Is that just like the default? Like, should I feel silly for even bringing this up? Because if you know he's mid, then maybe that Mars mid does potentially make some sense, right? It's a melee
I have
matchup,
a story about that actually. So SG's coach is Romanian, and he's friends with one of T-Bun's teammates actually, and he told SG's coach, Manguso actually, that they actually hate playing the DK4, and they only do it because 1437 really likes it. So I think flexing the DK is nice, and I think he can be a good mid. But considering BINOMISTAS the way they played, at least like from the games I watched, I think it's gonna be a 3. But yeah, we'll see. They're gonna get the Lash here, so I like this now. Yeah, I hope it's offlane, but it's really good mid too. It's just this Nyx assassin Mars lane gets me very scared.
I mean, there's also the potential to move the Nyx Assassin to 5. It's not, the greatest, obviously, but Adusa, depending on what she's laning up against, has the potential to be able to just kind of withstand.
DK Hoodwink sounds unfun. That sounds like a tough lane for Dusa with a Nyx 5. I'm not sure she could handle that. Like, you get the free stun with the DK and Hoodwink's follow-up.
You do have to play it very carefully, but I mean, you do have that flexibility. It's not the greatest, but like Bowie was saying, having 2 melees, I mean, you can kind of set up, I guess, with the spear if you want. If you're really, confident with your Mars, you can follow up with the Impale sort of deal. But it's not going to be as powerful as something like a Dark Willow or a Lina, something that's going to be able to help dish out some of that harass against this Gyrocopter and the Elder Titan.
I mean, this is like the bane of the Nyx Assassin, where sometimes you pick him up and he feels like such a great, well-rounded opener, and then they come back with a Hoodwink DK, and you're like, why did I pick this Nyx assassin? Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're kind
Yeah,
of
I think
stuck
they-
with him for the rest of your draft.
It's pretty much just a cover for the Medusa, right? They actually thought that giving AA away would be worse than picking the Nyx. So yeah, I agree. I think that's just like how do you say it? It's a price that they pay for wanting to take the AA and also not give the Nyx away. It's just you can only have so many things.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I mean, BINOMISTAS ban around the 5s though. I guess Lion can kind of flex. It's hard to say.
I mean, that has
I
to be a
guess
wyvern
Ench can
pick, right?
also 4.
Okay, Oracle.
Solid.
So weird to
Huh.
see a 5 picked up at the very end.
Yeah.
It's so weird. But
They're
I mean,
just-
there we go.
That's the Nyx assassin burden right there. Let's call it. You're paying a tax for the Nyx.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you play it well. You look like Zephyr, and you look like you're unkillable. So
This is cool though. Oracle
I like
Lash,
the
Oracle
Oracle,
Dusa. Yeah.
because they have so much magic damage amp with the Titan, so I think there's gonna be a lot of value on Oracle's W here. But yeah, it's a little wonky. Now BINOMISTAS, they have to pick their mid, unless this is a hoodwink mid or something crazy Mini has been cooking up.
I mean, it's mini. It could
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
be anything.
What's
Love
pull
that
up the
guy.
donut
Khaleesi
buff, man.
hero here for BINOMISTAS.
Yeah, well, and it rotates though. What's the latest Khaleesi hero? That's the question. What's hot?
Yeah, I
in
mean,
the
Lena
mind of
would be
Madman
the,
Mini?
I guess the kind of the
so
obvious one, but there
standard.
is a Nyx here, so I don't think that's possible.
Man, we have tried to run an intervention, Neff and I, on Mini so many times because he's just been running around in every lobby just screaming about how much he loves Amelia Clark. And we just keep telling him, we're like, dude, you look crazy, and he won't listen to us.
Mm-hmm.
He's a diehard fan. I think he's ride or die on that one.
Oh, yeah, I'd say so.
Oh,
All
the
right.
classic. All right, it's
Hmm.
tiny.
Hmm.
Oh man.
AJ has his work
gosh.
cut out for him here.
SA, why do you do this to me? Mini Tiny. I know it's SA. I know they love this hero. I know he's going to make it look better than it should look. But I got to go SG. This lineup just looks so much scarier. Even with the Nyx Assassin. You got great team fight, big damage, ways to save the Medusa. It just looks easier for SG. It would be my summary of this draft.
Mm-hmm. I think I agree. They have decent push with Delashrak, really good team fight, great scaling. The thing that scares me the most here is the Nyx Mars lane. I think this could go really bad for them. Elder Titan's such a strong level 1 hero. Have Gyrocopter alongside it. So if they don't bleed too much in that lane, they might have their work cut out for them. But I think BINOMISTAS also has like good timing. You have this Dragon Knight that can push a lot. Tiny is going to create a lot of space. If Benny can get an early advantage, it's pretty easy for them to just Roche and end the game. I don't think SG Roche as easily as BINOMISTAS does. So that's a little scary for SG as well.
Moxie, prediction? Favorite
tempo-
draft?
Yeah, it's a tempo-based draft coming out from BINOMISTAS. I mean, we look at SG, we know exactly how they want to play it, right? We know their timings. It's the ease of execution, which always tends to tip things in their favor. But I think, like Bowie was saying, if BINOMISTAS can get that opportunity to kind of accelerate, they're going to be in a really good position because it's going to take a while for Costabile to come online. So I guess the question mark for me is Jupiter on the Hoodwink because I haven't seen him play it. And I'm not sure how effective that's going to be.
Big question mark there. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw I like what BINOMISTAS has for their draft if they can execute it fast enough. And I feel
Okay.
like fast drafts always kind of have the advantage. in some
And Bowie, draft aside, how would you label this matchup SG BINOMISTAS? Like 60-40, 50-50, 55-45? I'm just trying to get a pulse check here.
All right. I think I'm gonna go 55-45 for SG. I think
Okay.
generally
close then.
speaking, yeah, I think SG has, I don't want to say better players, but just like more accomplished players, more like veterans. But
Yeah.
these teams scream a lot, so they know like a lot of nuance. So if it was SG and like an European team, it would be very different. Just because I'm pretty sure these guys scream all the time because they were Division 1, Division 2. So it's just
oh,
like
right.
Yeah,
Right? Like
yeah,
you
so
don't
that's
want to
something
scrim
to see.
against the people that are in your division because you have to play
Yeah.
against them, and that'll give them info. But if you play up or down, you don't really care. Like, what are BINOMISTAS going to do with our secret strategy? They're not even in our bracket. That's big brain thinking there, bud. I didn't
And
really think about that.
BINOMISTAS was in Brazil when the major was going on, so I'm pretty sure these two teams, like, they were probably like the easiest teams to scream and also like the better ones. So I'm pretty sure SG like screamed them a lot. So this is gonna be really interesting.
Okay. Well, only game one here, another best of three, and in true fashion, maybe y'all can hear through the stream all of the amazing voice lines that are coming through. Looks like some team bundles there. Great stuff. We still have one player disconnected, so not in a big rush to just hand it over to you guys so we can continue this conversation with one less person. But of course, we'll get into the game as soon as KJ reconnects, and he has. So maybe it is time to do just that. I'll scoot out, let you two take over. Game number one. It's going to start momentarily. Take it away.
All right. Well, like you said, Bowie, lots of veteran players over on the side of SG. You've been seeing, Adriano 4DR, Tavo, Costabile. These are names that we've heard on an international level besides just, in the SA scene. And of course, Theolacor and KJ have been making names for themselves, whereas a lot of people are not quite as familiar with the guys over on BINOMISTAS.
I mean, these guys, I think they're a really good showing of how, friendship does matter and can take you really far. They actually stuck together for some rough patches. After after season 1, they were pretty much set to qualify. After the whole 0900 incident, they had to play tiebreakers. They lost. I think a lot of teams would just like break after that, but they stuck together. They're in Division 1, and now, they're a couple of games away from TI maybe. So I really want to see what these guys are gonna do. I think they are underrated for sure.
I mean, you love to see it. It kind of evokes the whole memory of now current Liquid, former Alliance, the power of friendship of teams that, they stick together, they understand how to play together, and that yields a lot of, interesting games and lets the players shine, so.
Yeah. I mean, that was the whole... When they actually swapped from... They were Incubus, right? And they became BINOMISTAS. They got kicked out of their team because they didn't have a lot of high MMR players. And in season 2, when they actually beat the new Incubus roster, they just typed 8k MMR in all chat because they did apparently they were told they didn't have a lot of 8k players in their roster, but it didn't
8K
matter.
for what?
Yeah, dude.
8K for what?
MMR matters, but only to a certain degree. So I just love that they can prove, the OG style, that if you just trust your team and you play well enough, you can do pretty much everything.
Well, I feel a little vindicated here because I know you guys were laughing at me saying like Nyx Assassin with the Dusa, but that is exactly how they decided to lane this out here, having one ranged, one melee. Of course, you have to be careful. It is a kill lane if you're not playing safely enough. But yeah, they opted to put KJ down here in the bottom lane with Tavo on the Mars. So
I love it. I think this is going to solve a lot of their problems with this Mars lane. And it's a lot of burst too, right? The Oracle and Mars, they pack a lot of magic damage early on.
It's also an incredible setup too if you want to try to go for, one of those spears. You can just start charging up over on your Fortune's End and then land a nice follow-up.
All right, I wanna make a bet with you. Do you think Benny will buy raindrops at exactly 3 minutes?
Yes.
All right. If he, I'm gonna go just to make this interesting. I'm gonna go with no. Just
You baited me there, so you showed your hand, Bowie. When you say something that specific, you assume
no,
that
I'm setting you up. I'm setting you up for a win. All right. I just want to make a bet. I'm just bad at doing this. I see T-Bun doing it all the time, and he always makes these like amazing bets. But I'm learning, all right? So I'm gonna make a good one up to the end of this BO3, I promise.
It's just Bowie trying to make me look like a fool. Thanks, guys. Shake my head.
Okay. I mean, these lanes are doing pretty well. I think Tiny and Lash are pretty much tied up here. Not a lot of kill potential in this lane. But if someone rotates and Mini gets a good tossback, I think 4DR could be in trouble. So you gotta watch out for those supports and side lanes.
I guess who makes this rotation? I guess perhaps, Jupiter makes a rotation later on, but I feel like Noaches has to stay bottom with Benny for the time being because the potential of this kill lane is very, very strong.
I think, maybe if you know that KJ or Tabo has to go base, the rotation might be possible just because, Benny is gonna be 1v1. But, oh, hell pause.
Classic SA Dota. Also, what up, though?
Okay.
I want to... Well, what's that? The item assistant?
Yeah, I didn't play Dota, but yeah, he's complained that the item assistant is being annoying.
Oh, is that like the Clippy thing up in the corner?
I
No.
think so. I don't know how it works though, because I didn't play a game after the patch.
I don't know. I haven't had any issues with that, but that's pretty funny. Gotta figure it out. But this is nice, boy. This is a throwback to when we did TI8 quals together.
Dude,
This is nice. It is nice to see South America getting the respect that it deserves. Getting the viewership. Having you joining me here now.
SA came a long way, right? I think at that time we were happy we had one team qualifying. Oh, as we babble here, Benny gets first blood.
Yeah, Theolacor is not looking too good here, though. He does get taken out as well.
Okay. Well,
we talked about skill lanes.
Yeah.
What is that spray? It's so cute.
Huh. Wait. I don't know who that's from.
Is that from the pass? Is that a new one?
Yeah. The broccoli NP. I mean, how don't we have a broccoli NP, now that I think about it? This is
Next
such a cool
persona.
idea.
The vegan version of Nature's Prophet. Some soy protein in there too, I'm sure. Theolacor, though, making a nice play here. He's just gonna do a little bit of scouting. Already that rune was snapped up, though, so he's not gonna get anything through his troubles, but he does manage to drag Jupiter away for the time being.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess those skills, matter a little bit, but overall, I think the plan for SG is still going pretty well. Medusa farming pretty much just the same as Benny. And, it's all about 4DR. As long as he gets this early farm and they start going for the early rotations, he's going to get so much map control for the Medusa.
Couple pings coming out over here on the side as they do spot Theolacor coming back over. Pretty calm otherwise. Looks like they're just pulling waves over on the bottom side. Trading shots back and forth here in the top lane.
Dire's structures are fortified.
All right, so what about our raindrops? Okay, yeah, there's raindrops. He actually took a little longer than I expected.
Do I lose that then?
Congrats, you won, Moxie. I mean, I guess
I won.
not,
Okay, all right.
You won.
He picked
I was
all right,
trying
cool.
to set you up. All right, I am not. I am not one to make people look like fools. Right, I can do that very well by myself.
Nah, you're awesome. You're a rock star, boy.
Thank you, man.
None of that nonsense here. Although, looks like Costabile, Acorn shot, yeah. That is going to be a kill on Costabile as Theolacor had the Impale, but just not fast enough to save his Medusa.
Yeah, this is going to be problematic. They're starting to bleed a little bit too much. The only thing, I guess, going on for SG in that regard is that usually Mini plays these heroes that can force towers very early. I don't think that's really what Tiny is going to do this game. He wants to get phase boost, get the Blink Dagger. So there's not going to be that much pressure, even though they are bleeding in the side lanes, which, is definitely going to help the Medusa a little bit.
I mean, the flip side of that, right, is the fact that you got Sexy Fat on the Dragon Knight. So he is going to be the one who's going to be able to make that tower pressure once he gets to level 6. But you have to be a bit careful here. Mini looking to try to make some moves over here onto 4DR. But Rune's going to get snapped up here by Jupiter, so I feel pretty happy that they're able to deny that from the Leshreq, as it was a regen rune. But that means that our boy Mini here in the middle lane not going to have any regen for a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty good to deny that from the Leshreq, so they're still going to be very happy on the side of BINOMISTAS. I'm trying to figure out here what exactly 4DR is going to build. Looks like he has either the Hood or the Uceptor. queued up. I think I prefer the Yule Scepter.
Yeah, I would go for the Yules for the setup and also the save, right?
You know, they have a lot of bursts with that Tiny, so 4DR is like, if maybe this game starts going too bad, I might have to go for the Hood, but I think ideally one Yule Scepter is just much, it's much more versatile. I guess Hood is one-dimensional in that regard.
Yeah, I'd much rather see him, even if he picks up like a casual cloak if they start to struggle, but
Yeah.
I'd like to see him being able to be more aggressive because I feel like the mid lane right now is very tempo control. Like, you need to be the one moving around the map, especially with something, you know, Gyrocopter moves a little bit faster, obviously, but he'd prefer to just kind of hang out, hit creeps, show up once in a while if the fight comes his way, but...
Definitely. I definitely agree with that. Surprisingly, there's still a catapult top, so even though Sexy Fat is level 6, looks like SG actually trying to pressure the tower a little bit here. But yeah, obviously the Medusa's not gonna stick around for too long. And now it's the time. So, you know, that's really why DK is picked so much. Like, usually you have to wait for the 10-minute catapult if you really want to take that tower. But, you know, Sexy Fat can start doing that now, so that at 10 minutes, it's 100% gonna be down. Tabo, though.
Tabo, he tried pretty hard here, but does fall to no ashes. KJ now running for his life, but we do have 4DR making his own rotation here, and he's very fast, plus those Purifying Flames, being able to just help nuke him down. Gets a nice stomp off. He's just barely trying to climb out, but not going to be able to do it. Too much magic damage coming out from the dynamic duo.
Both sides actually have so much magic damage. This is crazy. You have Mars Leshrek on one side and Tiny Jar on the other.
Sexy Fat popping the dragon form here in the top lane, trying to put a little pressure here on the tower.
In terms of stacks, looks like they're, you know, Kustabio is going to defend the tower here, but he does have a couple of stacks to farm that Jupiter will find. We'll see what they'll do with that information.
Have a nice ancient stack going on here from KJ as well for this Medusa. Although I feel like they have to figure that's coming. Look at this. Minnie's just like, oh, well, don't mind if I do. I'm going to get myself a little mask on my way through. Nice neutral pinata there.
Beautiful. Oh, he even... Okay, he tried to block the camp, but slightly too late. Yeah, that's pretty good. Mini's gonna accelerate towards that Blink Dagger a little bit faster. They also have a couple of stacks of their own here, which the Gyro is definitely gonna be keen on.
Taking a tiny stack over on the side, does manage to find a couple neutral items for his efforts, but Nauseous does have to be careful. He is alone here in the bottom lane. He's just trying to sap some of that XP, trying to get that next level online. But of course, Tavo does have the Arena of Blood up and ready, and with 4DR making this rotation, he can't show himself. Look at this, Tavo knows. They know he's still here. They'll find him over in the corner. They'll go for the split, and that's a dead Elder Titan. Should also be a tower going over to the side of SG if they decide to stick around, but looks like they want to run home. Some pressure's being placed on their mid tower too.
Yeah. Yeah, this is probably going to be a tower. I wonder if 4DR is going to have enough resources to run mid, because since he rotated this early, it means he might be middle with the catapult there, which is definitely what SG wants. We'll see if BINOMISTAS is going to give that up, or if they're going to try and mount a defense here. They do have level 6 on the ET, so it's possible that they can.
He has a double damage rune here. He's hoping that maybe someone's going to walk up the side. He'd love to, you know, get his Apotas combo. But
the Tombo, as Gareth likes to call it.
The what?
Yeah, so like it's the tiny combo, so it's the Tombo. Don't ask me how they get there. I think he casts so much tiny that his mind eventually... Oh, as I talked about tiny here. Goodbye.
This is the sphere. Eventually Tavo falls.
Okay. Very good kill for Mini here. Not sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess Tavo wants to farm this Blink Dagger, but, you know, he was kind of alone there. Not really worth.
Oh,
like that.
Dragon form, Popeye, Sexy Fat. They want to put out as much damage as possible over into Constabulate. He doesn't have any mana left either. So he was trying to just gear up here for that Sharpshooter. Not going to be able to quite finish off this Medusa as the teleports came out, but they canceled. Sexy Fat might want to try to go back in. Has to be careful, though. Theolacor is here in the Vendetta. More teleports coming out. Yeah, they'll find the opening. They get a couple of hits. As you can see, 4DR rotating, but it's a good bushwhack. Will buy them just enough time. They drop the spray on the way out, And Jupiter's like, oh
They
man, let me
really-
reposition that. That didn't look good.
They love that that spray, huh? It's really cool. I don't blame them for that.
Is that part of the... I don't know what the BINOMISTAS fan bundle is. Is that part of theirs? No?
I have oh man, and now I actually feel so bad for saying this, but I think it is from TI.
Okay.
That's my guess.
I haven't seen the BINOMISTAS pack yet in action, so... It's a lot of neat packs for sure.
True.
And closer to that Blink Dagger from Mini, though. That's going to be a huge power spike for him. So the sooner he gets that online, the sooner he can start trying to blow people up. But while this is all going down, you still have Costabile. He's got a nice stack over here from KJ, so he's going to accelerate that farm for sure.
All right, Blink on Mini's up here. They're gonna go for a smoke play. Kind of looks like it.
Up. Wouldn't be surprised. This Gyrocopter's so close to the Ags, too. I think you leave Benny behind here.
man.
Let him do that. And
Yeah,
just
there
go
you go.
hunting. Alright.
Arcane
Who
Rune on
has
Tiny.
the
I mean,
dust?
this is such a strong power spike. I'm actually afraid for SG right now.
They know.
Maybe
They know
Tiny-
Theolicore.
Oh, he breaks the smoke. Nice.
They know Theolicore was over there, though, because they pinged it out and they said, don't. We know that he's wandering over.
Oh,
I'm
I
pretty
see.
sure.
I see.
They were hoping to get the
Radiant's
Leshrac.
middle tower is
They
under attack.
really
That would be
wanted
huge.
4DR, but not going to be able to find it. Theolicore wanders
right.
about, scopes out this nice stack over here. It's going to just go. Poke away. Look at this rotation coming out now. They want this little bug. Have the Blink over here on Mini. He decides around the tree,
Oh.
cuts down the tree, finds himself Theolicore, immediately Spike Carapace, blows up some of that mana, toss up into the air with the Avalanche Toss, and that's what we were waiting for from Mini. Getting that Avatos combo and blowing up some of these supports.
All right, I actually check SG's heroes. Every single hero on the side of SG has a raindrop.
Has raindrops. Yeah, I
That's
noticed
crazy, actually. They also had a lot on the side of BINOMISTAS. I guess Gyros just ran out, but everyone else has one too.
He's got his Ag Scepter now, dude.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Tavo!
Tavo? What happened down there?
Radiant's middle
Okay.
tower is under attack.
That hurts because he was getting real close to that Blink Dagger, too.
Yeah, I guess, you know, he's eating a lot of those rotations that maybe could have reached Costabile, so in a way, you know, he's creating space. But, you know, I don't think you want to die twice like that, especially... I don't feel like after taking tier 1 he did that much, so... Kinda... I don't want to say griefing, but I hope with the Blink Dagger he can start doing a little bit of extra moves, because this tier 1 being up for SG, I think it's a huge hurdle. Ideally, they want to open up the map, allow Costabile to farm more than only his triangle, but that tower kind of makes that hard for them. All right, Blink on Mars. Let's see if Tavo can have his redeeming journey.
I mean, they're baiting KJ here. They're putting him very forward. And it looks like they're not taking the bait over on the side of BINOMISTAS.
Oh, Mini wants it.
He
wants
does.
some KJ. All right, he's not gonna take the bait. Where? Okay.
No one's showing. Like, they have to realize, like, they've got pretty decent ward coverage, too. So no one's showing. They have to... Yeah, here you go. 4DR revealing himself over here in the mid lane. Looking for the stomp. Will land over on the 4DR. They're just going to toss a tree at him. But the rest of the team following up here. You can see this Nyx Assassin trying to get some information along with Tavo as they make their way over here on the side. Looking for that perfect initiation. Get off that arena with the Blink Dagger. They get the courier kill with Jupiter.
That's his arcades.
It's a little bit of hide and seek right now, as no one feels like they want to go over on the mid. In fact, they will jump immediately. The toss back with Costabile. They blow up. All the mana is gone. Tavo's here. Can they do enough damage to Costabile? No, they're not going to be able to. In fact, they go and use the false promise. So a nice stun comes out here from the Leshrac. Can they finish him off, though? Do they have the damage? Nuache is sitting very, very low. Mini tossing up into the air. Can't quite blow up 4DR enough. So a nice play here coming out from the Oracle, making sure that he keeps everyone healthy and alive. And feels like a lot of action, but not much happened.
This is crazy.
Oh, Mini?
So much fighting. Oh,
All right, Mini gets himself a kill. He was hungry. He was angry. All that, and we didn't even get a kill. The Bushwhack comes out over here onto Tavo. Gonna be a nice save here coming out from KJ. A spear comes out, plus the stone gaze, so Sexy Fat's gonna be turned to stone. They'll end up losing Nuages as well, but the tower does eventually fall.
Oh. Alright, this is really rough, because, you know, I think SG, they were in a much better position to take tower, but not only they don't get the tower, they lose Nyx and they lose their own. So this is huge. You could see how many resources they wanted to invest. Even the Medusa joined them, but I guess they didn't really find the right angle.
I think they didn't expect Mini.
Yeah.
The way that Mini blinked in, I know I didn't expect him, and I mean, honestly, at this point, I should just be resigned to the fact that Mini is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Just
yeah,
plain
like
and
the
simple.
fact they had to arena for that toss, so like you trade a 12-second cooldown for a 70-second one, I guess 90-second one. It's rough.
Maybe that's the play. Maybe you just play like a maniac. You channel your inner EE and you just keep them guessing every single moment. Like, oh my god, who would do that? That's crazy. You know who would do that? Eternal Envy would do that. In this case, Mini would do that. I can't tell you how many times. Was it Jenkins and I
Are
were
you
casting this?
saying Mini is the SA Eternal Envy?
Yo, it's starting to feel that way sometimes.
he definitely has some randomness that definitely, you know, I could see the EE vibes in that. So
Yeah, yeah, it's
that's
like
interesting.
EE Light. EE Light. Brazilian edition. But no, like there was a game we were casting as Jenkins and I, and Eternal Envy dies top, right? After trying to gank mid. And then he immediately goes top again. And Jenkins is just losing his mind, like pulling out his hair, and he's like, who does that? Who fails a gank and then goes back top again? No one expects that. And of course, Envy being Envy gets like 2 kills because no one expects him to come back. They figure he's gonna go off and farm. So that's the the light vibes I get sometimes off of Mini. Like expect the
I
unexpected.
get it, you know? EE
Doesn't
is
always
the
work.
weeb guy, and Mini is the Khaleesi guy. I can see they have like weird taste. Not weird, but you know, unorthodox
Wow, way to
taste.
alienate a bunch of fans.
Sorry, guys. Unorthodox, okay?
Nice spike carapace here.
All right. So, I don't think like SG they are like necessarily in a pickle. You know, they obviously they just lost the tower. Maybe the viewers like, Bowie, why are you freaking out so much about towers? They're very important. But I think, you know, exactly. And with that tower down, I did say that BINOMISTAS has a better Roche lineup. And with this Gyrocopter being as farmed, I think, you know, this becomes very easy for BINOMISTAS. They have to win one fight, and they just go Roche because they're Radiant. So this is very scary. They don't have that tier 1 to TP2 anymore, SG.
It's a bit scary. We've got the double fluffy hats over on Theolacor here. Just realized he picked that up, and he's going for the Ag Scepter.
It is cold in Brazil, so I don't blame him.
That's true.
Him.
It is winter for you guys, correct?
Yeah, dude. Okay.
See, nice and toasty over there, Bowie?
Dude, yeah. I have like 2 lights in my face, and I'm not even hot because it's so cold.
Yo, you can hear Jupiter starting to spray immediately after that kill on Theolacor. Oh man, this homie is having way too much fun. He's spamming it so much that the FPS is dropping, guys.
I can see the Reddit posts. Oh no, the new spray just makes my FPS garbage.
That happened, I was in a party with a bunch of friends, and they just started spamming all of the emotes, and my frames dropped completely because they just spammed it too many times. Oh, man. I was very angry at that person.
Oh, by the way, I actually have some insider information here. So there's this artist from Brazil, Farinha. I think you know her, right? Costa Bill's GF. She said, tell Moxie thanks for saying good things about my Furion spray. So she was the one that actually designed this.
Cool. Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, it's great. Was that so
it is BINOMISTAS. Yeah, I was a little I was
Okay.
not 100% sure, but yeah, it is theirs. That's really cool.
No wonder they're spraying it everywhere.
Huh.
Look at that guy. That is a cool Nature's Prophet. Look
It's
at that
really
broccoli.
cool, actually.
Makes you want to eat more vegetables. Become a cool guy like him.
Vegan and pea.
Dyer's top tower.
All right,
I don't know
so
if he's
looks
vegan.
like
It's just broccoli, Bowie, okay? It's not like we're having,
is broccoli
incognito
vegan,
or
Moxie?
something like that. I guess it is, yeah. I don't know of any broccoli that's I mean, it depends, I guess, what the fertilizer's made out of, maybe?
True. I don't know that much about fertilizers, but you're right. There's a lot of things. You know, wine cannot be vegan because you use egg whites to. I don't even know the word, but like you have to use egg
Sugar
whites.
also
to...
sometimes is not vegan.
Oh really?
Yeah, sometimes there are little pieces of bone actually ground up in white sugar.
That is scary. I actually had never heard of that.
So all y'all are eating bone. If you're not sure. No, one of my best friends was vegan for a little while, and she was like filling me in. Oreos are vegan apparently, but
oh yeah.
I asked her. I was like, "Why are you vegan?" And she's like, "Cause I hate myself." That was her explanation.
It can be really hard. Oh,
It's hard.
You know, I would love to be
respect to
vegan.
the guys who can do it.
Yeah, 100%. I would love to be vegan, but it is a lot of work. You know, you cannot deny that.
Dude,
but
you're
as we
Brazilian, you
say,
can't be
it's a lot of
vegan.
work. Our boy Costa Bill, he's been spamming those Manta illusions, and you know he's farming less because of it. But he will take that tower.
Getting this, yeah, he's getting the tower right now. Nobody's
nice.
even bothering with them because they're smoked
Yeah.
up. They're hunting. They're hoping he's sticking around.
Radiant's middle tower has
He is
fallen.
not. He is over in the triangle doing what a Dusa does best, which is hitting creeps.
Oh,
They might
but
be able to
he
find
could
him
be
over
in
here. Look at
trouble,
this.
though. Yeah.
He's gonna show up and try to farm the wave. Nope, probably not now. Now that he sees that Sexy Faz nearby, and Benny here. So it just drops those Manta illusions, like we said, and the pings come out as the side of SG sitting over in that mid lane right now. Not looking to make any rotation, it seems.
Oh yeah. So for the art, opted for the you know, I you know for a while I was very. I was not a fan of Kaya Sanj. You know, pretty much everyone is going Kaya Sanj every game. I think I changed my opinion a little bit about the item, but I do, you know, it kind of scares me that if 40R gets focused, he will die, even with the Hood and the Kaya Sanj. And I don't think you want to out necessarily the Leshrac, because you have this Dusa that wants to join fights, but also doesn't want to die.
Right.
So I'm slightly scared for how the fights are going to play out, especially with Tiny being able to toss people around, just create so much havoc. So we'll see if the build pays off. I'm just slightly scared because oh, here goes Tiny. He's gonna
Too
come out of
slow
this.
from the side of SG. They knew that they had people over in that bottom lane. They pinged it out. You saw that the smoke broke with the gyrocopter and of course the DK. They made the rotation, but it felt like it was just a waste of time. Should they have done that earlier, the second that they knew?
I think they're not really into that
They
much
are?
pressure inside of SG. They just want to make sure that oh yeah, trying to
Living
look for an
dangerously
angle there.
here. Look at the way that they're positioned. They have to be so careful on the side of BINOMISTAS. There is a double damage room.
surprised they are trying to force it so much. Okay, there you go.
I mean, they see a sexy fat, and the dragon form is up. It's gonna be a follow-up stomp, call down, coming out. Sexy fat, though, he's tanky. He's fine. Tabo over here on the side. It does look like he might need a little bit of help, as they'll find the kill on KJ over on the back lines. Exactly what is needed. There's no saves, but there's no save for Sexy Fat either. BKB coming out from Benny, the buyback coming out now from the Dragon Knight. They're looking to see if they can get any more kills here. The Olaport looks like he's gonna be the perfect next victim. Tavo is here, manages to land a spear over here onto the side. Benny, he's taking a lot of damage. He's actually going to end up losing his life as Tavo falls. Eventually, though, 40R falling as well. Mini running for his life, not gonna be able to quite get that denial that he wants. Sexy Fat, he bought back for this. He's gotta be a bit careful. He's gonna try to put the damage out over here onto the Olaport, but the Stusa damage with the Scotty feels very uncomfortable. Looks like BINOMISTAS are looking for the stomp. We'll be able to land it with a little bit of a bushwhack here. A couple acorns popping around. They'll get the break off, but it feels like they've had enough from this engagement. They're just gonna scurry on out.
Yeah, it was, you know, I think they had the right idea on side of BINOMISTAS. They want to burst that Oracle since there's two tanky boys inside of SG. If you try to focus them, they're going to leave for 10 extra seconds. But it took them so much to get KJ because he was so well positioned that they lost the DK in return. He buys back, and I mean, with no Dragon form, he obviously doesn't do that much. I was just going to say that SG forcing that fight felt weird because they cannot Roche, and they're forcing this, and I feel very uncomfortable about it. I'm not sure they're going to be able to make this. We'll see how BINOMISTAS responds, but this is going to be so long. Yeah, like they
They can't
obviously
take
give up.
this.
Yeah.
They can't take this right now, especially when they have an Elder Titan alive on the side of BINOMISTAS. Like, it's too risky.
That's really the problem. They want to posture in a way
Oh!
that BINOMISTAS. Oh, hello.
Hi, Violacor. Nice
nice
by Carapace
impale.
and the Impale. They'll go for the stop. Tavo, though, following up, but they've got the BKB over on Benny. We've got a lot of flag flying around here on the side. Good spear will place over onto the side on Mini as they manage to take down Jupiter. And Benny, he's not looking good now. The BKB is over. They just shred him into pieces. As now Sexy Fatty popped the dragon form, but the kiting is real coming out from the side of SG. He's gonna get pinned to the side of the Roche pit, and his head's going to get mounted there as a warning as they go, and they drop down a spray. And again, this is going to be a slightly slower Roche, but they have the opportunity to take it.
All right, now they actually take a convincing fight. This becomes possible. You know, I gotta say, SG, it felt very awkward in the mid game, but Costabil, the way that he was able to farm at the same time, force objectives with his team, I want to say he's kind of the MVP this game. He's so farmed. I was like, well, how is he doing so much damage? Well, because he's level 20 at 25 minutes. This is crazy. With the start that Benny had, I'm really surprised Costabil was able to recover so much.
A couple weird fights too,
Yes.
over on the side of Binamistas. Definitely hats off to Costabile. He did what Deuce is supposed to do. Go sit over in your triangle and hit creeps. And that's made it so that he is, like you said, level 21 now at 25 minutes in. He's got himself a Scotty. He's got the Manta. Just very
He also
efficient.
took that tower, all right? He could be in the triangle farming, but he was sending Manta illusions, all right? He was...
Okay, all right. Yeah, he sent the illusions mid.
Yeah, okay. I'm kind of a carry player, so I don't wanna just say that he hit creeps all the time. I think he...
I mean, that's his job, though. He's supposed to hit creeps.
That is his job, yes.
It's not much, but it's honest work, right? That's that whole meme. Like, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Sitting
Now,
at
this is a
8K,
really good spot for SG. I think it's kind of hard. You know, it's only a 6k gold lead, but with this Scotty, I feel like this Gyrocopter is going to struggle so much.
Say he's starting to struggle here. Does have himself that Crystallis. Already been using that BKB. The Butterfly is, of course, the next thing on the list for him. But they are split up over on the side of SG right now, so perhaps they can put a little more pressure over on this bottom tower. But as they do that, already this rotation over to the mid lane.
Oh, they know?
They're going to have to do it. They know. They find Ben. He's got the BKB. He's just going to have to teleport out. And luckily, they have nothing that's going to be able to cancel it. But you never want to use your BKB defensively, especially when you're playing someone as aggressive as a Gyrocopter.
Unfortunately, I was kind of scared for Costabil being alone here, but they don't feel like they have the resources. Even after 3 TPs from SG bottom, they actually just leave Costabil by himself. That's how menacing he looks right now.
Big snack lady.
Yeah. Everyone said the snack lady was dead, but, you know, here she is.
Jupiter trying to just buy some time here in the tree line. Runs directly into 4DR, and that's going to be a dead squirrel.
Okay. Just wanted to get some acorns. Gets murdered. Oof. Alright, so this is going to be rough. I think they need some toss-back plays. You know, we're going to need Beanie to... Yeah, they need a stomp into a really pretty toss back into a tier 4 because I don't see any other way.
There,
but they get a Nyx.
Back. It's a Nyx assassin, not necessarily the one that they want, but they show off the BKB here. And Costabile uses that stone gaze. Have to be careful. Followed up with a nice arena from Tavo. Mini just gets blown up. No buyback on this Tiny. So this tower is going to belong to SG and probably put some damage on these racks too.
Yeah, they have a lot of Aegis time yet. 2 minutes. That's more than enough for Costabil. They're gonna try and buy time. I think that's really the mindset that you need. You don't want to take a convincing fight. Just slow them down as much as possible.
I don't think they can do anything with Mini being dead right now. I feel like that's very necessary for these initiations, like you said, toss-back plays. And they're feeling very bold here over on the side of SG. They know that they're quite powerful with this Medusa, with this Aegis. And again, Sexy Fat just continuously trying to make something happen here, but immediately speared back over far away from the rest of his team. He's tanky, but not tanky enough, so he is going to fall here.
There we go. Tavo redeeming himself. Very nice spear. I mean, this is going to be 2 sets of racks. For sure. Now there is a tier 2 bottom, so that's gonna buy some time for BINOMISTAS. I think they just want to wait his Aegis out. Maybe, you know, swap this Butterfly for a Rapier, because I think they're gonna need some damage. The heroes inside of SG are so tanky.
SG is gonna back off though for the time being. See Tavo teleporting down to the bottom lane. Gonna try to push out this creep wave. Get it ready for the next assault.
All right.
They make a plan
BKB.
Costabile though here? He's alone for the most part. Oh, they're just too afraid of him. That's very telling right now.
Gotta
That's
be
so
careful,
telling.
though.
Yeah,
If
look
they
at
buy
this. They
enough
have to
time of
force
the
him up.
ages, he could be dead. So you know, don't be that cocky, Costabile. You have 20 seconds.
I love the box sound. Very satisfying. Yeah, the fact that he was pretty much by himself over there, and they immediately just turned around. Were like, nope, 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 nope. That's pretty telling about the state of the game, in my opinion, Bowie. I think we lost Bowie. Anyways, I'm sure he'll be back. We have a heart picked up actually over on 4DR, so he's got himself the Eternal Shroud. He's got himself a Heart of Terras. How are you going to kill this Leshrac? That is the question that I'm sure BINOMISTAS are asking themselves right now.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, Brazil. You know, so many Brazilians watching this game that we don't have enough internet.
It's hype, man. Gotta be
Yeah.
excited. You know, you've got former TI player Tavo over on the side of SG. I believe. Did Costabile and 4DR make it into one of the TIs as well? Yes.
Costabile did not.
No?
I think 4DR did. No, he didn't. It was Weeha, right? So it was HFN,
yes.
Weeha, Tavo. Yeah.
It was
So
Misery
those are the
and-
three
and
cores.
them. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was just trying to remember if SG, because they've been on SG for like on and off and on and off. I was trying to remember if they managed to get.
Tavo has a lot of experience on those big boy Mars shoulders. So.
And I miss Tavalier. Those are the days, man.
Oh yeah, man. I think that TI was when Pangolier was like, it was the first
Big.
year Pangolier was at TI, right?
Yeah. Yep.
That was
Tavo was with
big.
Pain Gaming.
Mhm.
I still have my hat that you sent me. It was so guys, it was so hard to get any sort of SA merchandise to support teams, and Bowie did me a solid and
That's
managed
true.
to send me a hat so I could cheer for them at home. Nice play here
With that
coming out
Z you
from
bought me,
Noages.
Still
He
dream
managed
about
just
it.
to dodge it. He's still gonna die though. Here tossed out. He's looking for the stomp. They have the BKB over here on Tavo. He's looking. He's still gonna be able to get the kill on Noages. Slowly but surely.
All right. I mean, that was a good play by Noages, I think. He buys some time. He actually forces the BKB. So
God. Oh, Mini. Yeah, he's forced the BKB out. He saw Theolacor there. And thought it was going to be safe to toss and then run away. But he ran into everybody.
Oh, man. Look at 4DR. He is
The big boy.
so thick.
Radiant's
Hard
bottom tower
and Eternal Shroud. It's impossible to kill this guy. Because I actually thought that BINOMISTAS might be able to buy time for the next Roche, but with those items, yeah, I mean, they clearly want to go high ground right now.
While you were disconnected, I asked myself and I asked BINOMISTAS, how are you going to kill this guy? He's so tanky. He's only had one death this entire game, too. Keep in mind. Theolacor now has that axe. He doesn't even care. He's just going to sit here, take that tower flag. So is 4DR. They're big, beefy boys. You toss back on 4DR, it's not going to matter. You try to toss back over on the Nyx Assassin, but look at this. Look at this. It's just healing. They can't do anything. Nuaje just gets absolutely blown up as they're just chasing them all the way back to the base. And they'll turn their attention back to the towers. They're going to be very disciplined. They had the buyback coming out from the Elder Titan. He's angry. He's not happy. Theolacor continues to just be a nuisance, throwing out the Impale. Benny here, though, is pinned over to the wall. The BKB comes out. They'll follow up with that Arena of Blood. Benny should be able to try to walk away. He's trying to just do some sort of body blocking here from Tavo, but they have to be careful. Those BKBs are up, and that's a lot of damage coming out here on the side. They still cannot kill Theolacor. As again, SG, you know, they got a little distracted for half a second. They saw something shiny. They wanted to kill it, but they're going to go right back around again. They're going to go for Megas. The toss up into the air. Okay, finally, they'll be able to kill Theolacor. But this flag coming out, finally, no, they're going to find the kill. We're on the Oracle. Benny, he needs to be careful here. This Dusa, she does so much damage. It's so hard to climb away from her. Benny's trying as hard as he can, but there's Minnie coming forward with that toss. Trying to get the avalanche, gets an acorn shot out. Can they finally take down 4DR is the question, but look at this Dusa. Minnie trying to hide behind a tree. He's just too afraid of this lady, and he's gonna be able to just go buy himself a bit more time as they're chasing after 4DR. They might finally be able to take him down, but look at this heart regen. Look at all of this here. He's so damn tanky. Noage's falling. Tabo's still here. He's on a little bit of health. He turns back around over at Jupiter, pops that BKB. They'll find the kill on Jupiter. They'll find the kill on Sexy Fat eventually. The toss up into the air. They still cannot kill 4DR. This man is just immortal. Cannot find it. The GG gets called. Game number 1 here, going over to SG with an unkillable Medusa, and honestly, pretty much unkillable Leshrac there in that mid lane. We lost Bowie again, but I'm sure he would be super hype right now, friends. My goodness, that was a long fight. But yeah, you know, SG here in this game number 1. We talked about it earlier. We said that, you know, this is a lot of veterans, a lot of people that have been, you know, able to participate in more of an international scene. Some of those, you know, more experienced players, and they're proving it here in this game number 1 with a 6-1 and 10 Medusa, and of course this unkillable 4DR 9-1 and 7. BINOMISTAS, they had some nice things going on within their draft. They had an idea of what they wanted to do, but unfortunately, they just could not execute it this time around. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing